Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Thor, proud and straightforward as ever, wasn't thinking too deeply about what had just happened. Loki, however, was. Unlike his thick-headed brother, Loki's mind was already spinning. The battle had shown him something terrifying, the true strength of China. If a day ever came when Asgard's enemy wasn't the frost giants but that eastern nation, what would Asgard do? He imagined those towering green monsters charging into Asgard's ranks. How many soldiers could withstand even one of them? Thor might handle one or two, but what if there were hundreds or thousands? Thor had mentioned seeing dozens of Hulks. That was 2 months ago. Who knew how many existed now? Loki made up his mind. No matter what happened in the future, Asgard must never provoke China. But his greater concern at the moment wasn't China. It was Laufey, king of the frost giants. The confrontation, tell me, Thor demanded, stepping forward, his armor still cracked from battle. How did your frost giants reach Asgard? Laufey, bruised, bloodied, but defiant, looked up with a twisted grin. I told you, there are traitors within the house of Odin. Thor's eyes narrowed. What did you say? But Laufey only sneered, his swollen face creasing into something like amusement. The whole realm knew the truth except Thor. Nearby, Nezha wrinkled his nose and silently stepped back, waving a hand in disgust. Ugh, he stinks. Thor, drenched in sweat and blood, didn't notice. He was too busy glaring at the Frost King. Then the air cracked with a blinding light. A beam of rainbow energy split the sky and struck the ice plains with divine brilliance. The Bifrost had opened. From within the shimmering light stepped Odin, the All-Father, clad in golden armor, Gungnir in hand. Loki, watching from the shadows, finally exhaled in relief. Good. Laufey hadn't exposed him. The frost giant's infiltration of Asgard had been his plan from the start, to disrupt Thor's coronation, spark conflict, and push Thor into reckless war. Now that everything had played out perfectly, he couldn't afford to be discovered. The All-Father's arrival, Odin surveyed the battlefield, the tip of his spear gleaming under the cold blue sky. When his gaze fell upon Laufey, broken and beaten at Thor's feet, he froze for a heartbeat. He had rushed here to save his son. He knew Thor's limits well, and by all accounts, Laufey should have been the one standing victorious. Yet here lay the Frost King, defeated, while Thor stood surrounded by 4 armored warriors from Midgard and a green-skinned giant whose power Odin could feel from across the field. So, that was it. Thor hadn't survived by his own strength. He'd brought help. Chinese help. Odin's sharp eyes flicked over the group. The armor designs, the residual energy, the battlefield scars. It was clear these men had done most of the fighting. Even the green behemoth radiated a primal energy that rivaled Asgardian strength. Impressive, Odin thought. Troubling, but impressive. He remembered the unease he had felt months ago. A flicker of foresight warning him of a rising power in Midgard. He had sent Thor and Loki to investigate, but he dismissed the matter afterward. Midgard is still the cradle of mortals, he had thought. No nation there could threaten Asgard. Now he wasn't so sure. Old enemies, Odin All-Father, Laufey rasped, still lying in the snow. Do you come to start a war? Odin's single eye glinted coldly. What do you think? Laufey's smirk faltered. He looked from Odin to Nezha and the others. His jaw clenched. Once he might have stood his ground. Odin's age was catching up to him, and Jotunheim's king was nothing if not proud. But after seeing what these outsiders could do, Laufey held his tongue. He forced a low growl. By the treaty between our realms, this invasion violates our peace. Odin's reply came slow and heavy. And by that same treaty, what my son did was nothing more than a foolish boy's game. The words were tired, not arrogant. The All-Father of today was no longer the conqueror of 9 realms. He was an old man weary of war, a son's fury father. Thor called out, emboldened. Now that you're here, let's end this. Together we can destroy Jotunheim once and for all. Laufey stiffened. Odin's face darkened instantly. Enough! The single word echoed across the frozen plains like thunder. Thor froze mid-step. The fury in his father's voice hit harder than any blow. Odin's hand trembled slightly as he lowered Gungnir, not from weakness but from restraint. He had fought countless wars, buried countless sons and soldiers. He would not start another. "Father, it's a rare chance," Thor tried again. "I said enough." Odin's roar cut him off, the ground trembling beneath his voice. His eye burned with ancient power. He turned toward the sky. "Heimdall, open the bridge." The Bifrost roared to life once more, wrapping the Asgardians in a pillar of prismatic light. The frost giants didn't stop them. If anything, they looked relieved to see their enemies gone. And in a flash of divine radiance, Odin, Thor, Loki, and their mysterious Chinese allies vanished into the light, returning to Asgard. Laufey stood in silence for a long moment, watching the rainbow fade into the sky. His jaw tightened as he whispered, "Damn that country, damn those men from China." He looked down at the frozen battlefield, his heart heavy with both anger and fear. For the first time in millennia, the king of the frost giants realized there were powers in the universe even gods should not provoke. "Father, why are we letting this go? If we act now, we can destroy Jotunheim once and for all." Even after returning to Asgard, Thor's defiance hadn't cooled. His voice echoed through the golden hall, filled with youthful arrogance. Odin stood before the throne, his expression calm but eyes cold. "And what then, Thor? Destroy Jotunheim, and what will you gain?" Thor hesitated, caught off guard by the question. "Do you wish to drag Asgard and the 9 realms back into the same endless wars I spent millennia ending?" Odin's voice was steady, but behind it was a weight only a king could bear. "We bled the stars dry once. I will not do it again." Thor clenched his fists. "But Asgard's glory is fading. The 9 realms mock us. We need victory to remind them that Asgard is still inviolable." He took a step forward, his anger boiling over. "The frost giants breached our vault, entered the very heart of the realm eternal, and you call that peace?" "Enough." Odin's voice darkened, but Thor wasn't finished. "Your old father, you've grown soft. You're just a frightened old man clinging to past peace." The words struck like thunder. Chen Mu, standing nearby with Zhu Jia and Nezha, raised an eyebrow. "He's got guts, I'll give him that." Still, part of Chen Mu couldn't help but agree. In his world, strength was the only language that kept nations safe. China had proven that already. Show your power, and no one dares to test you. A father's judgment. Odin's patience finally snapped. His eyes blazed with divine fury. "I was wrong," he said coldly. "I thought you were ready." He raised his hand. Lightning crackled through the hall, illuminating the walls with blinding gold. "Father," Loki began, stepping forward, but Odin silenced him with a single gesture. Loki froze where he stood. Odin turned his gaze back to Thor. "Thor Odinson," he declared, his voice echoing with ancient authority. "You disobeyed your king's command. Your pride endangers the innocent. You are not worthy to be king, nor to wield the power of the gods." He reached out. Mjolnir flew from Thor's grasp into Odin's hand. Thor staggered, stunned. "Father, what are you?" "By the power of the All-Father," Odin said, raising his spear, "I strip you of your divine strength. In the name of our ancestors, I cast you out of Asgard." A bolt of lightning erupted from Gungnir, striking Thor square in the chest. He cried out as the energy flung him through the rainbow bridge. Odin didn't stop there. He lifted Mjolnir, whispered an enchantment, and the runes on the hammer glowed. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." With a heavy swing, Odin hurled Mjolnir into the rainbow bridge after his son. In truth, Odin's heart ached. He would never truly banish Thor forever. This was a lesson, a trial to humble his reckless son. In his mind, no one outside their bloodline could ever lift the hammer anyway. He was wrong. The trickster's realization from the side, Loki watched in silence, his face unreadable. Inside, his thoughts raced. He had seen with his own eyes how easily the scientists at China's Spear Bureau had lifted copies of Mjolnir. In fact, Chen Mu's people had already reverse-engineered it. If Odin's hammer fell anywhere near them, they'd treat it like a research sample. He glanced at the projection that displayed the teleportation trajectory and sighed with relief. The hammer had fallen to Midgard, but not to China. It had landed in America. Fortunate, Loki muttered. For now. He had no idea that Chen Mu no longer cared about Mjolnir. The Thor's spear project had long surpassed it. The spear of Thor months ago, Chen Mu had forged 3 Thor spears out of vibranium. 2 were in the hands of China's Spear Bureau and 1 in Zhu Jia's. Unlike the hammer, the spear wasn't a divine artifact. It was a test of the soul. Only those whose hearts truly burned for their country could lift it. The results were astonishing. Within weeks, the spears had become China's most effective political tool, a symbol of faith and a weapon against corruption. Anyone could try to lift the spear. Few could succeed. Those who did were instantly recognized as patriots, people of integrity and conviction. Those who couldn't, well, the Supervision Bureau knew where to look next. Officials were quietly summoned for tea. Investigations followed. In 2 months, countless corrupt figures fell. It wasn't magic, it was accountability. The Thor spear had become a moral detector, an incorruptible symbol of loyalty. A cleansing fire, the effect rippled across the nation. For the first time in decades, every official, engineer, soldier, and scientist shared one goal: to build, protect, and uplift the motherland. Chen Mu's invention hadn't just strengthened China's defenses, it had purified its heart. He looked out over the glowing city one evening and smiled faintly. On Earth, we've achieved revival, he murmured. But revival isn't the end. His eyes lifted toward the stars. Our goal, he said softly, is the sea of stars. I made you laugh. He glanced at Nezha and the others, said something calmly, then turned and left. He was in a very bad mood and had no intention of having a good talk with Chen Mu and others from China. Loki, go make some arrangements and take the guests back to rest. After saying this, Odin rode his warhorse towards the palace. Let's go. I'll take you back to the palace. Loki shrugged and said with a somewhat depressed look, Thor was sent to Earth by my father. I wonder if you can help me protect Thor so that he can live a better life for the rest of his life. After all, Thor has been deprived of his divine power. If his divine power is not restored, Thor will also grow old, get sick and die, and will not live beyond 100 years. Asgard's divine power is actually a kind of magic, but it is more advanced than ordinary magic. Asgard's body is very strong and must be supported by magic. Therefore, if Thor loses the magic to nourish his body, he will eventually die. Don't look at Loki's depressed face now. He seems to be very sad about his brother being punished. If there is someone who can read minds present, he will definitely see that Loki is laughing arrogantly in his heart. Plan perfect. If we have the chance, we will. Although he knew that all this was Loki's doing, Chen Mu did not expose him. He smiled meaningfully at him and turned to look at Nezha, Zhu Jia, and others. Then let's go too. Looking at Loki, Chen Mu smiled, opened a portal in front of him, and led the way through. Wang Wei and others followed him in. For places that have been visited once, as long as they are not too far away, the portal can basically be opened directly. So Chen Mu and his friends went directly through the portal and came to the residence arranged for them by Asgard. Wang Wei and the others lived not far from Chen Mu's residence, so they all went through this portal. However, Thor was teleported to Earth, which was the same as his original fate. Is this the so-called historical inevitability, or will the timeline slowly return? But never mind. Anyway, Chen Mu's purpose was only to help her develop in his own country, China. He was too lazy to care about other things. Watching Chen Mu and others disappear in front of him, Loki was a little confused. He couldn't understand what was going on with Chen Mu's smile to him at the end. Did he know? But that won't happen. Everything I do is very secretive and shouldn't be known to outsiders, right? Loki, what should we do? Thor. Watching Odin leave, Chen Mu and others also left through the portal one after another. Sif stepped forward and looked at Loki worriedly. She is the only female warrior among the 4 warriors of Asgard. She has long had a secret crush on Thor. Or rather, everyone can see her feelings for Thor. Only Thor, a wooden man, has no feelings at all. But if he had no feelings at all, why on earth did he fall in love with Jane Foster at first sight? Don't ask if you ask. It's because the beautiful women in America are more charming than goddesses and can attract gods, even if this beauty has more than one ex. But who made Thor not picky? Of course, what others mainly want to reflect is that the American ideology and its social structure seem to be more reasonable and more perfect. This is a capitalist society that even gods would be attracted to. Anyway, in Chen Mu's opinion, all of this seemed extremely outrageous. I don't know, but I will go to my father to ask for mercy. Loki looked at Sif and the others calmly, then walked outside seemingly anxiously. In fact, Loki also had a lot of questions. Before, when he was in Jotunheim, he accidentally touched a frost giant when he was killing him. Then, he was shocked to find that his body would actually turn into the same appearance as the frost giant when he came into contact with the frost magic. This filled Loki's heart with doubts, and he wanted to find Odin to verify his current guess. After looking at each other, the four warriors of the Asgard hurriedly followed. Inside the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall was the only one left again, quietly serving as his gatekeeper. The hall of Rainbow Bridge fell silent again. That is to say, Thor, the god of thunder, has been deprived of his divine power and exiled to Earth. Zhang Ziyan frowned in front of Chen Mu. He thought for a moment and said, Odin must have a purpose for doing this. Thor is his son. No matter what, he will not be exiled and left to fend for himself just because he contradicts him. In this respect, the same is true for dying on Earth. Everyone is protective of their own people. If Odin really wanted to let Thor fend for himself, why would he go to Jotunheim to save him? If Chen Mu and the others had not gone all the way there, Zhang Ziyan would not believe that Thor could escape from Jotunheim unscathed. Maybe this is just a test for Thor. So, Zhang Ziyan quickly told Chen Mu his guess, which made Chen Mu quite impressed. Zhang Ziyan guessed it almost exactly. Thor landed in New Mexico, USA. If necessary, we can go there and contact Thor, and perhaps provide him with help. This will be of great help to the future exchanges between China and Asgard. Thor will definitely succeed as the king of Asgard in the future. If we can provide him with help when he needs it most, it will definitely be of great help to our future contact with him. With so many things happening in Asgard, I think it won't be long before we have to go back to China. After all, so many things happened in Asgard in just 2 days, and it was impossible for Chen Mu and the others to stay here any longer, so they had to return to Earth as soon as possible. If possible, they should also contact Thor as soon as possible. It's a very simple truth. No one would believe that Odin would really not care about Thor's life or death and exile him to Earth. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be back in a few days. In this regard, Zhang Ziyan can be sure that since such a big thing has happened in Asgard as outsiders, they will definitely be asked to leave. By the way, I always feel that all this is too coincidental. Thor will obviously become the king of Asgard in a few days. Why would he contradict his father at this time? Zhang Ziyan was speechless and couldn't help complaining. Could it be that Thor must be an idiot? However, I am more inclined to believe that he was framed by someone. As for who it was, it seems that only Loki has the motive and ability to do so. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things clearly. Zhang Ziyan saw through everything easily, but it seemed that the people in Asgard who were involved in it could not understand it. Chen Mu did not comment on Zhang Ziyan's guess, but he was amazed in his heart. This guy's ability to make inferences is really amazing. All of this is indeed Loki's conspiracy. Compared to Thor, Loki seems more suitable to be a king. But obviously, Odin never thought about it this way from the beginning to the end. After all, he was not his biological son. At this moment, in order to find out the truth, Loki has come to the Asgard treasury. He cares very much about everything that happened in Jotunheim. Loki discovered that he was not an Asgardian but a frost giant. After sending the guards away, he came to the holy relic of Jotunheim, the ice box, and placed his hands on the ice box. Stop! Odin, realizing the problem, appeared in the treasury at this moment. Looking at Loki's back as he was about to touch the ice box, he couldn't help but want to stop him. So, am I cursed? Loki's depressed voice sounded. His voice was low, and it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. "No, there isn't," Odin sighed. "So who am I?" Loki turned around, and at this moment his skin had turned purple, no different from that of a frost giant. "Hey." Odin could only sigh. To be honest, he was very depressed today. His eldest son bumped into him, and his youngest son also discovered his secret. 1,000 years ago, after the war between Asgard and Jotunheim, I found a baby in the ruins. He was the child abandoned by the frost giant King Loki, and I adopted him. So, my biological father is Loki. Loki seemed a little overwhelmed. He had lived in Asgard for more than 1,000 years, and he had always been proud of being an Asgardian. But now, you tell me that he was just deceiving himself. Loki was not an Asgardian, but just an frost giant adopted from Jotunheim. Even at this moment, Loki began to doubt Odin's words. Was I really abandoned by Laufey rather than being robbed by him? You lied to me. You originally said that Thor and I both have the qualifications to become kings, but all along, you have been doting on Thor and ignored me. Loki seemed to be very upset. He walked towards Odin and questioned him fiercely. I always thought that because he inherited all your advantages, powerful strength, and those dazzling golden hair, he ignored me. I always thought that I didn't do well enough and tried hard to gain your attention. In the end, all of this is fake. In your heart, I have no sense of existence at all. In your eyes, there is only Thor. Loki approached Odin, his eyes full of hatred, but Odin covered his chest with his hands. In fact, in his heart, he felt guilty towards Loki. Odin knew better than anyone that only by mastering the power of Odin could he command Asgard. And Loki, as an adopted son, simply did not have this potential. What he said in the past, that he was also qualified to compete for the throne, was completely a lie to fool Loki. You liar! In your heart, there is no way I can become the king of Asgard. Well, maybe it's very different from the Chinese. When Loki learned his true identity, he didn't care who his biological father was, and he didn't even care what race he was. There is only one thing he cares about. From the very beginning, there was no possibility for me to become the king of Asgard. He was deceived. He could not become king, and even now he was still struggling with this matter. Cough, cough. Having received too much stimulation today, the elderly Odin coughed twice, and his expression seemed to be even older. He slowly sat on the ground, and unexpectedly he fell down leaning against the stairs and fell into a coma. Loki, who still had a lot of unhappiness that he wanted to release, couldn't help but stop when he saw this. When he saw Odin fell into a coma, he couldn't help but be stunned. Oh my God, could it be that I have pissed off my father to death? Of course, as soon as this strange thought flashed through his mind, Loki came to his senses and realized what had happened. Guards, come here quickly. Guards, come here quickly to help. My father has fallen into Odin's sleep. Odin, who is now very old, will enter Odin's sleep from time to slow down the aging of his body. Now that Odin is too old, he must do this to fight against time if he wants to continue to survive. Following Loki's shout, a group of guards ran over and hurriedly helped Loki to carry Odin back to the bedroom. At this moment, Asgard was running rapidly and seemed very busy for a while. Wait, father fell into eternal sleep and Thor was banished. Loki, who was originally very anxious, suddenly thought of a question. A country cannot be without a king for a day. Now old Odin has fallen into a long sleep, and it is not known whether he can wake up or not. And Thor, the heir in line, has been banished to the underworld. Doesn't that mean that I am now the best heir in line? Wow, Loki is indeed a father-worried person. He just found out who his biological father is, but he feels no pressure and doesn't care about it at all. His adoptive father Odin has fallen into a long sleep, and he doesn't know whether he can wake up or not. But the first thing Loki thinks about is whether he has a chance to ascend the throne. Therefore, the clever Loki began to use his identity and started to make some arrangements. Soon, he arranged everything. Loki, dressed in his best clothes, came to the hall of Asgard, holding Odin's scepter representing power, walked up to the throne of Asgard and sat on it. The throne takes turns to sit on, and today it's finally my turn. Sitting on the throne, Loki was very proud. His father's falling into a long sleep was a sudden surprise to him. He had been planning to make Thor lose his inheritance qualification, but now he had achieved his goal in one step and given himself this excellent opportunity. No, I have to find a way to prevent Thor from returning to Asgard. That way, I can keep my throne. After sitting on the throne and enjoying himself for a few minutes, Loki suddenly had this thought. In this case, even if his father wakes up, everything will be a foregone conclusion, and he will have the opportunity to remain firmly on the throne. Loki's feelings for Asgard are not fake. After all, he has lived here for more than 1,000 years and has long considered himself an Asgardian. So after ascending the throne, Loki is now considering making a career and proving to the old man that he is capable enough to rule Asgard and prove that he is more suitable for the throne than the reckless Thor. It's only been 1 day since we last met, and you've become the king. In the hall of Asgard, Chen Mu looked at Loki sitting on the throne with interest and asked with great interest, "Watch your words and actions, Earthling. I, Loki Odinson, am now the king of Asgard." Loki held the scepter calmly, looking down at Chen Mu with no emotion in his eyes. "Well then, king of Asgard, what you want me to do alone?" Chen Mu shrugged and asked curiously. Glancing at Neja, who was standing next to Chen Mu with his arms folded, Loki knew that Neja was there to protect Chen Mu. He didn't say much, waved his hand, and dismissed the guards in the hall. Continued, "I'd like to make a deal with you." Since Loki knew that Neja was trying to protect Chen Mu, he just said it directly. Trade. Chen Mu was full of curiosity. What kind of deal could he have with Loki? "I want to make some technological exchanges with you. I need your armor technology. In exchange, you also get some Asgard technology." Loki, who had long been envious of the Kirin armor, naturally would not miss this opportunity. He temporarily ascended the throne. He thought that he should accomplish enough things during this period, and when Odin woke up and saw his achievements, he might really let him inherit the throne. Having witnessed the power of the Kirin armor, Loki was naturally very eager for armor technology. In his opinion, as long as Asgard also mastered this technology and equipped the army with armor, it would definitely be able to improve the strength of the Asgard army to a higher level. Exchange. Chen Mu tilted his head, looked at Loki, and asked, "Do you have any technology that can be exchanged for my armor technology?" "Without evidence, how can I know what technology you will use in exchange?" "You can come and visit our technology library. Asgard's technological development cannot be underestimated." To be honest, Loki didn't know what high-tech technologies his family had, so he said it directly. Although Asgard is a country where magic and technology develop together, Loki, as a wizard, does not pay too much attention to technology. So in his opinion, he could just let Chen Mu choose a suitable technology in exchange. If that doesn't work, you can also exchange some items with Chen Mu. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, so what if I let Chen Mu take a look? Could it be that he could steal my technology just by taking a look? Loki didn't believe it anyway. Asgard has its own scientific department. If you agree to the exchange, I can take you to visit it and choose the appropriate technology to exchange with you. Loki said this with great confidence. "No problem, when are you going?" Chen Mu was speechless. Was this a door-to-door delivery? He was still worried about what excuse he could use to exchange technology with Asgard. Unexpectedly, this guy Loki actually helped Chen Mu a lot. This time, Loki has let a wolf into the house. Anytime. In order to obtain the armor technology, Loki seemed very enthusiastic with a bright smile on his face. "If I can build a powerful armored core during the time when my father is in eternal sleep, I will definitely be appreciated by him. If he performed better than Thor, then it would be possible for him to continue to serve as the king of Asgard. Although I know that I am not a biological child and it is difficult for me to become the crown prince of Asgard, but people still have to have some dreams, right? If people have no dreams, what is the difference between them and salted fish?" So, in his heart, Loki still felt that he had a chance to become the king of Asgard. "Then, let's go. Without further ado, I'll first see what technologies are worth exchanging," Chen Mu said with a smile. In his mind, he would first go to Asgard's technology library, touch everything there, and then find an excuse to refuse the deal with Loki. Isn't this just getting something for nothing? Taking all of Asgard's technology for free. Although it is mainly based on magic, Asgard's technology is still much more powerful than that of Earth. Let's go then. Little did he know that Chen Mu had already been eyeing all of Asgard's scientific and technological achievements. Loki was very excited and led the way in front, taking Chen Mu and Neja to a tall building. This is Asgard's Scientific Research Center. Almost all of Asgard's technology comes from here, and almost all of Asgard's scientific research results are stored here. The Earth has not officially entered space yet, so I suggest that it would be most appropriate to exchange with you using aerospace technology. Leading Chen Mu and walking together in the corridor of the research center, Lakidi suggested, in the universe, the most important technology for long-distance travel is space jump technology. What do you think of using this engine technology to exchange your armor? Taking Chen Mu to a laboratory, Loki turned to Chen Mu and asked. At the same time, he pointed his finger at a technological creation in front of him, which looked like an engine. This was what Loki had mentioned, the space jump engine. Space jump technology is nothing in this universe. It is a unique high-tech. Almost all cosmic civilizations will use this jump technology to travel. Asgard has the Rainbow Bridge, which is a more advanced teleportation technology than space jump technology. In fact, they have not researched space jump at all. This space jump engine and its technology were actually purchased from other cosmic civilizations. In Loki's opinion, exchanging this insignificant thing for the armor technology in Chen Mu's hands would definitely be a huge profit. Just engine tech. Chen Mu walked forward, looked at the young engine curiously, patted it with his hands, then looked at Loki and asked, "It's useless to just have engine technology. Don't you have a complete set of spaceship production technology, like material technology, gravity technology, weapon technology, etc.? Or do you have a ready-made spacecraft? Bring it out for me to see." Chen Mu would naturally not be satisfied with just an engine. He looked at Loki and asked curiously, I have to say you really know what's good. Then let me show you our Asgard spaceship." Although he was very unhappy with Chen Mu's human greed, Loki still had to say it with a smile. It seems that it is impossible to cheat the armor technology by relying on engine technology alone. After saying that, Loki took Chen Mu and the others to another room. In this room, there was a spaceship parked in the middle. It was a lot bigger than the Milan that Star-Lord and his crew would be carrying in the future. It doesn't look as good as expected, does it? Chen Mu stepped forward, patted the spaceship twice, then turned his head again with a look of disgust on his face. What Chen Mu needs is a large spaceship, not a small plane like Star-Lord and his friends. Naturally, I was not very satisfied with this small spacecraft. Space jump engine, analyzing 1%, 50%, 100%, analysis completed. Atom-class spaceship, analyzing 1%, 50%, 100%, analysis completed. After the system analyzes and upgrades a complete spacecraft, all its technologies can be listed separately and improved. All the technologies on this small Atom-class spacecraft were also packed up and taken away by the system. This Atom-class spaceship has the ability to jump through space. As long as it has enough fuel, it can go anywhere in the galaxy. Loki introduced the spaceship in front of him, trying to attract Chen Mu. "It's still too small. I want a large spaceship that can carry tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. That's what I need now." Seeing that Chen Mu was unmoved, Loki was very unhappy, but he still had a smile on his face. "Okay, follow me. I'll show you our Asgard's large spaceship." Loki took a deep breath and took Chen Mu and the other person directly to the deeper spaceport. The three of them came to the spaceport, and an extremely huge warship appeared in front of them. This spaceship is called Asgard's Domain. It is a large space battleship that Asgard has spent thousands of years to build. It is equipped with a star-destroying weapon, the Rainbow Bridge. It uses the Rainbow Bridge as a power source. It is countless times more powerful than ordinary space jumps. The life circulation system inside can ensure the quality of life of the passengers. This large warship is huge, much larger than the refugee ship that Thor and his companions stole from the Grandmaster of Sakaar in the future. After all, Asgard is a super empire that has existed for tens of thousands of years, so it is reasonable for it to have one or two particularly powerful spaceships. In the domain of Asgard, this battleship uses the magic of the Rainbow Bridge as its power. By activating the magic, it can be teleported to any corner of the universe at any time. The Rainbow Bridge can also be used as an offensive weapon, directly unleashing an attack force capable of destroying a planet. Very good, very powerful, but the next second it's mine. I can use the construction blueprints of the Asgard realm in exchange for the technology of your Kirin armor. Loki was very confident. You wanted a large spaceship, didn't you? Is this big enough? In Loki's opinion, it would take thousands of years to build this spaceship relying solely on China's strength. That's why he said he would use the architectural drawings in exchange. Moreover, Loki also played a little trick. He only used the construction drawings but did not mention anything about the technology. This was Loki's idea, to exchange a useless blueprint for Chen Mu's powerful armor technology. Anyway, we are not giving the spacecraft directly to the other party. Even if we give you the blueprints, it is impossible to build it with the current resources of your country, China. The battleship is made of a special alloy, of which gold accounts for a large proportion. The interior of the battleship is magnificent and magnificent. It is excellent in both function and comfort. The interior of this spaceship in Asgard is truly magnificent, which is Asgard's consistent architectural style, made of gold. Following Loki inside the spaceship in Asgard and looking at the magnificent walls, Chen Mu marveled at them, then shook his head and said helplessly, "This battleship is too expensive. Even if China uses all its resources, it may not be able to manufacture it. Forget it, it's meaningless." Asgard's domain, analyzing 1%, 50%, 100% analysis completed. Loki, who didn't know at the moment that all of Asgard's technology had been taken away by Chen Mu for free, suddenly looked gloomy. Are you kidding me? If Loki hadn't seen Neja standing beside him, staring at him calmly, he would have wanted to flip the table. You look down on this, you look down on that, so what do you want? Forget it. Even if China gets the technology, we may not be able to use it in a short period of time. How about this? I heard that Asgard has many artifacts. Let's go and see if there is a suitable artifact. Wow, after collecting some of Asgard's high-tech technology, Chen Mu's attention shifted to magic equipment. There are indeed quite a few artifacts in Asgard's treasury. Loki weighed the options in his mind, then nodded and said, "I can't make you a promise now. It depends on what you choose." "No problem, I'll take a look first and see if there's anything suitable," Chen Mu said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand a portal appeared in front of the three people. Opposite the portal is the door of the previous hall. To be honest, every time Loki sees this magic, he is a little envious. Portal magic is simply too convenient. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Seeing Loki's expression, Chen Mu said with a smile, "But it has to be exchanged for technology." Loki didn't want to talk, so he walked through the portal and returned to the hall. Then he opened the door of the treasury and walked down with Chen Mu and Neja. After passing through several checkpoints guarded by guards, the three finally arrived at the treasury. Seeing the various artifacts in the treasury, Chen Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Wow, it's true that after searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort." He was still thinking about how to get to Asgard's treasure house, but he didn't expect that Loki would take the initiative to bring him here. "Take a look and see what you are interested in." Loki was not worried that Chen Mu or Neja would snatch these treasures, because they were representing China at the moment. If they really dared to do so, it would mean that China had declared war on Asgard. With a deterrent weapon like the Rainbow Bridge, if Chen Mu and his men really dare to use force to snatch the treasures, then Loki will dare to use the Rainbow Bridge to directly blow up the Earth. Even though Loki is usually unreliable, he still has some courage. No problem. I need to take a closer look to see what makes these mythical artifacts so special. Chen Mu chuckled and did not forget to compliment Asgard, which satisfied Loki's vanity a little and reduced his unhappiness a little. The egg motor sphere, the card of life, the ice box, the eternal fire, and the infinity gauntlet. Wow, this is a big game. The egg motor ball has the ability to see the future. The card of life, originating from Atlantis, is engraved with the life equation of biological evolution, which can evolve life and species. The ice box, a frost giant's artifact, possesses powerful ice magic. The eternal fire, this fire that never goes out, symbolizes destruction and rebirth, and possesses unimaginable power. Not to mention the infinity gauntlet, it is a carrier that can carry the infinity stones. Of course, other than that, it itself is of no use. Is this person probably seriously ill? Loki was speechless at this moment, looking at Chen Mu, who would stop to look at every artifact and even go up to touch them. He felt like a pervert, and this behavior made him feel a little confused. How about it? Which one do you like? Loki couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked, "Hey, are these all you have?" Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh and said, "I don't know what these things are for. How do you want me to choose?" This is true. Loki had a frown on his face, but he still prepared to introduce them one by one. The Egmodo ball has the ability to see the future. This treasure can help you avoid some bad things from happening. Loki glanced at the sphere in front of Chen Mu and explained casually, "This thing is a magic prop that can see the future. In the future, the ending of Asgard Ragnarok was predicted, which was also predicted by this thing. With this, can I see the winning numbers when I buy lottery tickets?" Chen Mu touched his chin and asked with interest. Loki didn't know what to say. This guy Chen Mu was really not very reliable. If the lottery is not manipulated, then in theory it should be able to see the winning numbers for every draw. As for the things on the earth, Loki has studied them in the past 2 months, so he knows what he is talking about the lottery in Chen Mu's mouth. It sounds like a good idea. Chen Mu touched his chin and then came to another treasure. I don't need to buy lottery tickets. The current market value of Xiaomu technology is already very high. For Chen Mu, money is no longer a number that means much. When his material pursuits have been met, he only cares about spiritual pursuits, which is to make his motherland stand at the top of the world. Throughout the universe, the card of life, this thing is not bad. It contains the life equation of biological evolution. It comes from Atlantis in your atrium. It has the power to make life evolve. Loki looked at Chen Mu calmly and explained, its existence can allow a race to evolve. It can not only make the race more powerful, but also allow the race to live longer. So, the reason Asgardians have such a long lifespan is because of this thing. Chen Mu widened his eyes and looked at the stone tablet in front of him, full of excitement. That's the reason, I guess. Loki nodded calmly and continued, however, if you want to use the card of life to evolve a certain species, you must solve the life equation of this species. This is not a simple problem. Does this mean that as long as we get this thing and solve the equation inside, we can make the human race evolve? Let humans have a longer life and a stronger body? No, that's not right. Chen Mu is not that great. It is too difficult to solve the life equation of all mankind. He only needs to solve that of his own race. I am Chinese, so I only need to solve the life equation of the Chinese. As for other races, please, it's too difficult, Chen Mu said. There's nothing I can do to help. Then I'll take this. Chen Mu looked at the card of life with shining eyes and said so. Haha, impossible. Loki curled his lips and said with disdain, mere armor technology is not worthy of being exchanged for the artifact of the card of life, so you'd better give up this idea. This time, it was Chen Mu's turn to be speechless. Good man, you are not willing to do what I like again. But it's true, judging from the value alone, it seems that the armor technology is not as good as the card of life. This thing is a magical artifact that can enable the entire race to evolve. However, since you don't give it to me, just go back and do it yourself. Anyway, just now, Chen Mu has analyzed all the information of the card of life using the system, and he can produce it when he has time. What about this? Walking to the front of the ice box, Chen Mu asked curiously. The ice box is the sacred object of the frost giants. It possesses unimaginable icy power. The icy magic it contains can plunge a planet directly into an ice age. Loki took a look at the ice box. Now that he knew that he was actually a descendant of a frost giant, he would never give this thing to Chen Mu even if he was beaten to death. It's better to keep it for yourself. When you use ice magic in the future, the added effect of this thing will be unimaginable. Give up on this idea. This thing is too dangerous. We can't let it drift to Earth. Loki said calmly. Besides, the frost giants must have coveted this thing for a long time. If we bring it to Earth, it will only bring trouble to your Earth. If you can't bear to let go, then just don't bear to let go. Why do you need to come up with so many excuses? In response, Chen Mu just curled his lips, speechless. What about this brazier? It's placed here for warmth. Chen Mu came to the brazier where the eternal fire was placed, pointed at the flame inside, and asked Loki curiously. The eternal flame, the source of Surtur's power, possesses an eternal nature and will never be extinguished. Looking at the eternal flame, Loki said calmly, "Now I finally understand why I have never liked this thing." Loki himself is a frost giant, so he is naturally unhappy with this kind of fire, never extinguished. Chen Mu was amazed and said, "Does that mean that if I add a boiler to it, it will become a perpetual motion machine? Is your train of thought really that weird? But it seems so. A flame that never goes out, isn't that a perpetual motion machine? If this thing were brought to Earth, I'm afraid Newton would have to open his coffin." Wait, what does this have to do with Newton? Forget it. Anyway, it's such an unscientific thing that it wouldn't be excessive for all the great scientists in history to open their coffins collectively. So this. Don't even think about it. The eternal flame is still of great use to Asgard. I will never give it to you. Loki smiled proudly, his eyes full of pride. I suspect you're showing off, but I have no evidence. Chen Mu tried to brush the flame with his hand. Well, it was not too hot. However, all the information about the eternal fire was still recorded by the system. If you don't give it to me, I'll do it myself. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. So what do you want to tell me? Chen Mu curled his lips and asked unhappily. This guy Loki must be seeking revenge for what he had done in the research center before, and he also decided to make himself unhappy. However, if you knew that all these things were secretly obtained by Chen Mu, and could even be sold wholesale in the future, I wonder what your expression would be. Take this glove. Use it to exchange for armor technology. Loki picked up the Infinity Gauntlet, threw it into Chen Mu's arms, and said with a smile, "This thing is called the Infinity Gauntlet. It has unimaginable abilities and can easily use the power of the Infinity Stones. It is the most important thing in this treasure house. Of course, it is also the most useless thing here. The Infinity Glove without the Infinity Gems is really just a glove, useless. Although there are 6 gems inlaid on this glove, they are just for decoration. This glove is actually of no use at all. You are such a clever little kid." Looking at the gloves in his hand, Chen Mu looked at Loki speechlessly. What good is cold energy without the Infinity Gauntlet of gems? The Infinity Gauntlet is indeed powerful and can easily use the power of the Infinity Stones. But the prerequisite is that you must have Infinity Gems. Even if there is only one, you can use this glove to unleash powerful power. But without gems, what can you say? Odin once collected Infinity Stones but gave up when he tried to collect the Soul Stone. So this glove is real, but the gems on it are fake. As for what Loki said, Chen Mu said he didn't believe a word of it. As long as you collect the Infinity Stones, you can rely on the Infinity Gauntlet to unleash incredible power. The Infinity Gauntlet is the most powerful treasure in the entire treasury. That being said, do you think Infinity Gems are easy to collect? Besides, Chen Mu is not the director of the family planning office, so why should he spend his energy on collecting gems? How big is the universe, and how small is the gem? It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to find the 6 tiny infinity stones in the vast universe. Unless one knows the whereabouts of the 6 gems, they will never be found in one's lifetime. Of course, Chen Mu is the one who knows the whereabouts of the 6 infinity stones, but he will not go out of his way to look for them. The power of the infinity stones is indeed very attractive, but it still cannot make Chen Mu give up his current career and go searching for the infinity stones. Currently, Chen Mu is concentrating on improving the strength of his motherland, and is not as enthusiastic as one might imagine about improving his own strength. For him, the improvement of his own strength is just icing on the cake. What he wants is to improve the strength of the entire China, not just himself. However, the appearance of the card of life made Chen Mu somewhat excited. This means that Chen Mu can rely on it to improve the life level and evolve of all people in China. If all goes well, the Chinese people's physique can even be comparable to that of Asgard, and their lifespan can be greatly improved. As China enters the super-universe civilization, it will face 2 shackles. One is population and the other is life expectancy. The Earth can only be regarded as a corner of the solar system, and China only occupies a small part of the Earth. Just to build China, our people and predecessors have spent countless efforts. Now, in the vast space and the boundless universe, there are still more places waiting for the Chinese people to build. Therefore, population and life expectancy are the issues that must be addressed at present. Thinking of this, Chen Mu looked at the card of life again, which also made Loki's mouth curl up. Look, people who come from a small place like Midgard, no matter how talented you are, can only envy Asgard's heritage. You don't have to think about it anymore. The card of life will never be given to you, and my father will never allow me to do so. Believe me, the Infinity Gauntlet is your best choice. I believed your ghost. Chen Mu rolled his eyes, casually threw the Infinity Gauntlet to Loki and said, "Don't think I don't know. Without the Infinity Stones, what is this Infinity Gauntlet for? Just for display." Chen Mu was speechless about this guy Loki. "Are you trying to bully me because I have no vision?" Loki felt a little embarrassed when Chen Mu revealed his thoughts. He really wanted to bully Chen Mu, a man from the Midgard who had little experience. But he didn't know that Chen Mu did not play by the rules. Thinking that he is ignorant, you can scare him. The Infinity Gauntlet is nothing rare for Asgard. The current dwarf kingdom of Nidave is still under the protection of Asgard, and the Infinity Gauntlet was made by the dwarves. If desired, the dwarves can make many of them, provided the materials are provided. So for Loki, the Infinity Gauntlet is really the least valuable thing here. Hey, the Infinity Stones aren't that hard to find. Loki smiled and said, "As far as I know, the Space Stone, which is our Asgard's former treasure, the Cosmic Cube, was lost in your Midgard. With your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to find the Cosmic Cube in Midgard." The Cosmic Cube, also known as the Space Stone, is now in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Chen Mu is very clear about this. Now on Earth, in addition to the Space Stone, there is also the Time Stone, which is currently in the hands of Master Ancient One. I am currently learning magic from the Ancient One. I will take some time to go and see how powerful the Infinity Gems are. I don't think you are sincere in coming here to trade. Chen Mu looked at Loki speechlessly. This guy's head is full of clever tricks. Does he really think he is ignorant? If you're still so insincere, I don't think we need to continue the discussion. No, I'm serious. The Infinity Gauntlet is really great. You won't suffer any loss if you take it. I can tell you where the Space Stone among the Infinity Stones is right now. This way you can go over and get it directly, and then you can use the gauntlet perfectly. Loki wanted to continue persuading, but he was interrupted by Chen Mu again. Look, you still don't have sincerity. The Cosmic Cube is in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you think I don't know? Chen Mu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This guy Loki really had bad intentions. Let's not talk about whether we can get the Cosmic Cube from S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's talk about the Space Stone. What other functions does it have besides the ability to teleport? Of course, as one of the Infinity Gems, the Space Gem not only has the power to manipulate space, but it also has infinite energy itself. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to use its energy to create some energy weapons. It is this kind of behavior that will make other civilizations in the universe think that the humans on Earth are trying to start a war. Of course, this is what Loki said, but whether it is true or not, and whether he is just bluffing Nick Fury, remains to be discussed. Anyway, if it weren't for the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. studying the Rubik's Cube in the future, causing it to open the portal and send Loki to Earth, the plot of Avengers 1 would not be able to unfold. The Chitauri army is also unable to come to Earth. It is not easy for Chen Mu to get the cosmic cube from S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, it doesn't have to be that difficult. Compared to the Space Stone, the Time Stone seems to be easier to access. Now China and Master Ancient One are in a honeymoon period. China is willing to help Ancient One to promote her magic. Countless wizards will be born in the future, which will be of great help in resisting invasions from other dimensions in the future. So, it shouldn't be a problem to ask Master Ancient One to borrow the Time Stone to play with, right? Of course, for Chen Mu, the biggest gain today is actually the card of life. As long as we crack the life equation of the Chinese people, we can evolve the life level of our compatriots. This is the biggest gain of this trip to Asgard. You are really insincere. Chen Mu sighed, waved his hand, and continued to say to Loki, "It seems that our deal cannot be reached. Loki is the god of fraud. Can you really expect him to trade fairly with you? Are you kidding me?" Moreover, Chen Mu has already got what he wanted, so he has no interest in trading with Loki again. If Loki is willing to be honest and trade with something of equal value, Chen Mu didn't mind giving him 2 sets. Of course, they couldn't be the Kirin armor used by China itself. At most, he could just give him a few sets of Tony Stark's Mark II armor. As for whether you can crack the technology, it depends on whether you, Loki, have the ability to do so. Anyway, this was Chen Mu's plan before. Want full technology? You're dreaming. It would be nice to give you a few outdated suits to play with, just like the deal with Nick Fury. Loki was speechless. He really had no way to deal with Chen Mu, who was stubborn and had quite a lot of experience. There is no way to fool him, and if he wants to use force, Neja next to him might smash his head to pieces. If you really want the armor, I can give you a suggestion. I heard that Iron Man Tony Stark gave a set of armor to the American military. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely go and study it. Maybe you can get some benefits by going there. Chen Mu, knowing that Tony would prepare Mark Roman II for Rhodes, directly gave Loki some advice. With Loki's ability, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to infiltrate the military and obtain the information about the Mark Roman II armor. Moreover, Chen Mu also had a plan to let Loki reveal his tracks when he was stealing, so as to create a conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Asgard. Anyway, they are not his own people. Chen Mu is the kind of person who likes to watch the fun and not mind getting into trouble. Thor was exiled to Earth. If he hadn't stayed in China, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have noticed him. Thor would have had the opportunity to come into contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. This means that Loki can actually take this opportunity to get into S.H.I.E.L.D. This mission to Asgard has established good relations between our 2 countries. We have prepared a banquet for you, and will send everyone from China back to your own country in the afternoon. Loki was very upset about not being able to get the armor he had been dreaming of, and said this to Chen Mu calmly. After wasting most of the day and failing to get the armor technology from Chen Mu, Loki was naturally unhappy. Okay then. This trip to Asgard has really broadened my horizons and increased my knowledge. It will also be of great reference value to the future technological development of our country. Chen Mu smiled slightly and was not affected by Loki's unhappy attitude. The harvest this time was so huge that Chen Mu still laughs foolishly from time to time. Loki can be said to be the great benefactor of this trip. How could Chen Mu be angry with him? Then we also welcome the Asgard delegation to visit China next time. I believe that when you come to China next time, you will find that China has undergone earth-shaking changes. Loki was speechless. He knew the speed of change in China. A few months ago, China was just an ordinary country on Earth. Perhaps in areas such as military and economy, China is among the top 3 on the planet. But that's only on Earth. Outside the Earth, we are nothing. But now, with its powerful military strength, even if it has not set foot in the universe for the time being, its strength is enough to move all countries. It won't take many years for Earth to develop space travel technology. Although in Loki's opinion it is impossible to reach the level of Asgard, it will definitely be much better than desolate places like Jotunheim. Goodbye then. If you have any questions, you can contact our director Zhang Ziyan. He now represents our country. After saying that, Chen Mu and Nezha used the portal to return to their residence. Because Odin suddenly fell into a long sleep, this state visit ended very quickly. After enjoying the banquet held by Asgard for Chen Mu and others, they came to the Rainbow Bridge with the farewell of the ceremonial team. Heimdall, please escort everyone from China back to the courtyard. Loki, dressed in his best attire, looked like a majestic king and gave orders in a pretentious manner. Although Heimdall has always been unhappy with Loki, he has no choice but to listen to Loki at this time. After all, Odin himself is currently in Odin sleep, and the heir apparent, Prince Thor, has also been banished to Midgard. Now Loki can really command the army of Asgard. And now, only Loki is qualified to sit on this temporary throne. Everyone from China, please stand on the teleportation array. Heimdall said expressionlessly. After seeing that everyone in China was ready, he directly activated the Rainbow Bridge and teleported them to Earth. As for the teleportation location, Heimdall was careful and had them teleport to a place not far from where Thor had teleported before. New Mexico, America. Heimdall likes Thor more than Loki, so out of concern for Thor, he plans to send all these people from China over. After all, he was also very clear that these Chinese warriors were good friends with Thor and could definitely protect Thor well. Isn't this our base? Appearing in a go-by desert, Zhu Jia looked around in surprise. Heimdall did not send him directly to China. This made Chen Mu somewhat strange. This is America, and we are in the desert in New Mexico. Wang Wei turned on the military communication equipment, checked the location, and discovered that they were now on American soil. Could this be Heimdall's mistake? New Mexico? Chen Mu nodded in understanding and said, Loki said before that the place where Odin exiled Thor is probably in this area. Heimdall sent us here so that it would be easier for us to find Thor. That's it. Zhang Ziyan looked around. It was night time and there was no one around, so it would be difficult to find Thor. Let's send some people back first. There's no rush to find Thor. After all, they are now on the territory of another country, and this state visit also requires many things to be reported, so Zhang Ziyan just needs to go back as soon as possible. Chen Mu was not in a hurry to return to China, but stayed in America. He wanted to participate in Thor's story and see this unlucky guy. Anyway, Chen Mu is now in control of the portal, so as long as he is careful on Earth, there will be no danger at all. Not to mention, Nezha also stayed by his side to protect his safety. I'm afraid no one on Earth can threaten Chen Mu. Therefore, Zhang Ziyan did not object to Chen Mu's idea. He just left 2 people for him and then opened the portal to return to China. On Earth, the magic of the portal can take you anywhere at will. If enough magic power is provided, the portal can even be used for interstellar teleportation. At the very least, according to China's space plan, the Tiangong space station will be sent into space in the near future. Next to the space station, a portal will be opened for a long time to transport supplies. By the way, it can also be used as a transit to transport supplies for the future Moon Palace project. The Nantianmen project and the Guanghan Palace project are also being carried out in full swing. Let's see if there are any towns nearby. We also need to find a place to stay. Chen Mu looked at Zhu Jia and asked, There are only 4 people left now. Apart from Chen Mu and Nezha, there are only Wang Wei and Zhu Jia. They are Zhang Ziyan who stayed behind to protect Chen Mu. In other words, the 2 people who helped Chen Mu run errands are very familiar with Chen Mu, so if they stay, they can also help Chen Mu solve many problems. As for the matter of going to find Thor, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Chen Mu didn't take the search for Thor too seriously. This guy won't die anyway, so let's go find him when he's free. I don't know if it will be the same as the original timeline, where Thor will be picked up by Jane Foster and brought back to the town. Come to think of it, if I go directly to the town, I might be able to run into Thor. I see. There is a town 50 kilometers to the east. If we go there now, we should be able to find a hotel. Zhu Jia opened the navigation on his phone, took a look, and found the nearest town. In New Mexico, there is a large Gobi Desert. There are not many large cities, but more small towns near the Gobi Desert. Oh, now I remember, Thor's hammer Mjolnir seems to have the ability to automatically recall. Chen Mu looked at Zhu Jia and Wang Wei and asked, "You are all people who have picked up Mjolnir. Let's try to see if you can summon Thor's hammer." Recalling that in the movie Avengers 4, Captain America was also able to summon Thor's hammer, so Chen Mu looked at Zhu Jia and the others, wanting to try and see if he could summon Thor's hammer directly. Chen Mu remembered that when Odin exiled Thor, he threw the hammer of Thor down with him. I can feel the location of Thor's hammer. Zhu Jia closed his eyes, felt it carefully, and then said directly, "I can sense its presence too." Wang Wei also nodded. They are all people who have picked up Mjolnir, so they are naturally considered half-masters of Mjolnir. At this moment, the owner of Thor's hammer, Thor, has temporarily lost the qualification to use Thor's hammer. Naturally, Zhu Jia and Wang Wei, the two half-masters, can also use Thor's hammer. "Can you summon it?" Chen Mu looked at them curiously. "I'll give it a try, it should work." Zhu Jia nodded, closed his eyes, stretched out his right hand and tried to summon Thor's hammer. The next moment there was a loud thunder in the sky. In the dark night sky, lightning flashed and a stream of light flew straight towards Zhu Jia from a distance. It was Thor's hammer Mjolnir. "Now that you have it back, just take it with you and return it to Thor directly when the time comes." Seeing this, Chen Mu nodded. This was not unexpected to him. After all, even Captain America Rogers could summon back Thor's hammer, so Zhu Jia, as a member of the People's Liberation Army, could naturally be recalled as well. Someone is coming. Chen Mu and others were about to leave when Nezha suddenly spoke, and his eyes looked towards the distant sky. Over there, a flash of fire flew over quickly. "Kill in armor." Nezha tilted his head and asked curiously, "Kill in armor?" Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and said with a smile, "It should be Shield, who gave them 2 sets of outdated Kirin armor. The one who can appear here now must be one of them. I just don't know if it is Hawkeye or Black Widow. However, according to the timeline, it should be Hawkeye who came to New Mexico." Sure enough, Chen Mu and the others didn't have to wait long before the person landed and appeared in front of Chen Mu and the others. It was Hawkeye. Hawkeye's Kirin armor has been modified by Shield, and the weapons that were originally removed have also been modified for Hawkeye. As expected, Hawkeye's armor still uses bows and arrows as its main means of attack. Although he has energy weapons such as palm cannons, Hawkeye is better at using bows and arrows. The most commonly equipped weapons on his armor are arrows and various multifunctional arrowheads. For Hawkeye, the greatest function of the armor lies in its flexibility and high-speed flying capability, which can help him quickly find the commanding heights and occupy the sniper terrain. Chen Mu. Landing in front of Chen Mu and the others, Hawkeye Barton opened his visor and looked at Chen Mu and the others curiously. He stared at the Thor's hammer in Zhu Jia's hand, was silent for a while and said, "This hammer was discovered by our Shield and is the property of Shield. Please return this hammer to our bureau." Except for the others who looked at each other, they all saw something weird in each other's eyes. Thor's hammer Mjolnir has become yours, Shield. Are you sure?" Chen Mu looked strange and asked, "Do you know what this thing is?" Now it was Hawkeye Patton's turn to be speechless. What is this hammer? How does he know? If this hammer hadn't just flown up and smashed the temporary camp, it would have been time to get off work. If Director Nick Fury hadn't asked him to chase him, he would have fallen asleep. "Well, this hammer fell on our territory, so..." Patton scratched his head. To be honest, he didn't want to have a conflict with Chen Mu and the others. Although these people didn't seem to be wearing armor, he thought that they had no combat power at the moment, but Patton didn't dare to rob them directly. Who knows if the people from the Spear Bureau are watching everything here through the wireless network? Besides, this set of armor was obtained from the other party. Is it appropriate to snatch something directly from the other party? Moreover, how could Zhu Jia pick up the hammer with his bare hands? Patton tried it, but even with the armor at full power, there was no way he could move the hammer even a little bit. Good man, as long as it falls on your territory, it is yours. But it seems to make sense. However, the prerequisite is that it must be ownerless. Let alone other things, Thor's hammer, after all, is not ownerless, right? This thing is a treasure of Asgard. Although it has always been with Thor, it belongs to Asgard no matter what. Even Chen Mu would not want to take Asgard's things for himself. Who gave you, Shield, the courage to seize Asgard's treasures? Liang Jingru, you don't even know what this thing is. Chen Mu seemed very speechless, holding his forehead helplessly, and said, "You dare to claim it as your own without even knowing whose things it is? You guys are really good." Chen Mu really didn't know what to say to those ignorant people in S.H.I.E.L.D. "Chief Fury wants to speak with you." Hawkeye Barton shrugged and said so. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a virtual projection screen appeared in front of everyone. Who else could it be but Nick Fury? "Long time no see, Mr. Chen Mu. I wonder what brings you to America." Nick Fury looked at Chen Mu with the same coldness that never changed and asked, "Mr. Chen Mu, have you obtained a visa to the United States, or did you sneak here?" "Then I'll go." Glancing at Nick Fury, Chen Mu said expressionlessly, "Then before you leave, please leave the hammer in your hand which belongs to our shield." Wow, he is the shameless Nick Fury as expected. No matter what this thing is, as long as it falls into his sphere of influence, it is his. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Interesting then, who should I give it to? Chen Mu looked at Hawkeye next to him and said, "How about letting Patton try to take the hammer away? If you could pick it up, you would have brought the hammer back to the shield base long ago. Why would you wait until now? Do you still need to build a temporary base?" When the hammer fell to the ground, most people in the area tried, but there was no way to pick it up. Nick Fury said calmly with a blank expression, "According to our judgment, no one can lift this thing." As he spoke, Zhu Jia on the side rolled his eyes, picked up the hammer and tossed it around. It seemed like it had no weight in his hand. Well, after being slapped in the face so often, Nick Fury has developed a thick skin. He continued, "If possible, I hope you can return the things that belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, who was thicker than the wall, pretended not to see it and continued, "I have arranged for a motorcade to come and pick you up. I hope you can come and visit us." In fact, the energy fluctuations caused by the Rainbow Bridge just now had already been noticed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and they had directly arranged a convoy to go to the scene. The flying of Thor's hammer was also an unexpected situation. The temporary base had not been completely built yet, but it was directly hit with a big hole. How could the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. tolerate this situation? He immediately sent Hawkeye, the only one with the ability to fly, to chase after him. When they arrived at the destination, Hawkeye discovered that it was Chen Mu and others. Although in the eyes of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Mu and his team, who are not wearing armor, may not have any combat capability at all, and Hawkeye will definitely be able to snatch it back if they force it. But Barton is not so shameless and would not do such a thing. As for Nick Fury, he didn't care about his face and said that a convoy was coming to pick up Chen Mu and the others. It's actually a threat. No matter how strong you four are, how powerful can you be? I'll call a few vans of people over right away and you can easily take them over. Maybe if you were wearing armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. would still be intimidated by Chen Mu and the other three, but now, the four of you are not wearing armor, Nick Fury said. There is no need to worry at all. What are you worried about? Worry about nothing. I, Nick Fury, will definitely get this hammer. Okay then, Zhu Jia, give Mjolnir to Barton. Chen Mu once again witnessed Nick Fury's shamelessness. I felt very unhappy when I thought about being threatened by him. He said unhappily, "That's enough to spare you the trouble. We will find an inn ourselves." After saying that, Chen Mu took out the Kirin armor from the storage space, put it on, and flew directly towards the town where the navigation was located. After hearing Chen Mu's instructions, Zhu Jia casually threw Mjolnir to Hawkeye, took out the Kirin armor and put it on, then followed. The same went for Wang Wei, while Nezha simply flew away relying on his own abilities. The group of four soon disappeared into the horizon. Hawkeye Barton, seeing Thor's hammer flying towards him, subconsciously reached out to catch it. However, Mjolnir, who was blessed by magic, did not recognize Hawkeye. His weight was unimaginable, and he directly pressed Hawkeye's hand to the ground, unable to move. What the hell? Hawkeye Barton looked confused as he watched Chen Mu and the other three fly away. Where did these people get their armor? Wait, how did the young man fly if he wasn't wearing the Kirin armor? At this moment, Hawkeye Patton felt like 1,000 horses were running through his heart, and he helplessly watched the four people's backs as they left. There was no way to stop it. Now he couldn't even move as his hands were firmly pressed by Thor's hammer. "Captain, did you see that?" Hawkeye Barton seemed very helpless and said this to Nick Prey on the communication line. "I see. It should be some new technology of theirs." Seeing the new technology demonstrated by Chen Mu and others, Nick Fury, who was on the other side of the video, obviously couldn't sit still. Holy shit, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been frantically developing technology recently, and finally their own aerospace carrier is about to take off, and they thought they could catch up with S.H.I.E.L.D. As a result, the Shenmue Bureau always gives itself surprises. Look at this space storage technology, it's really scary. Not to mention other things if the other party is an enemy and directly installs a nuclear bomb in the storage space and runs to the capital of your country. Does your country have the ability to detect it? Thinking of this, Nick Fury couldn't sit still anymore, so he said to Hawkeye, "I'll be right over and talk to him in person." Well, Nick Fury is jealous again. He wants the space storage technology. "Okay, Chief." Hawkeye Barton knew his director very well, so he also understood what Nick Fury meant. "But do you think others will give you the technology? What the hell are you dreaming about?" However, the temporary base that had just been built seems to have to be abandoned. Now that the hammer has come here, we must probably build a temporary base again here. Wait, what did Chen Mu just say this hammer was called? Mjolnir. After leaving Hawkeye Patton's location, Chen Mu and his team quickly arrived at their destination, a small border town in New Mexico, America. As it was getting late, they found a hotel in the small town and checked in. "We have gained too much from Asgard this time. It will take 2 months for Asgard to make a technological breakthrough. By then, all the buildings will be converted into Chinese-style buildings and placed directly in space as heaven." Initially, the Eternals technology only took a month to develop, but now, the technological breakthrough of the divine realm requires a full 2 months. This is also because the entire divine realm contains too much technology. It's not just about technology, it's more about magic. Asgard, the divine realm, is able to be in space, and the technology it possesses is naturally unimaginable. The technological breakthrough of the life card has been completed from last night to now. It seems that what I need to do urgently now is to directly improve the life level of the Chinese people. As long as the life equation of the Chinese is cracked, the life expectancy of the Chinese will hopefully exceed that of the Asgardians. Thor himself said that the biggest difference between people in Alaska and people on Earth is that Asgardians, who have no magic powers, are actually no different from people on Earth. Of course, as long as the Asgardians have undergone training and cultivation, they will become a very well-known race in this universe. The individual strength is generally strong. After all, a pig has hundreds of years of lifespan to study martial arts or delve into magic. Even a pig can have powerful strength, let alone a human. All Chen Mu needs to do is let the Chinese people have such a long life, and then the Chinese people will definitely become the most feared existence in this universe. China has martial arts, and one can cultivate internal strength, not to mention magic and the like. Just talking about traditional martial arts, the Chinese, who have a long lifespan, can persist in practicing it for hundreds of years before coming out again. How many people in this world can be his opponent? There is no one who can fight. Who knows, with the blessing of a long life, he might even be able to achieve enlightenment through martial arts and directly become an immortal. Even if they do not practice martial arts, scientists with long lives can go further on the road of scientific research and make technology develop faster. Nowadays, there is magic to learn, and the long life also allows Chinese people to learn more magic. In the Marvel universe, magical power is definitely one of the most mainstream forces, and the Chinese people who control it will definitely have a place in the universe. When all this is successfully achieved, China's goal of achieving great rejuvenation in this universe will also be successfully achieved. The optimized life card will take 3 days to produce. Once things are done here, it will basically be ready. Then, I will go back to China and study the life equation in detail. Chen Mu's system is very powerful, and its functions are particularly terrifying. You can perfectly copy it just by touching it, and you can also upgrade the technology it contains. Whether it's science and technology or magic, production and technological breakthroughs require a certain amount of time. Of course, compared with the value of the items produced, this cost of just a few days is completely negligible. It's just that this time, Chen Mu obtained too many good things, and even with the system running at full capacity for technical upgrades and production, he was simply too busy to handle it. A few days before leaving for Asgard, Chen Mu took the time to produce 2 Thor's hammers. Of course, these 2 Thor's hammers have been optimized and possess all the abilities of the original Thor's hammer. The most important thing is that Chen Mu also strengthened them and added some other powers. At the very least, these 2 Thor's hammers will no longer recognize anyone to Chen Mu. As a forger, Chen Mu is also able to pick up these 2 Thor's hammers and directly endow himself with the power of Thor. This enhanced version of Thor's hammer is better than the Thor's spear designed and manufactured by Chen Mu himself, and can also be regarded as Chen Mu's own means of life-saving. Of course, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Chen Mu changed the appearance of Thor's hammer. Unlike soldiers who like spears, Chen Mu prefers the ancient Chinese sword, which he thinks looks more imposing. Naturally, Chen Mu gave these 2 swords a name, Thunder Sword. Well, it's a very random name. For Chen Mu, using the system, he can make one in less than 2 days. There is no need to give them a special name. The names are very random, but their power is not weak, even stronger than Thor's hammer. The most important thing is that, like Thor's hammer, Thunder Sword also has the ability to fly. Thor flies by relying on his hammer to pull him along, but if Chen Mu wants to fly by relying on the Thunder Sword, he can just stand on the sword. That pose, wearing the traditional Chinese robe, is so handsome. This is definitely a flying sword. Of course, when Chen Mu was stepping on the flying sword to load the coins, he needed to consider the wind force so as not to be blown down by the strong wind pressure during flight, which would be embarrassing. Also, I promised Nezha before that I would design a weapon specifically for him. Now that I have obtained the eternal flame, I will design him a fire spear. After all, what you promised must be fulfilled. Nezha had said before that he needed a weapon that suits him. Chen Mu thought about it and thought that the weapons used by Nezha in the mythology were the fire spear and the fire wheels. However, due to the lack of good materials and forging technology, this matter had been shelved. Now that Chen Mu has obtained the eternal fire, he can use it to forge a fire spear for himself. The eternal fire should be considered one of the most powerful flames in the universe, right? It was used to forge the fire spear and fire wheels, which was worthy of Nezha's identity. As for the material, that's easy. Just use the same material as Thor's hammer, Uru metal. Chen Mu already had an idea about how to make the fire spear. The gun body is made of Uru metal, and some magic circuits are engraved inside, such as automatic flying back and teleportation portal. Of course, there is also a blessing exclusive to Nezha, so that the fire spear can only be used by Nezha. Of course, the most important thing is the magic circuit of the eternal fire. This is also the most complex of all magic circuits, which is basically spread throughout the entire gun god. It can allow the fire spear to release eternal fire to attack at any time, which is extremely powerful. As for Hot Wheels, the same is true: portal, flight, exclusive blessings, eternal fire, perfect. If placed in the world of cultivating immortals, Chen Mu, who possesses the system, would definitely be a super weapon refining master. We found Thor. Yesterday, 3 scientists in a motorhome brought back a strong man from the Gobi Desert. He has now been sent to a hospital in a small town. I used Heng Meng to hack into the hospital's surveillance and confirmed that it was Thor. The next morning, the 4 of them gathered in the living room of the room Chen Mu booked to exchange the information they had obtained. Since early last night, there have been quite a few agents keeping watch around the hotel. They should be from Shield. Unlike Chen Mu, who was so heartless and slept soundly, Wang Wei and Zhu Jia did not forget their responsibilities. Wang Wei went out to collect intelligence and find Thor's whereabouts, while Zhu Jia was responsible for the security around the hotel. Of course, Chen Mu and his team did not hide their whereabouts, and Shield also knew that Chen Mu and his team had come to this small town. It's easy to find where they are staying temporarily. So since the early hours of last night, the agents of Shield have been targeting them. Of course, because of Chen Mu and the others' identities, these agents didn't dare to do anything and could only monitor them nearby. Inside the hospital, Chen Mu found it a little funny. It seemed that Thor's guy was knocked unconscious by the electric shock. As the god of thunder, his thunder talent is very powerful, but it is ridiculous that Thor could be knocked down by a small thing like an electric shock gun. You call yourself the god of thunder. I checked the hospital's test results and they said he was taking drugs. Wang Wei also found it a little funny. This guy Thor always did something unusual. Forget it. No matter what happens, we'll go find him later. If he's willing, we'll take him to China. In fact, Chen Mu knew very well that as long as Thor was willing to sacrifice his life for others, then Thor's hammer would recognize him again. It is not difficult to achieve this condition. As long as Thor goes to the Chinese army and serves as a soldier for a year or 2, he will naturally be infected by the spirit of dedication in the Chinese army. Will you not be able to pick up Thor's hammer by then? That's what the hell. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Mu felt somewhat interested. It would definitely be very interesting to have Thor, the god of thunder in Western mythology, join the Chinese army as a soldier. Let's go. I also want to see Thor's expression right now, especially when I hand the hammer to him. Wang Wei, who has a good relationship with Thor, said with some amusement. Although Thor's hammer was thrown into the wilderness by Zhu Jia, Hawkeye Barton's hand was pressed to the ground. However, as Wang Wei, who also picked up Thor's hammer and was recognized by him, he can also summon Thor's hammer anytime and anywhere. There are dozens or even hundreds of people like him in the SHIE Bureau, but these SHIE Bureau soldiers are not very interested in the power of Thor on Thor's hammer. Wang Wei really wants to see what kind of expression Thor, who loves the hammer as much as he loves his wife, would have when he sees his hammer wife being played with casually in the hands of someone else. Thinking of this, Wang Wei couldn't help but reveal a weird smile on his face. You are such a devil. Chen Mu rolled his eyes at Wang Wei's bad taste, but to be honest, he also wanted to see it. Where is the hospital? Should we go directly there? Now that Thor's whereabouts had been found, Chen Mu directly made the next plan. After returning the hotel key to the owner, the group of 4 walked towards the hospital in the town. The town was small and there was only one hospital. It took only 2 minutes' walk for the few people to reach their destination. Of course, because they were being followed by Shield, there were several Shield agents following them stealthily, but Chen Mu and the others didn't take it to heart. Where on earth did he go? At this time, several people also rushed out of the hospital. The leader was a woman in her 30s who looked charming and had a good figure. She was Thor's future girlfriend, Jane Foster. At the same time, he is also a senior astronomer. Next to her was a female college student in her 18s or 19s. She was Daisy, the only graduate student who chose Jane Foster's course for a few credits. This is a slightly plump American girl with a very lively personality. Behind them, there was an old man, Dr. Eric, a scientist with several doctorates. He was quite intelligent and later invented several machines that were all very useful. In Avengers 1, he was controlled by Loki and invented a device that could use the energy of the cosmic cube to open a portal. In Thor 2, he invented a device that could stabilize space fluctuations. He later became a scientist working for SHIELD. These were the three of them who hit Thor with their car in the Go-By Desert yesterday, and Daisy was the one who used a stun gun to knock Thor unconscious. We must find him. He is the key to solving this mystery. Jane Foster and two other people had just run out of the hospital. They had discovered some things in the astronomical photos before. In the photos they took of the Rainbow Bridge phenomenon, a human figure appeared. And Thor also appeared at that time. So if you want to figure out what happened, you have to find Thor. But when they rushed to the hospital, there was no trace of Thor, so they were a little anxious. Ahoy Wang Wai, my friend, I didn't expect to see you here. At this time, a loud laugh rang out and Thor, who was wearing a hospital gown, greeted Chen Mu and others with a bright smile on his face. As a friend recognized by Thor, he would naturally greet Wang Wai first. In his opinion, Wang Wai was also a fighter, exactly the same as him. Of course, Neja is also a warrior, but Thor doesn't want to say hello to him. After all, Thor had been pinned to the ground and beaten by Neja many times, and he seemed very resentful towards this young man. As for Chen Mu and Zhu Jia, hey, as a warrior, Thor looks down on scientists. In his eyes, only hand-to-hand combat is the romance of men. As for Zhu Jia, although she is also a warrior, Thor still feels that women are always inferior to men. Although he didn't look down on him, Zhu Jia was not yet willing to become Thor's friend. After being exiled, Thor was naturally excited to see his familiar friends 2 days later. Thor prefers China to America because he likes strength and warriors. In the atrium, that is, on Earth, only China has warriors recognized by Thor. Got you. After seeing Thor, the first person to react was Jane Foster. She rushed forward excitedly, grabbed Thor's hand, and asked excitedly, I have a few questions for you. Can you help me answer them? It was you. You were the ones who knocked me out last night. You despicable people actually attacked the great god of thunder, Thor Odinson. Thor looked unhappy when he saw Jane Foster and the others. He clearly remembered that he was hit by a car driven by these guys, and then they attacked him with an electric shock gun, causing him to fall into a coma. Although he sensed that the other party did not have much ill intentions, Thor still felt somewhat unhappy. Of course, the most annoying thing is that as the god of thunder, he was actually knocked unconscious by a small thing like a stun gun. This is a dark history. If it is dug up in the future, where will his reputation as the god of thunder be put? Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. I'm going to talk to my friends. Thor is not a petty person. He was not hurt anyway, so he didn't care about the behavior of Jane Foster and others. Then he walked towards Chen Mu and the others. No, I just want to ask you a few questions. I'm just investigating the strange astronomical phenomenon that happened the day before yesterday. Also, the same astronomical phenomenon happened yesterday. Do you know anything about these things? As a rigorous scientist, Jane will not miss any opportunity to pursue the truth. The day before yesterday. The day before yesterday was when I came to the atrium, right? You mean the Rainbow Bridge? Thor looked at Jane Foster and the others strangely, then understood what they meant and continued. As for last night, I think it was when my friends returned to Midgard from Asgard. Since they were talking about the Tianwen phenomenon, Thor guessed that the other party was probably talking about the Rainbow Bridge. Midgard, Asgard, Bifrost. After hearing this, Eric, who was standing by, couldn't help but ponder. Where did he seem to have heard these names before? In Norse mythology, Asgard is the realm of the gods. It was Daisy who spoke from the side, reminding Eric. Oh yes, it is the divine realm Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge is used to connect the 9 worlds. As for the atrium, it seems to be the earth. After all, Eric was very knowledgeable. After being reminded by Daisy, he quickly came to his senses and explained the relationship between them. But aren't these just myths? Yes, he is Thor, the god of thunder with a hammer in Norse mythology. Chen Mu came up at this time and said with a smile, "Since even Loki himself doesn't care, there is naturally no need for Chen Mu to hide it. Thor would tell Jane and the others later anyway, so instead of letting them make wild guesses, it would be better to just say it directly. So, he is the legendary thunder god." At this time, Eric was looking at Thor with a strange expression. Could this burly man with long golden hair be the legendary Thor? But does Thor look so stupid? Watching Thor running over to greet Wang Wei with a silly smile on his face, Dr. Eric couldn't imagine that the person in front of him could be the mythical god of thunder. Besides, isn't he the god of thunder in Norse mythology? How could he have a friend in China? All this doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Why do gods in Western mythology have friends from the East? Moreover, this Oriental man looks like a soldier. So, this gentleman is Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, the realm of the gods. At this time, a calm voice sounded and a group of people came over. Leading the group was a black-brined egghead with only one eye. It was the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. "Yes, that's right, I am the great god of thunder, Thor." Thor didn't care who came over and said with a proud look on his face, "I'm Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nice to meet you, my friend from Asgard." Nick Fury looked at Thor with scrutiny. This burly man made him curious. Could it be true, as Chen Mu said, that he was Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard? So, that hammer is Thor's hammer. No wonder Chen Mu said before that the hammer was called Mjolnir. In mythology, isn't it Mjolnir? With the mentality of it's better to believe it than not to believe it, Nick Fury still chose to believe Chen Mu's words. After all, in his opinion, Chen Mu would not be so bored as to joke about such things. "Mr. Thor, since you said that the Rainbow Bridge last night was the one Chen Mu and his companions took when they returned to Earth. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already installed a lot of monitoring equipment around here, so the previous conversations between Chen Mu and Thor were also heard by Nick Fury. Yes, Asgard's main means of long-distance transmission is the Rainbow Bridge. It is not known whether Thor had never thought of hiding anything or was just completely stupid, but he just answered honestly whatever Nick Fury asked. As expected, if Asgard really lets Thor be the king, I'm afraid it will be destroyed in a few years, right? After hearing what Thor said, Nick Fury looked a little embarrassed. Before, S.H.I.E.L.D. had monitored what happened at SHIELD. A rainbow fell from the sky and a group of people disappeared, including Chen Mu. But now, Chen Mu appeared again, also accompanied by that rainbow bridge. And now even Thor has appeared, which means that SHIELD has already come into contact with alien civilization before SHIELD. This is something that is hard for Nick Fury to accept. Asgard is a country that exists in legends. Why should China be allowed to contact it first? Our country has Western heritage, and America is also the most powerful country on Earth. Why doesn't Asgard contact America but instead contact China? Nick Fury really couldn't understand this. "Haha, nice to meet you, Mr. Thor." After just a brief thought, Nick Fury came up with a plan. No matter what, we must establish contact with Asgard and must not lose to China. "Mr. Thor, let me introduce myself again. I am Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and on behalf of America I welcome you." "Oh." In response, Thor simply nodded. "America? What is that?" In the courtyard, he only recognizes China. Only China has enough power and qualifications to communicate with Asgard. America, does it qualify? I represent America and hope to establish good relations with Asgard. Nick Fury obviously didn't want to give up this opportunity and spoke again. "By the way, does S.H.I.E.L.D. represent America now?" Chen Mu said with a smile. "Has S.H.I.E.L.D. become an American organization now? As I recall, America hasn't paid dues for a long time, right? As a typical example, the United States has been in arrears in paying fees to many international organizations, and SHIELD is no exception. In other words, many so-called international organizations were established by the United States. They collect huge amounts of money in the name of the United Nations, but never do anything. And SHIELD is like this. It is said to be an organization under the UN Security Council, but it always only listens to the United States. As for accepting money from the United States, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. are all American dogs. How could a dog take money from its owner? Nick Fury couldn't help but fall silent in response to Chen Mu's sarcastic words. I hope to establish diplomatic relations with Asgard on behalf of the United Nations. Nick Fury looked at Thor, thought for a moment, and continued. This is the first time that humans have officially come into contact with extraterrestrial civilization. We cannot ignore the entire human civilization like some countries do. Obviously, this was Nick Fury mocking Chen Mu. He believed that China was very irresponsible in contacting extraterrestrial civilization without telling the United Nations after coming into contact with them. Of course, Nick Fury is a person who, no matter how he looks at others, he only thinks that he is right. If Asgard only contacts America and S.H.I.E.L.D., it will definitely not share it with other countries. Some people are like this. They think it's fine if they do it themselves, but if others do the same, they will think that others are irresponsible. No wonder China's technology has made great strides in recent times. In just a few months, it has surpassed America. This is very unusual. Nick Fury suspects that China has come into contact with alien civilizations and received the blessing of alien technology. Only with the help of extraterrestrial civilizations can China achieve its current achievements. There was no evidence before, but now with the appearance of Thor, everything is confirmed. It must be Asgard that helped China develop. It's just that Nick Fury can't figure out why Asgard would contact Hyuguo instead of Western countries. For example, America. Obviously, it is the most powerful country on Earth, so why didn't Asgard contact America, but instead contact China, where the customs and culture are completely different? Mr. Thor, I hope Asgard can establish friendly relations with the United Nations instead of contacting a single country. Nick Fury said seriously, all human beings on Earth are one. Perhaps you know too little about Earth. There are many friendly countries on Earth that are worthy of establishing diplomatic relations with Asgard. Thor looked at Nick Fury with a strange expression. What is this guy talking about? As a warrior, Thor didn't care about the connections between kingdoms at all and didn't understand them at all. These matters were handled by his younger brother Loki, so he didn't understand a word of what Nick Fury said. However, Thor is also very proud. Even though he has been expelled and deprived of his divine power, not all humans look up to him. What he values most are warriors, and on Earth, only China has warriors strong enough to attract Thor's attention. Thor keeps his distance from politicians like Nick Fury and doesn't want to have any connection with him. I'm sorry, I'm in expulsion status now, so I can't help you with these things. Well, Thor glanced at Nick Fury, walked straight to Wang Wei, put his arm around his shoulder, and started chatting and laughing with him. As for Nick Fury, he just threw him aside and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Facing Thor, Nick Fury felt that the other party deliberately didn't want to pay attention to this matter. If the other party is really the Thor in the myth, then as the son of Odin, even a fool would know that he cannot be expelled. He may only be expelled temporarily, but as long as he returns to Asgard, it is necessary to make friends with him. But the current situation seems that Thor doesn't want to pay attention to him. Chen Mu, as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, I think it is necessary and obligatory for China to contribute the various technologies given to you by Asgard to the whole world. Seeing that there was no way out for Thor, Nick Fury turned his attention to Chen Mu. Perhaps you came into contact with Asgard first and obtained a lot of advanced technology from Asgard, but this should belong to all mankind, not just to you, China. I think when Asgard gave you these technologies, it should also hope that you can contribute them to all mankind, right? After saying this, Nick Fury looked at Thor, hoping to get his approval. In Nick Fury's view, the changes in Hyuguo during this period were mainly due to Chen Mu, perhaps because Chen Mu was able to contact Asgard by chance and obtained a lot of advanced technology from them. That's why Huaguo was able to make rapid progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, he planned to talk about this matter in front of Thor, the Prince of Asgard. Several people present were all confused and staring at Nick Fury in confusion, especially Chen Mu, who felt very weird. Although I know that Nick Fury is definitely deliberately provoking me, and everything he said is just speculation, but he seems to have accidentally spoken the truth. Chen Mu had indeed packed up and taken away all of Asgard's technologies without anyone noticing, whether they were technological or magical, even the entire Asgard domain. That is, the technology of the domain floating in space was taken away by Chen Mu for free. In other words, many of the technologies that Chen Mu has now were actually obtained from Asgard. Although the guess was correct, it is impossible for everyone to believe it now. Not to mention Thor himself, who now looks completely bewildered. Wang Wei and Zhu Jia, for example, are both extremely speechless about this director of S.H.I.E.L.D. China has indeed made rapid progress in recent days, but it has only established diplomatic relations with Asgard for about 2 months. Moreover, if China did not have enough power today, Asgard would never have contacted China. Therefore, it is a joke to say that China's technology was given by Asgard, the technology we gave. Thor looked puzzled. If it was really the various technologies given by Asgard, would he have been beaten so badly? Not to mention the terrifying monster like the Hulk, just the standard weapons that Wang Wei and his men are equipped with, the Kirin armor, are not something Thor can defeat. The current Kirin armor is no longer the same as before. It has various magical blessings, and its combat capability has been greatly enhanced. Kirin armor alone can suppress Thor. Tell me, were these things given by the Asgardians? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you. Thor, whose sore spot was touched, rolled his eyes and was too lazy to listen to Nick Fury's nonsense anymore. He continued to reminisce with Wang Wei and others. I was banished to the Midgard by my father. After I have dealt with my affairs and found Mjolnir, we will go to your country together. How about that? You will not reject me, will you? As for the country of America, which has no powerful warriors, Thor was too lazy to stay here and waste time any longer, so he smiled and said to Chen Mu and others, "Of course, no problem. China welcomes you anytime." Naturally, Chen Mu would not have any objection to this and responded with a smile. "Now that we've found you, we can set off at any time." Since Thor took the initiative to bring this up, Chen Mu naturally had no chance of refusing, so he directly agreed to it and continued, "It's not a big deal anyway, we can set off now." How does this work? Nick Fury naturally couldn't let this happen, so he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Thor, America is a hospitable country. Here, you can do whatever you want." Nick Fury has done everything he can to keep Thor. Thor was speechless. He was going to visit a friend's house. What? This was not okay. Ignoring Nick Fury again, Thor said to Wang Wei, "Brother, help me find my hammer. When we find it, we will go directly to China. How about that?" "I know where the hammer is." Nick Fury volunteered at this time. "Are you talking about Mjolnir, the legendary Thor's hammer?" "Yeah, that's mine. I need to find it." Thor only looked at Nick Fury at this time and asked, "Do you know where it is?" He knows. How could he not know? After all, he said before that once the hammer lands on American soil, it will belong to them. Chen Mu shrugged and said with a smile, "When it comes to adding fuel to the fire, Chen Mu is no less capable than anyone else." The expressions of the people present were a little weird. "You are totally disrespecting me." "No, I never did." Nick Fury's expression did not change at all in the face of this situation. He said calmly, "As long as he doesn't admit it, who can find evidence? Besides, it's just talk at most, and I can always shirk my responsibility when the time comes. You don't admit it, it doesn't matter. I have the video." As he spoke, Chen Mu took out his cell phone and started playing a video. It was exactly what Nick Fury said when he met Hawkeye before. "Hey man, are you recording all the time?" Nick Fury was full of complaints about the evidence that Chen Mu produced. "Is this the second time? But what does this mean?" Facing Thor's unhappy expression, Nick Fury calmly explained, we naturally cannot let anyone take this hammer away without finding its true owner. Just like now, Mjolnir's true owner has appeared. Only when we hand it over to its owner personally can we feel at ease. This is a very good explanation. They are worthy of being the Pacific Police. Now they have become the Space Police. They define the act of taking Mjolnir for themselves as helping the owner to prevent it from being obtained by others. Justified and convincing, although I really want to say that you are all doing useless work. Thor shrugged and said arrogantly, but I am the only one who can lift Mjolnir. No one else can do that. Although I have been deprived of my divine power now, I firmly believe that one day I will regain Mjolnir's recognition and take back my own power. God damn, you are the only one who can lift it. Then when we saw Zhu picking up Thor's hammer, was he hallucinating? Well, what does it mean to pick up Thor's hammer? Nick Fury asked curiously. Only after gaining the approval of Thor's hammer can one pick up Mjolnir, and Mjolnir can grant the user the power of Thor. How can I put it? Anyway, Thor, who only has muscles in his head, has no intention of hiding any secrets. He really says whatever he wants, except for revealing the color of his underwear. Of course, the reason why he said this was because he was sure that no one could lift Thor's hammer, so he didn't care. Looking at this scene, Chen Mu could only hold his forehead helplessly. Asgard is really unlucky to have a prince like you. So, as long as you can pick up Thor's hammer, you can gain the power of Thor. Nick Fury was concerned about this issue. He had seen with his own eyes that Zhu, who was next to Chen Mu, picked up Thor's hammer with his own hands. In other words, this woman Zhu can also obtain the power of Thor. Why? Nick Fury was particularly upset. Before this, he had asked all the people in SHIELD, including the cleaning lady, to try to pick up Thor's hammer, but no one could lift it. Why can Zhu, a Chinese, easily lift Thor's hammer? I don't accept it. It's not easy to gain Mjolnir's approval. Except for me, no one in this world can pick him up. Thor is very confident about this. He and Mjolnir have been together for more than 1,000 years, and they have a very deep relationship through mutual support. Even if it was his father Odin who stripped Thor of his power as the god of thunder, in Thor's opinion, Mjolnir would never give up on him. In Thor's own opinion, Mjolnir is like his wife who will stay with him forever, and his wife will definitely be loyal to him and him alone. Thor still has this confidence. What's the point of having a wife? Women only affect the strength and speed of Thor's hammer swings. The hammer is his true love. The current Thor cannot be considered the god of thunder, but only the god of hammer. Most of his power now lies in his hammer. No one. After hearing Thor's words, Chen Mu and the others were speechless. They felt that they should give Thor some stimulation to make him understand that this world is not as beautiful as he imagined. Although not all people in the Bureau of SHIE can pick up Mjolnir, there are still many people in the Bureau of SHIE who can pick up Mjolnir. This is just one department of the Shenmue Bureau. There are many more such departments in China. I believe that there are many comrades among them who can take it up. Even among ordinary people, it is not impossible for someone who is kind-hearted and willing to sacrifice for others to be able to lift Thor's hammer. Just like that, you tell me that no one else can pick it up except you. It looks like you need a slap in the face to wake up. I have prepared a convoy, Mr. Thor. Let's go directly to where Thor's hammer is. Nick Fury was still trying to show his affection, but after a short contact, Nick Fury already knew what kind of person Thor was. So honest and simple that even a little stupid. As long as there is enough time and a little trick, Thor can be completely controlled. So Nick Fury prepared to ask Thor to get in the car, stay in the car and talk slowly. It's not that troublesome. Chen Mu smiled slightly and winked at Zhu. The latter understood, raised his right hand, and silently began to summon Thor's hammer. Seeing this, Thor widened his eyes and looked at Zhu with some disbelief. Now he has lost his divine power, so he cannot sense whether Zhu is summoning Thor's hammer. But seeing her familiar movements, Thor had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be? Looking at Zhu actions, Thor felt very uneasy. because he usually makes this gesture when he summons Thor's hammer, so he is very familiar with Zujia's movements. Boom! A burst of thunder sounded, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, with streaks of lightning flashing between the clouds. Seeing this, Thor couldn't help but his eyes lit up and he shouted loudly, "Mjolnir, I'm here." He raised his right hand high, completely forgetting that all this situation did not seem to be caused by him. Over the past 1,000 years, he has summoned Mjolnir countless times, so this time, Thor also subconsciously made this move. This has become a conditioned reflex for him. In the distance, everyone suddenly saw a large mass of something flying over. Yes, a big lump. Mjolnir responded to Zujia's call and flew over directly. Behind Mjolnir, there was another person who was holding the handle of the hammer tightly. It was Hawkeye Barton. Previously, Hawkeye Barton's hand was pressed under Thor's hammer and could not be taken out. Shield tried many methods but failed to allow Hawkeye to pull his hand out. The only thing they did was to saw off the hand of the armor and pull it out from inside. But after all, there are only 2 sets of Kirin armor in Shield. If they really were to be sawed off, not only would Hawkeye be reluctant to part with them, even Nick Fury would not agree. So, Hawkeye had no choice but to sleep in the wilderness with Thor's hammer for a night. Of course, shield work efficiency is still quite fast. They set up a temporary base at the location of Thor's hammer so that Hawkeye would not have to sleep in the open. He just couldn't leave, and Hawkeye felt helpless about this. So Hawkeye could only pin his hopes on Nick Fury, find Chen Mu and others, ask Zujia to come over and pick up the hammer again. What Hawkeye didn't expect was that, while he was still dozing off in the new temporary base, Thor's hammer started moving again. Seeing Thor's hammer about to fly away, Hawkeye did not forget his duty. He grabbed Thor's hammer tightly without hesitation and tried to hold it back. But obviously, Hawkeye didn't have this ability. He could only watch Thor's hammer fly away without being able to do anything. In desperation, he grabbed Thor's hammer tightly and saw where it would take him. It has to be said that Hawkeye is a person with a very strong sense of responsibility. After all, he is the future Avenger and a hero. He clearly remembers what his responsibilities are. The big thing dragging behind Thor's hammer is naturally Hawkeye. "I'm here." Seeing Thor's hammer flying towards him, Thor's face was full of excitement. In his opinion, Thor's hammer Mjolnir must be coming for him. As for Hawkeye, after seeing Nick Fury and his group from a distance, he let go of the hammer and flew towards the ground. Thor seemed to be dancing with joy, especially when he saw Mjolnir flying straight towards him. He was almost moved to tears. Sure enough, Mjolnir still loved him. Even if his father expelled him from Asgard and deprived him of his divine power, Mjolnir would still find him. This is true love. And then nothing happened. Thor raised his right hand, but it was useless. Thor's hammer flew directly into Zujia's hand without even a glance at Thor. The scene was particularly awkward at one point. Thor's smile froze on his face. He looked at the Thor's hammer in Zujia's hand. His brain, which was already very simple, seemed to have crashed at this moment. Thor stood there like a statue. "Didn't you say that only you can lift Thor's hammer?" Nick Fury looked at Thor, whose expression was a little stiff, with a dark face, and asked with suspicion. I don't know. It's impossible. No. All this must be an illusion." After hearing what Nick Fury said, Thor shook his head with an expression of disbelief on his face, and he shouted loudly. At this moment, he didn't want to pay any attention to Nick Fury. He was in a particularly bad mood. "Loki, is that you? Will you dare to play a prank again? Tell me now, none of this is true." Seeing Mjolnir flying into the hands of other people, Thor seemed to be unconfident and shouted loudly to comfort himself. Myo Ernie, who has been with him for more than 1,000 years, is now looking for a new love. Thor felt like he was being cheated on, and the other party was a woman. Mjolnir, why? At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, was like an abandoned young wife, with tears in his eyes, looking at the Thor's hammer in Zujia's hand. He had a sad face, and even now he couldn't accept this result. "Well, now that we have the hammer, let's go straight to China." But Chen Mu said this to Thor, the god of thunder, who was already in a sad mood and unable to extricate himself. He did not respond, as if at this moment he could no longer hear any other sound. He was dumped by his wife Hammer, who had been with him through thick and thin. This is for you." Looking at Thor's resentful eyes, Zujia felt a chill all over his body and even got goose bumps. He turned the Thor's hammer over and handed it to Thor. "Mjolnir, my darling." He was overjoyed and stretched out his hand without hesitation, wanting to take Thor's hammer. He thought that after all, they had been together for more than 1,000 years, and Thor felt that Mjolnir should still have real feelings for him. Clap. However, ideals are full and reality is very skinny. After taking the Thor's hammer from Zujia's hand, Thor staggered, and the Thor's hammer fell to the ground uncontrollably. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing. It seemed as if there was some inexplicable background music playing, and everyone looked at Thor with a somewhat weird look in their eyes. No, none of this is true. Thor, who was hit by reality, seemed a little crazy at the moment. What are the conditions for picking up this Thor's hammer? Seeing Thor's collapse at this moment, Nick Fury couldn't help but ask. When Zujia picked up Thor's hammer just now, it was visible to the naked eye that bolts of lightning were flowing through her body. Obviously, Zujia, who picked up Thor's hammer, really mastered the power of Thor at that moment. Nick Fury, who covets any power, is naturally very interested in this. He didn't even think about it. As a treasure of Asgard, how could he really let you take Thor's hammer? It's simple. Anyone who is kind and righteous can pick up the hammer. Chen Mu spread his hands, shrugged, and said indifferently, "Well, he couldn't lift it himself." Kind and just. Looking at Thor's hammer fallen to the ground, for some reason, Nick Fury felt something strange. In his opinion, as the director of SHIELD, a just organization that protects the Earth, is he qualified to pick up this hammer? Thinking of the power of his friend, Captain Marvel Danvers, he was very envious. If I can lift it, can I also have such power? How about I try it too? For some reason, Nick Fury said something and everyone looked at him strangely, including his subordinates, Hawkeye and others. Kind and just. Do you have some shame? Don't you have any sense? Anyway, Thor's hammer was on the ground and no one stopped him, so Nick Fury walked up with a shameless face and tried to put his hand on the hammer. However, the hammer did not move. It is obvious that Nick Fury is not qualified, and talking about kindness and justice is simply deceiving himself. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. a good and just organization? Anyway, no matter what others say, Chen Mu will never believe it. He knows better than anyone that the current SHIELD might be more appropriately called S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been infiltrated by Hydra, and now there are more Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. than S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Under such circumstances, you S.H.I.E.L.D. still claim to be a just and kind organization. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and you still want to pick up Thor's hammer. Let's not talk about what the organization SHIELD is like. Let's just talk about you, Nick Fury. Do you think you are a kind and just person? As agents, countless people have died at your hands, whether they deserved it or were innocent, and it is definitely not a small number. Countless people have died at the hands of agents in order to complete their missions, and yet you tell me you still want to pick up Thor's hammer. If he could really lift it, Thor would probably just smash his head against it and die. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Does it take an absolutely righteous and kind person to be able to lift this hammer? Although he felt a little embarrassed, Nick Fury remained calm. In his opinion, there was nothing to be laughed at for not being able to lift the hammer. Who else in S.H.I.E.L.D. could lift it? Anyway, the agents who had arrived in New Mexico before had basically tried it, and no one could lift it, including Hawkeye Barton. Therefore, Nick Fury doesn't feel ashamed that he can't pick up Thor's hammer, and he doesn't admit that he is not a good and just person because of this. I think Zujia is just an exception, right? After all, there aren't many absolutely righteous and kind people in this world. For the sake of his own face, Nick Fury added a prerequisite to the word kindness and justice. That is, only if one is absolutely kind and just can he pick up the hammer. The reason he failed to pick up the hammer was not because he was not a just and kind person, but because he was not too absolute. He saved face for himself and also saved face for many people. Nick Fury is really a smart guy. That's right. I have always underestimated you. I didn't expect that you are actually a warrior worthy of admiration. As if inspired by Nick Fury's words, Thor took a deep breath, looked at Zhu Jia with a complicated expression and said, "But I believe that it won't be long before I can regain Mjolnir's approval. Now, I'll give it to you for safekeeping. It will eventually return to me." Zhu Jia's face was full of black lines, and he seemed very speechless about Thor's words. "Who cares about your Thor's hammer? I have 2 Thor's guns that are the same as your Thor's hammer. How about it? Are you scared?" Someone who cannot lift Thor's hammer is not necessarily a bad person, but someone who can lift it is definitely a good person. However, most of the people in Asgard who cannot lift Thor's hammer are from Hydra. These people are all Nazis and are definitely bad guys. I'm not the petty type. Seeing Chen Mu and Zhu Jia remain silent, Thor took a deep breath and said seriously, "I will rely on my own strength to take back the Thor's hammer that belongs to me. During this time, I will leave it with you." Thor was rarely smart. In his opinion, Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, was a treasure of Asgard and belonged only to Asgard. Now that Zhu Jia could pick it up, it was at most lent to Zhu Jia by his father. In the end, no matter what, Mjolnir would definitely return to his hands. Anyway, no matter what, my lifespan is much longer than Zhu Jia's. Even if Mjolnir leaves me temporarily, won't Mjolnir return to my hands after I outlast Zhu Jia? This is the biggest difference between Asgardians and people on Earth. Asgardians have long lives, not to mention their royal families. Even though Thor's divine power has been deprived, he still has a long life. I am not interested in Thor's hammer. If you can change and regain its recognition, that is your own ability. Zhu Jia rolled his eyes and didn't take Thor's words to heart. Well, worry for nothing. But Thor was still very happy. Fortunately, the person who could pick up Thor's hammer was a Chinese who had a good relationship with Asgard. Otherwise, if this American were to pick up Mjolnir, it would be hard to say how much trouble it would cause. I will bring Thor's hammer back to China. You can take it back whenever you are able to pick it up. Chen Mu patted Thor's shoulder and said with a smile, Mjolnir belonged to Asgard, so he didn't need to think about it at all. Anyway, he had already obtained the full set of information on Thor's hammer, so there was no need to offend Asgard because of it. Thor's hammer is on our side in America. I think Father Odin must have his own intention when he threw it to us. Seeing that Chen Mu and the others seemed to want to take Thor's hammer away, Nick Fury was naturally unhappy and hurriedly tried to stop them. He continued, "Besides, we in America also have many righteous and kind people. I believe that many of them can take the others. After all, the population base is large, so it doesn't seem impossible for 1 or 2 people to be able to pick up Thor's hammer, right? However, wouldn't Thor be even more unhappy if you said that? Thor was already very unhappy that Zhu Jia was able to pick up the hammer. Do you mean to find a few more people to pick up his hammer? Roll rough. When are we leaving?" Too lazy to pay attention to Nick Fury, Thor looked at Chen Mu. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. Seeing that Zhiji was ignored, Nick Fury was very unhappy. He looked at Chen Mu and others calmly and said, "To leave the United States, you need to issue a lot of certificates, which may take some time." Well, seeing that there was no way to bribe, Nick Fury could only use intimidation. It was obvious that his words were a threat to Chen Mu and others, saying that it would not be easy to leave America. "You don't have to worry about that." Chen Mu grinned and winked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei understood, took a step forward and raised his right hand. On his hand there was a peculiarly shaped ring. It is a ring with a portal effect. Under Nick Fury's incredulous gaze, Wang Wei directly opened a portal, leading directly to a base of the Asgard. On the opposite side of the portal, there were several Hulks doing push-ups. When they saw the portal open, they all looked over curiously. The pressure from several Hulks with their own original consciousness is enormous. Anyway, Nick Fury shut up and he was a coward. If a fight breaks out, these Hulks can easily beat everyone present into a pulp. "See you later, then." Chen Mu smiled and took the lead into the portal. Nezha also walked in expressionlessly, followed by Thor and Zhu Jia. Thor, who was walking through the portal, seemed to suddenly remember something. When he turned around and wanted to say something, he saw Wang Wei, who was the last to enter the portal, picked up Mjolnir on the ground and followed them into the portal. Thor, who has already arrived at the base of SHIE, looks confused. Who am I? Where am I? After closing the portal, Chen Mu and his group returned to China and directly arrived at a base of the Spear Bureau. What happened? Looking at Thor, who was frozen in place, Chen Mu asked curiously. Thor didn't say anything but just stared at Wang Wei. Chen Mu looked puzzled and looked over, only to see that Wang Wei had just closed the portal, picked up Thor's hammer, and was the last one to walk out of the portal. What happened? Wang Wei looked at Thor strangely and asked in confusion. Mjolnir. Thor's speech was a little awkward at the moment. He stammered and looked at Wang Wei eagerly, because at this moment, Wang Wei was carrying Mjolnir on his shoulders with ease, without any effort at all. So that's what happened. Chen Mu and others understood that Thor just found it hard to accept seeing his hammer wife with another man. Well, I'll go last and I'll definitely take Mjolnir with me. Wang Wei touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, I'm not saying this. You can also pick up my Mjolnir. Thor looked at Wang Wei with tears in his eyes and a face full of resentment. That way he looked like a little man whose wife ran away with other men. Is this weird? Wang Wei was completely confused. Many people in his own Shenmue bureau could pick up this thing, right? What was so strange about this? Isn't this weird? Thor's eyes widened and he asked through gritted teeth, when did this happen? Looking at Wang Wei's skilled appearance, it was obviously not the first time he picked up his beloved hammer, so Thor asked directly. When? Wang Wei scratched his head and said, Is it the last time? After you sparred with me, I knocked you out. At that time, I could pick up Thor's hammer. So, 2 months ago, his hammer wife had already cheated on him. Wait, you picked up the hammer at that time, then why was Zhu Jia able to summon Thor's hammer just now? From this, it seems that he must have obtained Mjolnir's approval before, otherwise it would not be possible to directly summon Thor's hammer to fly over. So Zhu Jia, you are. Thor looked at Zhu Jia with tears in his eyes and asked, when did you pick up Thor's hammer? That time. Looking at Thor's resentful expression, Zhu Jia held back her laughter and said, even after you fell into a coma, I was the one who helped you put Thor's hammer in your ward. When I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. I was clearly unconscious, but Mjolnir appeared on the bedside table next to my bed. It must have been put there by someone. So both of you are the ones who can pick up my Mjolnir. Thor's eyes were filled with tears. My hammer wife no longer wants me and has found 2 lovers. It's simply frustrating. At this moment, Thor felt like he was being cheated by his own hammer, Mjolnir. Hey, don't be so sad. Wang Wei walked up, patted Thor on the shoulder and said, there are many people in our Spear Bureau who can't lift it. It's not just you who can't lift Thor's hammer now. Look at Chen Mu, he can't lift it either. Chen Mu's face was filled with black lines. How did this bring him into this matter? I can't lift Thor's hammer by myself, but I can lift the hammer I made myself. Not only do I have Thor's hammer, I also have Thor's spear and thunder sword. Do you believe that as long as you want, I can make you one of all kinds of weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks? Fortunately, there are still people who can't pick it up. Hearing this, Thor let out a long sigh of relief. Wait, something's wrong. Thor frowned and suddenly realized that things were not that simple. Shouldn't we say that no one else can pick it up? How come now it is said that not many people can pick it up? Could it be that there are more people who can lift Thor's hammer than those who can't? Thinking of this, Thor had a myocardial infarction. Shouldn't we say that no one else can lift Thor's hammer? Thor spoke stutteringly, looking at Wang Wei and others eagerly. Huang Guang, take this thing to the storage room first. Wang Wei did not hear Thor's words at the first moment, but greeted the green fat men who were walking towards him. After shouting, the green giant who was walking in front of him turned back into a human in an instant, wearing a pair of shorts, with a naked upper body and strong muscles which made people have no doubt about his strength. No problem. Huang Guang walked up, took Thor's hammer with one hand, nodded to the confused Thor, swung Thor's hammer and slowly walked outside. Thor fell silent with a strange look on his face. By the way, Thor, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Wang Wei looked at Thor with curiosity. He happened to be talking to Huang Guang just now, so he didn't hear what Thor said clearly. No, it's nothing. Thor opened his mouth, took a deep breath, looked at Wang Wei seriously, and asked, I just want to know how many people have picked up my Mjolnir. Oh, you said this. Wang Wei understood. So this is what you are asking about. Among the soldiers and management of the Chen Mu Bureau, it seems that only Chen Mu and Director Zhang Ziyan did not pick it up. So, basically all the warriors of the Shield Bureau picked up my Mjolnir. How many fighters are there in the Spear Bureau? At this moment, Thor's voice was a little hoarse, and his heart seemed to be pinched by something, making him feel very uncomfortable. Not much, just what you saw the last time you woke up. Wang Wei thought for a moment and said, it seems that there were only about 50 or 60 of them at that time. You saw them then too. Those who joined the organization later also had no chance to play with your hammer. Wang Wei felt that there was nothing to hide, so he said directly, you also came over to spar with us at that time. Then, I was beaten up by Fatty. Thor felt as if his heart had stopped beating. His beloved hammer wife was taken in turns and played with by Wang Wei and his group of strong men 2 months ago. Then, not only did he not know anything, but he was also beaten up by this group of people. Tell me, where should I go to seek justice? You play with my wife and then beat me up. Are you still human? There are 50 or 60 of them. My own wife is so miserable. This is a soldier. There are many comrades who are not soldiers. They also heard about this and ran over to take it. Almost half of them were able to pick it up. How many people can a Chen Mu Bureau base have? I'm afraid there must be thousands of people, right? This half. At this moment, Thor felt a darkness before his eyes and fell straight down. My Mjolnir. The sky is blue and there are thousands of paper cranes outside the window. At this time, Chen Mu's cell phone rang. The sad ringtone made everything in front of him seem even more desolate. They just left like that. Jane Foster looked incredulous as she watched Chen Mu and the others open the portal and leave. Is that space teleportation technology? Is China's technology so advanced now? Nick Fury's face was gloomy. This guy Chen Mu not only took Thor away, but also took away Thor's hammer. Being able to pick up Thor's hammer means being able to gain the power of Thor, which is extremely precious in Nick Fury's eyes. Maybe once we can crack the secret, we will be able to mass-produce Thor. When it comes to daydreaming, Nick Fury has always been no worse than anyone else. I don't know who gave him the confidence to make him feel that S.H.I.E.L.D. can crack the secret of Thor's hammer, master magic, and allow others to use the power of Thor. Of course, Nick Fury doesn't know this, but it has actually been done by Chen Mu. Chen Mu has really cracked the secret of Thor's hammer and extracted the magic circuits contained in it. He can also mass-produce the Thor spear, allowing the user to truly possess the power of Thor. At this point, Americans are responsible for fantasies, while the Chinese are responsible for making them come true. While Nick Fury was still dreaming, Chen Mu had already realized it. The Chinese are really a bunch of villains. They obtained advanced technology from alien civilizations, but only thought about using it for their own country. They don't have the sense of responsibility of a great power at all, Nick Fury said through gritted teeth. Now, not only the people from S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye and Coulson, but even Jane Foster and others were speechless. Do you want face? Putting aside whether these technologies were really given to China by Asgard, let's just say, if the United States obtained these technologies, would it contribute them to other countries? Speaking of the sense of responsibility of a major country, I would like to ask, does our America have this awareness? After all, Americans are essentially just a group of sophisticated egoists. Can we expect this group of people to really work for the world and for humanity? It's simply impossible. We should be thankful as long as Americans don't cause trouble. Let's not talk about things like virus leaks and research on biological and chemical weapons. Just talking about genocide, this kind of unjust thing has only been done by the United States in modern times. Let's go back to the temporary base and sort out the data of this incident and the research data about the Rainbow Bridge. Nick Fury said, looking at Jane Foster and Eric. Doctor, Eric, Dr. Jane, I hope to get the data about the Rainbow Bridge research from you. Nick Fury looked at the two men calmly. He didn't say anything else and left without looking back, taking a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with him. He didn't give Eric and the others a chance to refute. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. They act arbitrarily and have great power. Basically, they can do whatever they want. The so-called human rights. Haha, maybe Tony Stark, a super tycoon, a capital giant, has the so-called human rights. But what if it's someone else? For scientists like Jane Foster and Eric who have no background at all, the so-called human rights are just a joke. Why? That's me. Jane Foster was naturally unhappy and wanted to refuse loudly, but Eric, who was standing by, quickly stopped her and covered her mouth with his hand. Auntie, that's S.H.I.E.L.D. It's not something that little scientists like them can afford to offend. Damn it, are these people a national organization or bandits? Jane Foster was so angry when she saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. people packing up all her equipment and research material and taking them away, but she had no way to deal with these bastards, who made her just a weak woman. Even if she wanted to snatch it back, she couldn't. As for Daisy and Eric, please, a female college student and an old man, they can't help at all. Can I still get my credits? Daisy blinked and looked at Jane Foster. Yes, she was heartless. Even though she had seen a lot of magical things today, at this moment, none of them were as important as her credits. I don't have enough credits, so I can't graduate. Jane Foster had a black face and was very angry. So this is your compensation, and it should be enough for you to buy brand new equipment. At this time, Coulson, known as the good guy of Marvel, walked over with a check with a smile on his face and handed it to Jane Foster. But a lot of my equipment is not available for purchase. I made it myself. Jane Foster took a look at the number on the check. Wow, a series of zeros which slightly suppressed her dissatisfaction. I believe, Dr. Jane, that it can be done again. Coulson's expression, smiling as always, made it hard to be angry. Well, since you guys are quite generous, I will forgive you for now. I also need a car to get out of this damn place. Jane Foster suppressed her dissatisfaction, put away the check and said this to Coulson. After all, their RV had been modified with many equipments, and now it was directly packed up and taken away by the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. They had no other way to leave this town. We have prepared everything for you. The gas tank is full. We hope you will have a pleasant journey. Coulson's smile never changed. He clapped his hands, called over one of his men, took a car key from him and handed it to Jane Foster. Really? So thoughtful. Eric and the other two were full of complaints in their hearts, but since they couldn't afford to offend S.H.I.E.L.D., they naturally had to grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Fortunately, what S.H.I.E.L.D. gave them was too much, and it was not easy to conflict with them again. Therefore, the three of them gave in. Since there was nothing else to worry about anyway, the three of them found a car and drove away. It has to be said that in America, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Jane Foster's scientific research results cost her a lot of mental and physical energy. As long as the compensation is sufficient, she can seize other people's scientific research results at will. The so-called intellectual property protection is just something they say to others. Have you ever seen them abide by it? It's just a joke. Sir, the Rainbow Bridge has appeared again. The director wants us to go over and take a look. Coulson, who was still packing Jane Foster's and others' luggage, received a notice from his men and hurried out of the RV. He looked outside and saw that the dark clouds created by the Rainbow Bridge were brewing not far away. Obviously, something else was coming over on the Rainbow Bridge. Tell me, Loki, how did you manage to bring the frost giants to Asgard? At the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge, the gatekeeper Heimdall looked at Loki in front of him seriously and questioned. Do you think Asgard can only be reached via the Rainbow Bridge? Loki said with a mocking smile, there are many little ways in Asgard. Even if you are gifted, you may not know them all. It would be a lie for Loki to say he wasn't envious of Heimdall's talent. A pair of eyes that can see through the universe, ignore time and space, and theoretically can see any corner of the universe. With the ability of the Rainbow Bridge, if I could have this pair of eyes, I could hit wherever I want. Loki was extremely envious of Heimdall's abilities. Tell me why you do this. Heimdall didn't like Loki. He was a cunning villain who was full of lies and deception since he was a child. Although he had good magical talent, he was not likable. Destroy Jotunheim. That's right, Loki, the filial son and father-worried man, is going to use the Rainbow Bridge himself to destroy Jotunheim and all the frost giants, just because he wanted to prove to his father Odin that he was no worse than Thor. At the same time, he destroyed all the frost giants. In this way, Odin might have no objection to him, the descendant of the frost giants, and he could be treated equally with Thor. To this end, he even planned to kill his own father, the frost giant king, Laufey. In order to prove himself to his adoptive father, he did not hesitate to destroy his biological father. He deserves to be called Loki, the father sorrowful one. How cruel. No, absolutely not. If Odin is awake, he will never allow this to happen. Heimdall naturally rejected Loki's plan, picked up the sword, and prepared to stop Loki. So, get rid of the trouble first. Loki smiled coldly, and suddenly a blue cube appeared in his hand, emitting a cold breath. The ice box, a treasure of the frost giants, possesses powerful frost magic. Holding the artifact, the ice box, Loki easily froze Heimdall. After freezing him into an ice sculpture, he walked directly into the hall of the Rainbow Bridge. Before destroying Jotunheim, we must first eliminate all those who are in the way. Loki raised the corner of his mouth, and a tall steel giant appeared beside him. The destroyer, once Odin's armor, has now been transformed into something similar to a robot. It has always been responsible for protecting the treasure house, but it must be said that its power is very strong. In Loki's opinion, it is definitely more powerful than the Kirin armor designed by Chen Mu. The only thing that can't be compared is the Kirin armor, which can be mass-produced, but there is only one destroyer. There is no way for my brother to return to Asgard. Exercising the power of the king at this moment, Loki naturally had the right to control the destroyer, so he gave orders to him, and then directly opened the Rainbow Bridge to teleport the destroyer down. With the light of the Rainbow Bridge, the destroyer was teleported to Midgard, Earth, Thor's previous location, New Mexico, USA. Loki didn't get any news from Heimdall, so he always thought that Thor was still in New Mexico. Sending the destroyer over was naturally to hunt down Thor. A moment later, the destroyer appeared around the town. The shield people who were packing their luggage at this moment naturally discovered this big guy, the destroyer. What is this? A new toy made by Tony Stark. Looking at this big piece of metal, Coulson seemed very curious. I can't help but think of a certain super-rich man who is now being hotly discussed in America. He wears an iron suit and flies through the streets of New York every day, making it hard for people not to notice him. I don't know, but it shouldn't be. After all, we came here by taking the Rainbow Bridge. A colleague at the side said with a pout and continued, "The director is on his way. Let's try and see if we can get in touch with him." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Coulson scratched his head, picked up the loudspeaker next to him, and prepared to go up and try it. Hello, you are using an unauthorized weapon. Please state your identity." Holding the megaphone, Coulson asked in a very formal manner, but it was obviously of no use. Although the destroyer stopped, bursts of red light suddenly appeared in its cracks. Obviously, this was a prelude to some kind of attack. "Run!" Seeing this, Coulson shouted and ran to the side. A line of hot fire shot out from the destroyer's face, which blew up cars one after another with a loud bang, causing heavy casualties in an instant. "Director, the other side is an enemy and has already launched an attack on us." Being able to survive for so long, it has to be said that Coulson's ability is quite good. He quickly hid and called Nick Fury. He just found the time to attack the destroyer with a pistol, but it was of no use at all, so he gave up this suicidal behavior. That makes sense. After all, the destroyer was once Odin's armor. It is made entirely of Uru metal. For S.H.I.E.L.D., there is no weapon that can hurt it. "Don't panic, Hawkeye is here to provide support." Nick Fury spoke calmly, and even though he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was suffering heavy losses, his expression did not change. For Nick Fury, the lives of these low-level agents are not too important. If they die, they die. At worst, he can just recruit another batch. In America, as long as you have money, there will be no shortage of people willing to work for you. If no one is willing, then it proves that the money you offer is not enough. Hawkeye. Hearing this, Coulson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hawkeye is equipped with the Kirin armor, so his strength is needless to say. It should not be too difficult for him to deal with the destroyer, right? The destroyer walked towards the town without paying too much attention to the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Its main purpose was to kill Thor. Loki still thought that Thor was still hiding in this town. When they reached the edge of the town, they were unable to find Thor's whereabouts. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, seemed very unhappy. He directly controlled the destroyer and began to gather his huge energy on his face. He was ready to destroy the town with one direct blow. This is actually not a difficult task for the destroyer. In the movie, it was just a plot killing. The power of the destroyer was not able to be exerted at all. This time, without Thor's obstruction, the destroyer easily gathered a terrible line of fire, and with a single sweep, it turned the small town in front of it into ashes. Where's Thor? This time, hundreds of Americans were killed. It has to be said that being an American is a high-risk profession in this world. Loki's voice came through the destroyer. Hearing this, Nick Fury, who had just arrived, immediately took out his mobile phone and called Chen Mu. Where is Thor? Someone is looking for him for revenge. Send him here quickly. Nick Fury was used to the condescending tone. As soon as Chen Mu answered the phone, he heard this commanding tone and hung up without saying a word. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone listened to the busy tone and looked very unhappy. Chief, the enemy's firepower is too strong, requesting support. Nick Fury was still staring at his phone in a daze, while Hawkeye Barton, who was fighting with the destroyer on the other side, started shouting at this time. Although Hawkeye now has the Kirin armor, it is a very old version with very limited combat power and no magic added. It is at best just a set of exoskeleton armor. Perhaps after being transformed by S.H.I.E.L.D., it can be comparable to Tony's iron armor, but Hawkeye without powerful weapons cannot pose a threat to it. So after a brief fight, Hawkeye couldn't hold on anymore and began to ask Nick Fury for support. Wait a moment, I'll call for backup. Now they are all in the Gobi Desert next to New Mexico. It is simply wishful thinking to expect to quickly mobilize troops to support them. As for asking other people for help, it seems unrealistic. After all, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Maybe he could ask Iron Man Tony to come and help, but it would take time for Tony to fly over from New York. Besides, this guy Tony may not listen to me. It is also a question whether he will answer my call. Then, Nick Fury naturally thought of Chen Mu and others who had just left. The kind of teleportation technology they use will definitely allow them to provide support quickly. And as the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, and this iron lump is obviously looking for Thor. Chen Mu and the others took Thor away, so Chen Mu and the others must be held responsible. As for the incident when Chen Mu hung up the phone on him, Nick Fury took a deep breath and realized that his tone didn't seem right. After all, others were not his subordinates, and it would definitely not be appropriate to use a commanding tone. Therefore, he was going to make another call, and this time he must put on a more correct attitude. Beep. The number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later. Oh my God. Nick Fury wanted to smash the phone in his hand when he heard the notification tone on the phone. This bastard, I don't know if he really turned off his phone or blocked me. He simply didn't answer my calls. Chief, what's going on? I can't hold on any longer. This guy's iron skin is too thick and our weapons are useless. Nick Fury was unable to contact Chen Mu, and Hawkeye also brought bad news. Facing the destroyer of magical creations, Hawkeye has no way to deal with it. The most important thing is that he can't break the defense. Hawkeye can rely on the agility of the Kirin armor to deal with it, but Loki is not a fool, and the destroyer controlled by him will not stubbornly fight with him. Seeing that he couldn't hit Hawkeye, this slippery guy like a loach, Loki turned his attention to other people. The powerful flames of the destroyer swept over, and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were injured again. Think of a solution quickly. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Coulson was also lying on the ground at this time, shouting loudly. He had just seen with his own eyes that his colleague was swept by the fire and burned in half. His internal organs were roasted by the flames before they even fell out. The battlefield was filled with a nauseating burnt smell. "Hold steady, don't panic, delay a bit. Our aerospace carrier is on its way, it will be here in half an hour. Since there is no support, you have to rely on yourself." When the destroyer just appeared, Nick Fury was ready to mobilize SHIELD's strongest force, the aerospace carrier that had just been launched. "We just need to delay for another half an hour, and the support from the aerospace carrier will arrive. Talk to him and try to delay time." Nick Fury gave instructions to Coulson, and he himself crawled behind some big rocks and hid in a shameless manner. Coulson had something in his mind that he didn't know whether he should say it or not, but after all, he was the director. "If I have the opportunity to become the director in the future, I will never put myself in crisis. Hello, friend, can we talk?" Boom. Obviously, Loki had no desire to talk to these mortals and directly controlled the destroyer to attack fiercely. Seeing the attack, Coulson ran away as fast as he could. He didn't want to end up with a tragic death. Forget it. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. You have to do it yourself. Looking at his old friend Cole, who had not achieved any good results, Nick Fury gritted his teeth and said helplessly. Taking a loudspeaker from the hand beside him, Nick Fury started shouting at the destroyer. "I know where Thor is." Sure enough, after hearing these words, Loki stopped the attack of the destroyer and slowly walked towards Nick Fury. "Where's Thor?" Loki's voice reached Nick Fury's ears through the destroyer. It's good to be able to communicate. What Nick Fury fears most is that the other party will attack recklessly without even giving him a chance to communicate. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, dedicated to maintaining peace on Earth. I wonder who you are." "Shield, what's that?" Loki, who was in Asgard, asked with a puzzled look on his face. He had never heard of this organization, but if it was the SHIE Bureau, he was very familiar with it. After all, he had been a visitor to the SHIE Bureau base and knew the power of the SHIE Bureau, but what the hell is SHIELD? How can a small, unknown organization seem so aggressive? Are you afraid you have a serious illness? We SHIELD are committed to maintaining peace on the entire planet. We are the most powerful organization on Earth and do not belong to any one country. We are an organization that belongs only to the United Nations. Very good. That's very straightforward. In other words, the backing of SHIELD is not just a certain country, but the United Nations and the entire Earth. Nick Fury said this actually to increase his bargaining chips. Although SHIELD essentially only works for America, the other party doesn't know that. This does not prevent Nick Fury from taking the lead. Oh, Loki was not impressed by this. To him, all the countries on Earth combined were not as important as China alone. Loki did not take the so-called United Nations seriously at all. "Where's Thor?" Not caring who Nick Fury was, Loki asked directly. There is an evil country on Earth. They took Thor away and also took Thor's hammer for themselves, trying to master the power of Thor. As for throwing dirty water on China, Nick Fury said he was totally unfamiliar with it. Which country? The destroyer controlled by Loki had walked in front of Nick Fury, looked down at him, and asked coldly. "Thor's hammer belongs to Asgard. Which blind country in Midgard dares to covet its own artifact? I'm afraid I'm tired of living." China. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Nick Fury smiled with success. "Well, if I could trick this guy into coming to China, I could just sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. Let them fight each other and I would be the one who benefits." The plan went smoothly, it was perfect. Hearing this name, Loki fell silent and the look he gave Nick Fury became unfriendly. "Damn, you want to mess with me. You want me to cause trouble for China. Go to Nima." Loki, feeling very unhappy, controlled the destroyer without hesitation and slapped Nick Fury's ugly face directly. With a slap, Nick Fury was slapped and flew away. In Loki's heart, he knew very well that the only force on Earth that should not be provoked was China. Nick Fury must have bad intentions and wants Loki to cause trouble for China, But Loki is not that stupid. No one can take Asgard's treasure for themselves. No one. Loki thought so in his heart, but after hearing what Nick Fury said and learning that it was the Chinese who took away Thor's hammer, he had nothing to say. I can't afford to offend. If it was taken by China, then it's fine. Moreover, Huaguo was not very interested in Thor's hammer. He had seen it with his own eyes before. Those warriors were able to pick up the hammer, but no one coveted the power. Therefore, in Loki's view, once he has settled the affairs of Asgard, he can naturally send a diplomatic document, hoping that China can return Thor's hammer Mjolnir. It should not be a difficult task. Of course, now that he already knew that Thor had gone to China, Loki naturally no longer had the idea of continuing to hunt him down. Loki still doesn't dare to cause trouble in China. Perhaps the people on Earth themselves are not clear about it, but Loki, the second prince of Asgard, has witnessed the power of China with his own eyes. It is so powerful that it is breathtaking. Those green fat guys alone might be able to beat the destroyer to pieces, so there is no need to cause trouble for China. Anyway, I am not the user of Mjolnir, so there is no use in taking it back to Asgard. Forget it, since Thor has gone to China, I will let you go for now. Loki expressed helplessness about not being able to find Thor and kill him, but since things had come to this point, there was no need to continue to worry about it. After sorting out his feelings, he prepared to open the Rainbow Bridge and return to Asgard. As for the fact that he killed many people on Earth, you think Loki would take it to heart. After all, although the Asgardians look basically the same as humans, they are essentially just aliens. As I said, there is no so-called mercy between different races. At least that's how Loki is. In his view, ordinary people on Earth are just a group of low-level creatures. They can be killed at will. Even America itself may not care about the life and death of its own citizens. Do you think Loki, an alien, will care? In short, Hawkeye couldn't stand Loki controlling the destroyer to massacre civilians. He does have the essence of a hero, although, as an agent, many people died at his hands. But this time it was different. Nick Fury was slapped away by the destroyer. As a subordinate, he still had to stand up at this time. Seeing that the destroyer seemed to be preparing to leave on the Rainbow Bridge, he took out his bow and arrow without hesitation, replaced the arrows with high explosives, and attacked the destroyer. Boom! A powerful explosion sounded and the destroyer was enveloped in smoke. According to the law of no injury in the presence of smoke, the bigger the smoke, the less damage will be suffered. As expected, the destroyer still did not suffer any damage and walked out of the smoke. Although it is very similar to the Kirin armor, your armor is much weaker in comparison. Having witnessed the Kirin armor beating up Thor, Loki was still worried that the shield armor would be as powerful as the Kirin armor. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a worthless loser, so Loki naturally didn't have to worry about anything anymore and continued to control the destroyer to kill. How could the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., armed with small pistols, possibly be a match for the destroyer? Lacking heavy firepower, they were beaten back step by step, and many agents looked for opportunities to escape. No one wants to die, let alone this group of people. We just need to delay until support arrives, that's all. Hawkeye's purpose is actually very clear. He just needs to delay time. He clearly remembers that Nick Fury said before that he had contacted the aerospace carrier, and support would be able to arrive in more than 10 minutes. By then, the destroyer would be able to be worn out to death. The local advantages still need to be brought into play. What a bunch of annoying flies. Seeing this situation and being harassed by Hawkeye, Loki was very unhappy. Since you don't want me to leave, then I will have some good fun with you. Knowing that Thor was not in America, Loki originally wanted to leave. Since the people from your shield are so enthusiastic, Loki naturally has to teach them a lesson. Anyway, Loki, who seemed a little bored in Asgard, seemed to have found a game at this moment. He remotely controlled the destroyer and began to slaughter the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. But each of these agents were quite skilled and well prepared, so for a while, Loki was unable to kill many of them. Reinforcements are coming. Hold on a little longer. Coulson had already run to Nick Fury, pulled him aside and hid, shouting loudly to Hawkeye. Nick Fury looked miserable at the moment. His boiled egg-like head had a large swelling on the left side of his face. Fortunately, the destroyer's palm was big enough, and it sent Nick Fury flying. If he had just been hit on the face, the destroyer's powerful strength might have been enough to blow Nick Fury's head off. "Chief, are you okay?" Looking at Nick Fury's gloomy expression, Coulson couldn't help but ask nervously, "What do you think?" Nick Fury glared at Coulson unhappily, picked up his phone and took a look, then said, "The unmanned armor corps will be here soon. I just don't believe how powerful this piece of iron can be." The unmanned armor corps is the focus of SHIELD's recent development. Its designer is Ivan Vanko, who was secretly rescued by them. With the cooperation of Tony and his bodyguard Happy, Ivan Vanko was quickly arrested and transferred to prison. SHIELD, which was impressed by his abilities, naturally found a way to get him out. Now Ivan Vanko is working for SHIELD, at least that's the surface. He has also built a legion made entirely of robots specifically for SHIELD. I just don't know what Tony's expression would be when he finds out that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are actually using the criminal Ivan Vanko to work. Anyway, for SHIELD, courting death is the norm. As long as they are not dead, they will do it to death. Although Ivan Vanko has a criminal record, Nick Fury is confident that with his eloquence, Ivan Vanko will definitely be willing to work for SHIELD. In the end, this time with the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., the unmanned robot designed by Ivan Vanko is much more advanced than the one designed by Hammer Group, and its combat effectiveness has been improved to a higher level. Of course, Ivan Vanko's goal from the beginning to the end was only one, and that was to make Tony pay the price. He now works for S.H.I.E.L.D., and it seems that he has compromised, but secretly, the people of Hydra have already contacted Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko has already become a member of Hydra. Only the arrogant Nick Fury thought that his personal charm could make Ivan Vanko give up his hatred and work for SHIELD with peace of mind. Anyway, when Hawkeye was about to collapse, a large group of figures flew over quickly from the air in the distance. They were a robot army controlled by computers. Now SHIELD's secret weapon. Oh, are there any reinforcements? Loki naturally saw the robot army that came to support, but he didn't take it too seriously. In his opinion, the robots made by S.H.I.E.L.D. posed no threat at all. In fact, this is true for the Destroyer. Although the robot is very advanced and does not need to accommodate humans in the internal space, and can be equipped with more ammunition, ordinary weapons are still unable to break the Destroyer armor. As dozens or even hundreds of robots joined the battle, the scene became more grand. Various weapons and shells bombarded the ground, raising more dust. "Chief, are these robots really that useful?" "Don't worry, these robots are very powerful, and their firepower configuration is not inferior to China's Killin battle armor. Under the dense firepower coverage, it will definitely pay the price." Nick Fury seemed somewhat confident about the robot he made and continued, "In addition, these robots are made of gold titanium alloy, the same material as Iron Man Tony Stark's armor. They have amazing defensive power. This alien robot definitely has no way of destroying their shells." But, looking at the increasing dust, Coulson didn't know why he always felt uneasy. He didn't know the law of no harm if there is smoke, but he still had this worry, a bad premonition in his mind. Sure enough, as Coulson expected, when the smoke cleared, the destroyer walked out unharmed. "Are you a crow's mouth?" Nick Fury glared at Coulson speechlessly, feeling a little annoyed. "Oh, it's just a bunch of junk." Loki smiled coldly and controlled the destroyer. A line of fire swept across, and several robots were directly cut in half. "Is this the same material you said Iron Man made of? Extremely strong, indestructible." Coulson glanced at his director with resentment. As expected, it seemed that this group of robot legions, S.H.I.E.L.D's secret weapon, could not pose a threat to others. "Keep attacking, I don't believe it." Nick Fury, who was slapped in the face, was in a particularly bad mood at the moment, especially when he saw that the other party was not hurt at all under the attack of the Legion, which made him even more furious. Why? Why can Tony exert unimaginable power just by wearing the armor? Why can the Chinese giant easily defeat the enemy just wearing armor? And we at S.H.I.E.L.D. use the same materials and the same reactor, so why are these armors just a pile of scrap metal? I can't accept it. Nick Fury didn't know that the power of the Kylan armor did not lie in its material. Even its power was an enhanced version of the arc reactor. It was much more powerful than the pirated product made by Ivan Vanko. What's more, the most powerful feature of the Kylan armor was that it integrated magical capabilities. Even though they are all technological creations, there are many magic arrays and magic circuits engraved inside the Kylan armor, which can release various powerful magics. The portal and storage space, just these two things can greatly enhance the strength of the armor. And now, Chen Mu has returned from Asgard and has mastered more magic. After fully mastering it, he can once again greatly enhance the strength of his armor. And how can Ivan Vanko's robot be compared with the Kylan armor? As for Tony, why is he more powerful than these robots after putting on the armor? Come on, others are the protagonists and have the aura of the protagonists, so what if they are a little unexpected? Totally acceptable. After receiving Nick Fury's order, all the robots attacked even more frantically, but it was still useless. What a nasty bunch of flies. Having had enough fun, Loki is ready to get rid of all these annoying flies at once. He is also busy luring the frost giant King Laufey to Asgard, so that he can catch him in a trap and kill him, and then use the Rainbow Bridge to destroy Jotunheim. I have to say that Loki is very powerful in terms of cruelty. As his biological father, Lao Fei did what he said without any hesitation. Well, the game ends here. Loki smiled coldly, controlled the destroyer, and directly launched his ultimate move. All the joints of the destroyer were shining with a scorching red light. Countless fire lines suddenly shot out from all around it in all directions. As the destroyer moved, countless fire lines swept across, and hundreds of robots in the sky were all directly destroyed. I don't know if Coulson and Nick Fury were lucky or not, but they were not killed in this attack and were very lucky to survive. Hawkeye, who was a sniper, had already run far away to find a favorable terrain, so this attack did not hurt him. But isn't this robot army just too rubbish? A skill, like a group of minions, was cleared out. Could it be of some use? This time, Nick Fury felt ashamed. His secret weapon army was wiped out just after it was unveiled. It was really embarrassing. On the other side, Chen Mu received a call from Nick Fury. After hearing Nick Fury's unpleasant tone, he hung up the phone without thinking. Who does this guy think he is? Ha ha. It looks like something happened in America again. Zhu Jia smiled, looking somewhat gloating. Zhu Jia, how many times have I said that we are a big country and we cannot gloat over the misfortune of other countries? Chen Mu coughed lightly and spoke righteously. Forget it, Zhu Jia rolled his eyes. Maybe other people don't know, but after spending a few months with you, doesn't Zhu Jia know what kind of person Chen Mu is? When it comes to being cunning, you're the best. I am gloating. Maybe you want to have a party to celebrate now. By the way, it's my birthday tomorrow. Let's all go have a midnight snack together later. It's my treat. Well, look, it's true. Wasn't your birthday last month? Zhu Jia couldn't help but complain. It's okay, just treat it as your virtual birthday. Chen Mu waved his hand and said with a smile, Hung Meng, pull up the satellite video. I want to see what Nick Fury is up to again. They have returned to the S.H.I.E. Bureau. There are projection equipment everywhere. Chen Mu gave a direct order and a projection appeared in front of everyone. It was through the satellite that they could see what was happening in New Mexico at the moment. A huge robot appeared and was attacking the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. The scene was very bleak and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered heavy losses. Chen Mu recognized the robot. It was Odin's armor, the destroyer. Now it had been transformed into a robot and had been guarding the treasure house. Now it appeared on Earth. Obviously, it was Loki who sent it here. That is the destroyer, my father's armor. It has great power. Thor looked at the screen and watched the destroyer destroy the town. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He continued, "If there is no order, it will never appear on Earth. I guess something must have happened in Asgard otherwise." Thor had been exiled to Earth by Odin before, so naturally he had no idea what was happening in Asgard. "Thor, you're awake." Looking at Thor, who seemed to have recovered, Chen Mu smiled and said to him, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that your father, Odin, had fallen into Odin sleep the day before we left Asgard. Now Asgard seems to be managed by your brother, Loki." Loki. Thor was stunned, and then a trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, perhaps it was because of his defiance that his father Odin fell into a long sleep in anger. All this was his own fault. It seems that Barton is no match for that robot. Zhu Jia and others were watching the battle on the screen, commenting on it, looking like they were just there to enjoy the fun. Loki must be stopped. He must not be allowed to massacre others like this. Seeing Loki killing people without any purpose, Thor was naturally very anxious, and he wanted to save those innocent people. "But do you still have the strength to fight against the destroyer?" Chen Mu looked at Loki curiously and asked directly. Hearing this, Thor fell silent. Now that he had lost his power, he was afraid that apart from having a longer lifespan and greater strength than ordinary humans, he had no other advantages. With this body, if he rushed forward to fight the destroyer head-on, he would probably be killed in one move. "I no longer have that ability." Thor felt his mouth a little dry and his heart a little bitter. Even Mjolnir no longer recognized him, which made him very depressed. Seeing those mortals in America being wantonly slaughtered by the destroyers made him feel very guilty. "I don't even have the power to stop it." This was indeed a difficult thing to accept for the once powerful Thor. "What about you? Can't you stop it? Why don't you stop it?" Thor was silent for a while, then looked at Chen Mu and the others with hope. "Thor, you don't understand. China can't do whatever it wants on Earth." Wang Wei patted Thor's shoulder, sighed, and said, "Do you think America will allow our military forces to appear in their territory? This is no longer a simple diplomatic issue. We cannot go to the United States without the other party's request." Chen Mu shrugged and said indifferently, "I do sympathize with the ordinary people in their country, but they don't even care about their own country. Thor, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Isn't it? Look at those people from S.H.I.E.L.D. They are no match for the destroyer. Isn't every one of them faster than the others? They wish their parents hadn't given them 2 more legs. Would such a group of people be willing to protect these civilians at the cost of their own lives in such a situation?" In Chen Mu's opinion, how could these high-income people care about those unrelated people? This is America. This is capitalist society. Let me tell you this, Thor. Wang Wei looked at Thor seriously and said, "If we go to America, not only will we not get their thanks, but we will even become their enemies and targets of attack, which will make us sinners." This is very possible. Given the American style of doing things, if China goes to help, it may be slandered by the other side. If that's the case, then why should we go to the trouble of helping these people? Although they felt sorry for the deaths of ordinary innocent people, Chen Mu and the others could only say sorry. From the beginning to the end, Chinese soldiers only protect the Chinese people, people from other countries. Sorry, can't help you. In order not to cause diplomatic problems between the two countries, the SHIE will definitely not take the initiative to help America. Of course, diplomatic issues are a problem, but the main problem is that, led by Chen Mu, they don't want to help. What do the American people have to do with me? Since you enjoy such high welfare benefits in your country, you naturally have to pay a price for it. When your country needs you, you should make sacrifices. In Chen Mu's view, the country and the individual are inseparable. So how can there be only one thing that takes advantage of the other? This is true in China, and naturally so in America. You have very high welfare benefits. The price is living in a society where gunfights, various strange events, and even life may break out at any time. Although China today may not be as good as some European countries in terms of welfare benefits, it is safe. For ordinary people, Would you worry that a gang shootout might break out one day and you might lose your life for no apparent reason? That's it. What else are you not satisfied with? Is there no other solution? Thor looked very heavy. Of course, he didn't really care too much about the deaths of those innocent people. After all, Earthlings and Asgardians were not essentially the same race. Do you think a person would be moved by the life and death of a group of chickens and ducks? No, it won't. Thor now wants to stop the destroyer, but it's actually just for his brother Loki, as he doesn't want him to continue making mistakes. That's right, as a veteran brother Khan, Thor will always forgive Loki no matter what he does. Thor and Loki are actually true love. Is there a way? Of course there is. Chen Mu smiled, looked at Thor, and said meaningfully, "You are not Chinese. If you go to stop the destroyer, then there will be no problem. But I have lost my strength. It's not a big problem. I can let you recover your Thunder God power for a short time. So are you willing to go?" "I'd go if I could." After hearing what Chen Mu said, Thor did not doubt it. Instead, he said seriously, "I will stop Loki myself." Chen Mu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhu Jia beside him. Zhu Jia looked surprised and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" "Ahem, what about the Thor spear? The one that can be used without approval?" "Okay, so this is what you were thinking." Zhu Jia rolled his eyes, but he understood what Chen Mu meant. Without saying anything more, he took out the Thor spear from the storage space, which did not require the user's mind to be verified. As long as you take this gun, you can gain the power of Thor. Of course, it is definitely inferior to Thor's original power, but for Thor at this moment, it is also a valuable power. Who knows, the power of Thor obtained by external forces will really bring out the power of Thor that Thor already possesses. For you. After taking the Thor spear from Zhu Jia, Chen Mu casually threw it to Thor. This power. After taking the spear of Thor, Thor widened his eyes in disbelief. He stretched out his hand, and the long-lost power returned to his body. Although this so-called power of Thor seemed to be a little inferior to the power he originally possessed, this thing did not seem to be the only one. This thing was man-made. Looking at the spear in his hand, Thor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This is obviously a technological creation, made entirely of metal with a unique shape, and an arc reactor at the tail of the gun for power supply. This gun, no matter how you look at it, is a technological creation. However, when holding the gun in his hand, Thor could clearly perceive that it was actually a magical creation. The technology that can transform the arc energy generated by technology into magic power for magical use is simply incredible. No wonder Zhu Jia, Wang Wei, and even those Chinese soldiers who could pick up Mjolnir were not interested in Mjolnir. It turned out that they could all make weapons similar to Mjolnir themselves. Let me ask you, in this situation, who would care about their hammer? For some reason, Thor felt relieved at this time. At least, he knew that these people were indeed not interested in his beloved hammer, and his possibility of getting the hammer back was greatly increased. This power is only temporary. Only when you pick up this gun will you have the power of Thor. Looking at Thor, who had regained control of the thunder, Chen Mu continued to ask him, "So, do you think that with your current strength you can defeat the destroyer?" "No problem." Thor's face was full of pride. It was just a piece of armor that he had to deal with his father. He could handle it no matter how bad he was. "Then send me there." Thor said this confidently, eager to try. "But we have to make it clear first. After this matter is over, the Thor's spear must be returned to us. I don't want my Chinese items to appear in other places." "Don't worry, I would do the same without you telling me." Thor nodded solemnly and said, "This weapon is really terrible. If its manufacturing method spreads, it will cause unimaginable disasters for the whole world. Of course, if everyone else can make Thor's spear, doesn't that mean that everyone has the potential to become Thor?" This was something Thor could not tolerate. As for the Chinese people, who may become the per capita Thor in the future, Thor can only acquiesce. After all, this thing was invented by others. What reason do you have to prevent others from using it? However, if it was that group of soldiers who were able to pick up Thor's hammer Mjolnir and master weapons like Thor's spear, Thor would not have any worries. In his opinion, these soldiers deserve this kind of power. Okay then, if it's damaged, then we'll need to use something else to compensate for it. Chen Mu smiled and spoke in a joking tone, looking at the projection screen, and happened to see that S overwhelming army of robots were all destroyed by a single powerful move from the destroyer. No problem. After hearing Chen Mu's words, Thor couldn't help but twitch his mouth and walked directly through the portal that opened in front of him. Chen Mu and the others naturally followed him. At the same time, a dozen or so giants from the Spear Bureau who had been training in this training room before also walked through the portal. Thor's spear belongs to China. Regardless of whether Thor can defeat the destroyer, this thing must be recovered. Besides, more than a dozen warriors have been transformed by the Hulk and possess the power of the Hulk. If this group of people go over to take charge, who would dare not give face? On the other side of the portal is the destroyer. Stop it, Loki. There are Hulks everywhere outside. Thor walked out of the portal with the Thor's spear in his hand and shouted loudly to the destroyer. Thor! Loki, who was far away in Asgard, couldn't help but stand up when he saw Thor appear with an unhappy look on his face. You said you would be fine if you could retire in China. Why did you show up in front of me? Aren't you courting death? However, after hearing Thor's words, Loki couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at a team of expressionless soldiers walking out of the portal, his eyes twitched involuntarily. This group of people are all ruthless, and they are all capable of turning into the Hulk. If a fight really breaks out, the destroyer won't be enough to destroy the opponent. Everyone from China, we have signed an agreement on the 5 basic principles. The agreement stipulates that we cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the other party. Loki got scared and immediately brought up the 5 basic principles, hoping that the Chinese people would not interfere in Asgard's affairs. Nick Fury, Coulson and other S.H.I.E.L.D. people who had just escaped death fell into silence after hearing Loki's words. God's 5 basic principles. The other party gave in. Wait, what did Thor mean by there being only Hulks outside? Nick Fury, who had heard about this from Tony a long time ago, couldn't help but blush when he looked at that group of well-trained Chinese soldiers. China, it seems, has completely mastered the power of the Hulk. Don't worry. This is a matter between you and me. China will not interfere. Thor casually made a gun flower and looked at the destroyer with a fighting look on his face. After all, he has lived for more than 1,000 years, which is a long time. Although Thor is good at using the hammer, it does not mean that he does not know other weapons. He is also familiar with the spears that are often used on the battlefield. That's good. Hearing this, Loki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If China doesn't intervene, then everything will be fine. What's this look of yours? Without Mjolnir and without your power, you still want to go against me. Since the Chinese people did not intervene, Loki just let himself go. In his opinion, Thor, who was now just a mortal, was someone who could be easily manipulated and the destroyer could easily crush him to death. Well, let's wait and see. Thor laughed loudly and raised his spear. A bolt of lightning struck down and flashes of lightning flashed on Thor's body, making him look extraordinary. Wang Defa, haven't you been deprived of your divine power? Seeing this, Loki widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Wang Defa, you no longer have the power of Thunder God, so what are you doing now? Loki seemed very angry that Thor was able to control lightning again. Loki has always wanted to receive the same treatment as Thor, and he is very envious of Thor's talent for thunder and lightning, to the point of jealousy. It was originally thought that Thor would lose the power of thunder after being deprived of his divine power by his father. However, now, unexpectedly, he can summon thunder and lightning again. This was a huge blow to Loki. Are you talking about this? Thor said loudly, holding a spear, looking at the destroyer with a smug look on his face. Loki, don't make any more mistakes. Summon the destroyer back to Asgard. When your father wakes up, he will definitely not want to see you commit such a big mistake in Midgard. Although in the eyes of these high and mighty gods, mortals are nothing but ants, and they will not care at all if hundreds or thousands of people die. However, no matter what, it was a sin of murder, which was something Odin did not want to see. Ha, stop joking. I will prove to my father that I am the child he is most proud of. Loki looked at Thor angrily and continued, I was going to let you go, but since you dare to appear in front of me, then you will die. His jealousy towards Thor turned into overwhelming hatred at this moment. Looking at the spear in Thor's hand, Loki could guess that Thor's power at this moment probably came from the spear in his hand. Obviously, this is a magical weapon created by China. Why? Why is everyone helping Thor? I'm not convinced. I will also prove to China that I am the most suitable king to lead Asgard and establish friendship with China. Under the destroyer's visor, scorching flames burst out towards Thor with terrifying momentum. But what he said made Nick Fury and others beside him look confused. But why does Loki's words sound like he is licking China? Loki, you still don't understand. Thor summoned thunder, and a bucket of lightning flew out from the spear in his hand, canceling out the destroyer's fire. I will go back to Asgard, capture you myself, and give you a good spanking. Everyone present had a dark face at Thor's words. Even Loki, who was far away in Asgard, had a dark face at this moment. Spanking. This. It has to be said that Thor still dotes on his younger brother, even though Loki went on a killing spree in America and killed hundreds of innocent people. Thor felt that these were just trivial matters and spanking was enough punishment. Just like later in Avengers 1, Loki opened a portal in New York and summoned a large number of Chitauri soldiers, killing thousands of Americans. However, Thor still turned a blind eye and insisted on taking Loki back to Asgard. As a god, what does the death of thousands of Americans matter? Anyway, Thor, who dotes on his younger brother madly, would definitely not want to leave Loki on Earth to be judged by humans. We have to admire America here. Even when aliens invaded and countless civilians were killed and injured, the United States still allowed Thor to take the culprit Loki back to Asgard. Later, it never mentioned it again. This is the rhythm of completely forgiving Loki. Of course, all this means nothing to Chen Mu. After all, those who died were not his compatriots. No matter how many Americans died, what did it have to do with him? Die, bastard. Loki was filled with rage and controlled the destroyer to attack Thor like crazy. The scattered flames were tantamount to the end of the world for the remaining SHIELD agents, of course. Although his heart was filled with anger, Loki was not blinded by the anger. He still carefully controlled the direction of his attack. He did not dare to attack the location of Chen Mu and other Chinese people. Don't provoke the other side, otherwise the so-called 5 basic principles of non-interference in internal affairs will really be a piece of waste paper. Chief, let's run. At this time, Hawkeye had already flown over, grabbed one with each hand, and flew away with Nick Fury and Coulson. This is really a fight between gods, and the mortals suffer. At this moment, Thor regained the power of thunder and lightning. With his talent, he actually used the power of Thor bestowed by Thor's spear to fight on equal terms with the destroyer. However, the lightning and flames in the field were a nightmare to ordinary people, and any contact would lead to death. These freaks. Nick Fury had a swollen face and looked fiercely at Thor, the god of thunder, and Chen Mu and his soldiers. Today he was severely slapped in the face, which naturally made him, the high-ranking director, hold a grudge. Hawkeye and Coulson were speechless and dared not speak, for fear of being targeted by those freaks, as Nick Fury called them. Any one of these people can beat the shit out of this group of people. Director, can you please stop talking nonsense? It seems that the plan has to be brought forward. Nick Fury whispered as he watched Thor and the destroyer fighting vigorously. What's the plan? Hawkeye asked curiously. Faced with more and more supernatural and extraordinary events, SHIELD must establish a crisis response team to deal with the increasing number of crisis events. Every member of this team will possess extraordinary powers, able to compete with freaks like Thor. I named this plan the Avengers Plan, and you, Hawkeye, will be a part of the plan. The Avengers Project. Members need to be able to compete with those freaks. Can I take it that you are also saying that I am one of the freaks? Coulson, you have a new mission next. Nick Fury said calmly and gave Coulson next to him a new task. Even Yang Beilao isn't as cruel as you. Any capitalist would cry after seeing this. After escaping death this time, Coulson now just wants to take a good vacation and relax himself. Now, it seems that my vacation has ended before it even began. A scientific expedition team discovered a fighter plane from World War II under a glacier in Greenland. Nick Fury looked at Coulson calmly and said, "We found the man." "Really? We found a hot guy?" Coulson asked in excitement and disbelief. "That's right." Nick Fury nodded and continued, "So I think you should be happy to complete this task." "Of course I am happy, why not?" Coulson's face was full of excitement. This guy is his idol. "Well, I want to ask, who is this hot man?" Hawkeye looked at Coulson, who was inexplicably excited and couldn't help but ask weakly. "Captain America, Steve Rogers." Captain America, Steve Rogers. With all due respect, Captain America can do nothing about this situation. Hearing Coulson's words full of admiration, Hawkeye's face was filled with black lines. Fortunately, he was wearing a battle armor, so Coulson couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, he might have fought desperately with him. Captain America is Coulson's absolute idol. Now that he has finally found his idol, Coulson has become so obsessed with him that he has even forgotten what situation they are in now. Hawkeye is a rare, sober person in the world. He knows very well that although Captain America made a lot of contributions during World War II, Captain America has now become the spiritual symbol of Americans. So, in Hawkeye's opinion, Captain America's existence is more of a spirit. What about his combat ability? Haha, Hawkeye felt that even if he didn't wear the Kirin armor, he could still fight him. If he put on the armor and fought seriously, Hawkeye was sure that he could kill him easily. Looking at the battle between Thor and the Destroyer now, what role do you think Captain Rogers can play? Whether it's lightning or fire, I'm afraid the captain won't be able to withstand it. So, stop bragging about it, okay? While several people from SHIELD were still discussing the Avengers' plan on the other side, Thor and the Destroyer were fighting fiercely. It seems that the more he fights, the more comfortable he becomes, and Thor's fighting ability becomes stronger and stronger. After all, the Destroyer is just a robot modified from Odin's armor, and it is remotely controlled by Loki. The power it can exert is really limited, and Thor actually has the upper hand over it. Haha, this thing is really useful. Although it was the first time that Thor used Thor's spear, Thor, who had a natural talent for lightning magic, easily mastered the gun and knew all of its functions by heart. Therefore, Thor discovered the function of the magic cannon on Thor's spear, which was able to gather energy and shoot it out with great power. He then mixed the power of Thor into the energy, and the magic cannon that was shot out also had the power of thunder, and its power was even more terrifying. Relying on the magic cannon, Thor directly suppressed the Destroyer and used long-range attacks to easily play with the Destroyer. Loki, admit defeat. When Father wakes up, I will return to Asgard. You must clean your ass and wait for me. In other words, your words are easy to misunderstand. Thor shouted excitedly. He held the Thor's spear and swung it wildly without any gun skills. This was the gun technique from Europe, generally used in cavalry warfare. It was just right to deal with the bulky Destroyer. Haha, Thor, it's too late. Loki said viciously, I will destroy Jotunheim soon and wipe out the monster race of frost giants. When my father wakes up, he will definitely be proud of me. Loki was already going crazy at this moment. After learning that he was actually a frost giant, he was inexplicably filled with hatred towards this race and felt extremely disgusted by it. After being a high-level Asgardian for more than 1,000 years, one day, someone suddenly told him that he was actually of the dirty bloodline of the frost giants. How could the proud Loki tolerate this? The only solution he could think of at this moment was to wipe out all the frost giants, this dirty race, so that the hatred in his heart would be dissipated. What? Loki, you're crazy. After hearing Loki's crazy plan, Thor widened his eyes in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine why Loki would do this, directly destroying a world. What a crazy plan. "Ha, my brother, isn't this what you wanted to do before? Why are you so hesitant now?" Loki laughed crazily, and his voice came through the destroyer. Even if no one saw him in person, everyone could imagine how crazy Loki was at this moment. "You're crazy." Thor suppressed the destroyer while talking to Loki. When he heard Loki's words, Thor seemed a little flustered. "Heimdall, take me back to Asgard. I want to stop Loki." Thor shouted loudly. He wanted to summon Heimdall and let Heimdall use the Rainbow Bridge to send him back to Asgard to stop Loki directly. There is no chance. As the king, I have resigned Heimdall's qualification as the gatekeeper. Because of his mistake, the frost giant sneaked into Asgard. I have imprisoned him in a cell. He can't activate the Rainbow Bridge again. Loki was full of pride. He said excitedly, "You can never return to Asgard. You can't stop my plan." "Damn it, Loki, I must stop you." Suddenly, as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened, lightning flashed in Thor's eyes, and the power of the god of thunder in his body was actually activated at this moment. That was the power that truly belonged to him. Even Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, which was far away in the Shenlei Bureau of China, seemed to be summoned at this moment. It flew up, broke through several walls, and quickly flew towards this side. "I must stop you, Loki." Thor's eyes were full of rage, and lightning gathered in his hands. The incomparably powerful power of the god of thunder was gathered through the magic cannon. The terrifying energy gathered at the tip of the gun, which was terrifying. "Look, I'm going to smash this thing of yours into pieces, and then I'm going to go back to Asgard and spank you hard." The power of the god of thunder that truly belongs to Thor is extremely powerful. After being amplified by the energy of the magic cannon, this attack is so powerful that it is terrifying. Incomparably powerful thunder gushes out from the tip of the gun and suddenly swallows the entire destroyer into the electric light. The destroyer is directly destroyed under this powerful attack, loses power, and falls down powerlessly. This thing is awesome. It's even better than my Mjolnir. I love you so much." Seeing the power of Thor's spear, Thor was so excited that he couldn't help but hold Thor's spear and kiss it hard. That look made everyone around feel sick. However, Thor, who had a perverted smile on his face, froze the next second because a flash of light appeared, and his familiar hammer, Mjolnir, appeared in front of him. At this moment, Thor was still holding the Thor's spear in his hands and kissing it passionately. That posture was simply too beautiful, but this scene was caught by Mjolnir directly. "It's over." He found a mistress outside and was caught in bed by his legal wife. "Mjolnir, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think." Just when he felt that he had reconnected with Mjolnir, the connection was suddenly severed. Thor knew that he had once again lost the qualification to pick up Mjolnir. Mjolnir, who was suspended in the air, ignored Thor and turned directly, flying towards Chen Mu and others, and flew straight into Zhu hands. "It came here on its own. I didn't summon it." Zhu scratched his head awkwardly and said so. "Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing." It seemed that an inexplicable BGM sounded again, and the scene was very awkward for a while. Thor wanted to cry but had no tears. In fact, he had just regained the recognition of Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. He was able to lift Thor's hammer again and take back his power as the god of hammer. However, because of his bad mouth, he said that Thor's spear was more useful than Thor's hammer, and even kissed Thor's spear passionately, and ended up being bumped into by Mjolnir. "It was fine when I came here, but now I can't go back." Thor once again lost the ability to pick up Mjolnir. Now is not the time to dwell on this issue. Chen Mu walked up at this time, looked at Thor calmly, and said, "Loki plans to use Asgard's Rainbow Bridge to attack Jotunheim. If he succeeds, the 9 realms will fall into war again. Because Odin gave up his conquest, the 9 realms have maintained peace for 1,000 years under the deterrence of Asgard. Now, if Asgard were to break this balance first, the 9 realms would once again fall into endless war. So, I must stop him." Thor's eyes were full of seriousness. At this moment, he did have some understanding of the overall situation. He also understood very well that no matter what, Loki could not succeed. Loki now has no idea what is going on and has gone completely crazy, which makes Thor very confused. He doesn't know now that Loki was actually adopted by Odin. As a frost giant, Loki is now full of hatred for the frost blood in his body. Therefore, destroying Jotunheim is Loki's current obsession, and he wants to accomplish it at all costs. In fact, to be honest, Loki is more suitable to be a king than Thor, but obviously, Odin still has selfish intentions. After all, he only has his only son Thor. In any case, he still hopes that Thor can inherit everything he owns. Everyone is selfish. Even Odin, a god, is no exception. And this is why Loki is almost going crazy in order to get the same treatment as Thor. Odin's preference for Thor made Loki jealous. Chen Mu, is there any way China can send me to Asgard? Thor took a deep breath and looked at Chen Mu with hope. He really wanted to return to Asgard and stop Loki's actions. Is there a way? There was one at that time. Chen Mu touched his chin. He actually had quite a few ways to go to Asgard. First of all, there is the portal. Although Chen Mu, or relying on various machines, cannot open the portal to Asgard, don't forget, there is Ancient One. Just because Chen Mu can't do it doesn't mean Gui can't do it. In the future, Doctor Strange will be able to open a portal from Titan to Earth. Is it difficult for the Ancient One to open a portal from Earth to Asgard? Therefore, seeking help from Master Ancient One is also a good idea. Of course, as a Chinese, Chen Mu has always disliked asking others for help. There is an old saying in China: if you rely on mountains, the mountains will fall. If you rely on people, they will run away. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Maybe Master Ancient One will help this time, but do we have to go to Master Ancient One for help every time we encounter problems? Or, after you have formed the habit of relying on Master Ancient One, what should you do if Master Ancient One is not around one day? This is China's consistent style of doing things. If you can rely on yourself, you won't ask for help from others. Just like this sci-fi Heavenly Palace plan, whether it was the initial Nantianmen plan or the subsequent Guanghan Palace plan, they had never considered seeking help from the wizard. For Master Ancient One, opening a portal to space or to the moon is extremely easy. But China has never thought about it this way. Instead, it relies on itself and plans to launch a rocket in the near future to build the Tiangong space station first and establish a stable portal to provide basic help for subsequent plans. Now, if Chen Mu had not appeared, China would have developed space step by step according to the original plan. Just now, Shenzhou Roman 7 was launched not long ago. Like Chen Mu's original world in the Marvel world, Huaguo is still in existence, rejected by the Western world. The aviation industry and those advanced countries still refuse Huaguo to join. If Huaguo wants to develop space technology, it must rely on explore space yourself, basically from scratch. Comrade Yang Liwei, the first crewed spaceflight pilot on the Shenzhou V, went into space with the determination to die. In fact, at that time, manned space technology was already very mature internationally, and the International Space Station had been operating for decades. However, China, without any technical information, could only rely on itself to explore, and therefore took every step at great risk. At that time, capitalist countries led by the United States all looked at China's aviation with a mocking eye, and even hoped that accidents would happen with malicious intent. Fortunately, the hero returned safely and laid an important foundation for China's future space industry. All of this was accomplished at great risk. It is said that science has no border, but scientists have nationalities. Of those countries headed by the United States, one counts as one, and Chen Mu remembers them all. Therefore, he doesn't have the slightest good impression of the dogs of these countries, the organization of SHIELD. Therefore, seeking help from the Ancient One and teleporting to Asgard, the simplest method, is the one that Chen Mu least wants to choose. In addition, there is another way, which is Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. When Chen Mu first arrived in Asgard, he had already mastered the magic of the Rainbow Bridge. During the 2 days in Asgard, Chen Mu also created a prop that could release the magic of the Rainbow Bridge, something similar to a formation diagram, a huge disc. Inside this disc, the magic circuit of the Rainbow Bridge is engraved. As long as there is enough magic power, the teleportation ability of the Rainbow Bridge can be used. This is a convenient portal, and it does not take much effort to teleport to Asgard. Of course, this method actually has some problems. For example, where did we learn the magic of Rainbow Bridge from? Perhaps the reckless Thor would not care about this issue, but the old fox Odin and the young fox Loki would definitely notice this and try to prevent it from causing some trouble, which would not be what Chen Mu wants to see. Moreover, in fact, the 2 thunder swords in Chen Mu's warehouse are the advanced version of Thor's hammer. There is the magic of the Rainbow Bridge in Thor's hammer, but Thor himself does not know how to use it. The 2 thunder swords naturally have this ability. However, the Sword of Thunder can be said to be Chen Mu's current ability to protect himself, and it is not convenient to leak it, so it is impossible to use this thing. Therefore, Chen Mu prepared the last resort, the power of Odin. The power of Odin has the ability to use the Rainbow Bridge. Thor seemed to have briefly activated the power of Odin before. No, in Thor's case, it is more appropriate to call it the power of Thor. Maybe he can use Thor's hammer to teleport directly back to Asgard. Even if Thor cannot use this ability, it doesn't matter. After all, Chen Mu had already analyzed this ability from Thor 2 months ago and could have taken it out long ago. At that time, he could directly infuse it into Thor's hammer and open the Rainbow Bridge directly. He wouldn't have to worry about whether Thor's hammer was willing or not. In this wave, you can directly treat Thor's hammer as a Rainbow Bridge portal. Is this the power of China? Far away in Asgard, Loki lost contact with the destroyer. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power of China once again exceeded his expectations. In Loki's opinion, the spear of Thor seemed to be no worse than Thor's hammer. Perhaps, to a certain extent, it even surpassed Thor's hammer. Moreover, since China can produce one, it naturally has the ability to produce more. As for how much more is, that depends on China's execution capabilities. And this is the most powerful place in China. When it comes to execution, there is no other country in the universe that can compare with it. Therefore, during this period of time, China has begun to plan to obtain vibranium from Wakanda. At the same time, Chen Mu was also actively improving Thor's spear, trying to use other materials to replace vibranium as the main material of Thor's spear. Various materials may be rare on Earth, but in the vast universe, what kind of materials can't be found? The lack of materials is only a problem we are facing now. As long as China officially steps out into the universe, the material problem will no longer be a shackle that hinders the country's development. The time is almost up. Loki looked at the time, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. That was the murderous intention towards the frost giant King Leifei. Loki wanted to kill this man to prove his love for Asgard, and to prove to Odin that he, Loki, had always considered himself to be Odin's son, even after knowing his true life experience. Even though Laufey is his real biological father, Loki can kill Laufey with his own hands for Odin. There is an old saying in China that it is better to be close to the one who raises you than to the one who gives birth to you. This is perfectly reflected in Loki. Loki has been Odin's son in Asgard for more than 1,000 years. From childhood to adulthood, he has received Asgard's education and has always been proud of being an Asgardian. Therefore, killing Laufey is not something difficult for Loki to understand. Moreover, Chen Mu had no right to comment on Loki's actions, nor did he want to get involved in these matters. Chen Mu helped Thor simply because he was willing to do so. Moreover, China's development also requires a stable international environment. No, it should be a stable cosmic environment. If Chen Mu wants China to catch up with the old space empires in a short period of time, he must have a peaceful development environment. Only in this way can China develop at the fastest speed. Moreover, although Chen Mu cannot be considered a good person, or rather, Chen Mu's good person is directed towards his Chinese compatriots. As for other aliens, the most he feels is pity, as they are also intelligent creatures. It would be fine if the frost giants were fine, but if Jotunheim was destroyed and all the frost giants were extinct, Chen Mu would just sigh and would not feel any self-blame. Saying that one has the ability but does not stop it is nothing but a joke in Chen Mu's opinion. Besides, there are actually conflicts between Jotunheim and China. Before, Thor went to Jotunheim to cause trouble and called Chen Mu and others. As Chinese, Chen Mu and others promoted the power of China in other worlds for the first time. It was also at that time that the news of Nezha and others beating up the frost giants spread throughout the 9 realms. Of course, not including the Earth's central atrium, who among the other 8 realms of the 9 realms doesn't know that China is well known. Who knows how Jotunheim might be thinking of revenge now? In this situation, do you still expect Chen Mu to take the initiative to rescue them? What a joke! Anyway, for Chen Mu, there is no benefit at all in helping the frost giants. Chen Mu had already analyzed the blood power of the frost giants from Loki's body. Even their sacred object, the ice box, was packed up by Chen Mu. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to copy a lot of them. In Jotunheim, only these 2 things are useful. Now that Chen Mu has got them, he naturally doesn't care about its survival. However, since Thor wanted to stop it, Chen Mu would just help him, which was not a big deal. Now that the time has come, it is time for Loki to execute his plan. Loki didn't care too much about Thor on Earth. Anyway, it was impossible for Thor to return to Asgard now, so no one could stop him. Loki left the hall and came to the Rainbow Bridge Hall. He directly activated the portal and teleported the frost giant King Laufey and several powerful frost giants to Asgard. This was Loki's plan. He used the excuse that he wanted to sit on the throne to trick Laufey into coming to Asgard, telling him to get rid of Odin. Then, when Laufey was most off guard, he would sneak attack him and kill him. As for the fact that the other party was his biological father, Loki didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. Welcome to Asgard. The transmission of the Rainbow Bridge was over, and several tall figures appeared in the transmission hall. They had blue skin and were several meters tall. They were none other than Lao Fei and others. Lao Fei had just been beaten up by Nezha not long ago. Even now, you can still see some bruises on his cheeks, which means that the parts of his body that were beaten have not yet recovered. Asgard. Laufey came to Asgard, smiled coldly, looked at Loki, and continued, "Remember our agreement. What I want is the ice box." Loki smiled coldly and said indifferently, "For us Asgardians, this box is of no use at all. It is just taking up space in our treasure house." Of course, for the Asgardians, the ice box is really of no use at all, but for the frost giant Loki, this thing is unexpectedly useful. He had used it against Heimdall before and was able to freeze him completely easily. Loki knew very well that with the power of the ice box, he could completely freeze a planet. This is the power of magic. It is totally unreasonable. Even though Loki's own power is not strong, when combined with this artifact, he can exert incredible power. As for Loki's promise to return the ice box to him after the other party killed Odin, what a joke. According to Loki's plan, not only will Laufey die, but even Jotunheim will be destroyed. Naturally, the ice box cannot be handed over to them. It is better to keep it for himself and make it his own exclusive weapon. It's really sad that someone like you appears in the Odin family. Arriving in Asgard, Laufey looked at the expressionless Loki in front of him with a playful smile on his face. Before, the last time the frost giant sneaked into the treasury during Thor's coronation ceremony, it was the method provided by Loki. Simply put, this guy Loki is a complete traitor to Odin's family. In order to achieve his goal and to be crowned king, he will use any means necessary. Such a person is scary, but also very easy to control. As long as you grasp his weaknesses and know all the secrets, It will be very easy to control him even if Loki really becomes the king of Asgard in the future. It has to be said that Laufey is still very confident. In his opinion, even if Loki has any conspiracy, as long as he gets the ice box, then all the conspiracies and tricks will be nothing but a joke to him in the face of absolute power. In this regard, Loki inherited Laufey's arrogance. Humph, as long as I can become the king of Asgard, all means and sacrifices are worth it. Loki said in a cold tone, as if it were solid ice, so cold that people couldn't help but shiver and felt cold all over. Even the frost giant Laufey felt a chill. Even if it means killing your own father. Laufey didn't know that Loki was his son. He always thought that Loki was Odin's youngest son. It was really terrifying for Thor to let the enemy come and kill his father in order to achieve his own goals. Laufey didn't know that Loki was actually his son, and Loki, knowing all this, still resolutely planned to kill him with his own hands. Otherwise, he would feel even more terrifying about Loki. You know, Laufey is his biological father. Odin is now in Odin's sleep in his chamber. It is very easy to kill him. As he said this, Loki took Laufey and walked towards Odin's bedroom, leaving behind a few frost giants as gatekeepers to guard the Rainbow Bridge. Laufey followed Loki and swaggered towards where Odin was. This is it. Just go in. I don't want to see that old man die in front of me. Arriving at the door of the bedroom, Loki took a deep breath and spoke to him with some emotion. Loki, who is proficient in acting, seems to be struggling at this moment. Laufey has no doubt. In his opinion, they are his biological son after all. Besides, after living together for more than 1,000 years, there will be feelings between them. Even the most cold-blooded animals will have an unforgiving side. It all seemed perfectly normal that Loki didn't want to see himself kill his father. Okay, just wait outside. After killing Odin, you take me to get the ice box, and then we will leave Asgard. Laufey grinned and continued, the frost giants are people who keep their promises. When all this is over, you will be the king of Asgard. Remember, don't hurt my mother, otherwise you will never get the ice box. Loki looked at Laufey coldly and threatened. Even if you are as cold-blooded as a snake or scorpion, you still have a gentle side. Loki still has a lot of affection for his mother and can't bear to let Laufey hurt her in the slightest. Loki's performance made Laufey let down his last bit of vigilance. This guy doesn't look like he's lying, does he? Well, all of this was part of Loki's plan, including what he was saying now and even the slightest changes in his expression, all of which were carefully designed by him. All of this was just to make Laufey relax his vigilance, so that he could find an opportunity to kill him with one blow. Of course, there are also real parts in Loki's performance. For example, Loki truly loves his mother Frigga from the bottom of his heart, so he doesn't want Laufey to hurt her. This is his true feelings. Advanced scams require 9 to be true and 1 to be false. Only in this way can the victim be unaware of the problem. Anyway, now Laufey has been completely trapped step by step in the lies woven by Loki. Because of his hatred for Odin, Laufey had the opportunity to take revenge right in front of him and had completely forgotten to be on guard. Frigga, who was taking care of Odin in the bedroom, was completely unprepared and was subdued and thrown aside by the sudden appearance of Laufey. Laufey, holding a long frost blade, slowly walked to Odin's side. Odin, you never thought that we would meet in this situation. A few days ago, you actually let Thor come to trouble me in Jotunheim, and you also found help from China. Thinking of those powerful people in China, Laufey couldn't help but shudder. Especially when he recalled Neja's feet that were as heavy as Mount Tai, he couldn't help but be filled with fear. I don't know where Thor found this group of terrifying people. Laufey's heart was filled with hatred, but he did not dare to vent his anger on the Chinese. So Laufey directed all his hatred towards Odin. Maybe those people from China were helpers that Odin hired to deal with him. He walked slowly to Odin's side and stared at the enemy coldly. I heard that when you were in Odin's sleep, you could hear and sense everything that happened around you. Then you must be able to see everything here. Remember, the one who killed you is me, the king of the frost giants Laufey. After saying that, Laufey raised the ice knife high and wanted to stab Odin in the chest to kill him. And the one who kills you is me, Odin's son, Loki Odinson. At this moment, Loki had been lying in ambush for a long time. When he saw the opportunity, he launched the attack without hesitation. The energy cannon in his hand directly hit Laufey, knocking him to the ground. Why? Laufey was seriously injured at once. Looking at Loki who attacked him, Laufey was filled with anger. You bastard, why did you attack me? Could it be that all this is your conspiracy? Thinking of Loki's various actings before, Laufey was very angry and tried every means to guard against him. However, it seemed that Loki was one step ahead of him, and he was severely tricked by Loki when he was caught off guard. Obviously, Laufey wanted to say something to question Loki, but Loki, who already had something to hide, attacked again without hesitation. Asgard's powerful weapons easily killed Laufey without giving him any chance to speak. Obtained the not recognizing relatives achievement. Loki killed his own father without hesitation and earned the title of Father's Worry. On the other side, on Earth, Thor, Chen Mu and others have passed through the portal and returned to the base of the S.H.I.E. Of course, the remains of the destroyer were also taken away directly by them. Although Nick Fury also wanted to study the destroyer, he didn't dare to speak after seeing the other party's situation. Besides, the destroyer was Asgard's property. If Thor took it away, what right did Nick Fury have to say? Naturally, he could only watch as the destroyer was packed up and taken back to China. What should I do? Thor looked at Chen Mu seriously. There is already magic for the Rainbow Bridge on Mjolnir. As long as you activate the power of Odin, you can use it to directly summon the Rainbow Bridge. Chen Mu took Thor and walked into a research laboratory. Here, Chen Mu used it specifically when studying magic. Mjolnir, but now I can't lift Mjolnir anymore. Thor had a wry smile on his face and looked very lonely. This is not a problem. Chen Mu said indifferently, look, who in the Divine Spear Bureau can't pick up Mjolnir, so it's not a big problem for you to pick it up again. Well, you can't pick it up, right? Thor scratched his head and said curiously, Zhao, I don't care. Do whatever you want. Find a way to get back to Asgard. Chen Mu frowned and spoke unhappily at Thor's words. No, send me to Asgard first. Thor apologized with a smile. To be honest, he was also very curious about why the warriors of the Spear Bureau were able to pick up Mjolnir. Mjolnir crashed into the building of the SLOR before. You have to pay for it. Chen Mu curled his lips and changed the subject. As for the collapse, come on, how is that possible? It just made a few holes. Thor doesn't know anyway. Isn't it just Chen Mu who said it casually? No problem. In response, Thor just twitched his lips and agreed. As long as it's not excessive, it's fine. We'll talk about this later. First, stand in the middle of this magic circle. Just stand on it. Thor was curious, but he still listened to Chen Mu and walked onto the platform engraved with the magic circle. This magic circle can activate the power of Odin in your body. After activation, you, who possess the power of Odin, can forcefully use Thor's hammer. At the same time, you can also use the power of Odin to activate the Rainbow Bridge magic in Thor's hammer. The power of Odin and the magic of Rainbow Bridge can basically be said to complement each other. As long as you have the power of Odin, you can directly use the magic of Rainbow Bridge. Even Heimdall, thanks to a portion of the power of Odin bestowed by Odin, was able to cast this magic on his own, even with his bare hands. The function of Chen Mu's magic circle is to extract the power of Odin from Thor's body. That's right, it is refinement rather than activation. The power of Odin is the innate ability possessed by Thor and other members of the Asgard royal family. It is the power of their bloodline. Thor already had it, but because he was too young now, he had no way to use it. Chen Mu's magic circle can forcibly extract the power of Odin from Thor's body. Part of it will remain in Thor's body, while more of it will be forcibly extracted and captured and stored by Chen Mu. He had analyzed the power of Odin before, but without the physical object, it was not so easy to create it. This time, CCB extracted the power of Odin from Thor's body in order to study it better. As for leaving some for Thor, Isn't it so that he can use the rainbow bridge to return to Asgard? As long as it's enough, it's fine. As the magic circle worked, lightning flashed in Thor's eyes. His potential was activated again, and his strength increased briefly. He was almost the same as the short-haired Thor when he fought Thanos in the future. This force is really too strong. Thor, the god of thunder, has always relied on Mjolnir. Has he ever felt the power he originally possessed? After feeling his own power, Thor is now full of confidence. Haha, I feel like I'm invincible now. The sudden surge in power made Thor lose his mind a little. Neja, forget it, Wang Wai, when I take care of Loki and return to Earth, I want to have a good fight with you. Thor, who was very proud of himself, was overwhelmed by the sudden increase in power. He wanted to find someone to fight with. He originally wanted to find Neja, but when he saw the other party's calm expression, his heart suddenly trembled. He turned his target to Wang Wai on the side and said provocatively, "This is, if you don't beat him for 3 days, the roof will fall off. Looking for an easy target. By the way, when did I become a soft persimmon?" Wang Wai's face was full of black lines. He was a simple and honest man. At this moment, he secretly made up his mind that he must teach Thor a lesson and make him never forget it. "Haha, everyone come with me and watch how I deal with this guy Loki." Thor was very proud of himself. With a casual wave of his hand, Mjolnir in Zujia's hand flew into his hand. Thor, who has awakened his own power of Odin, or the power of Thunder God, can easily control Thor's hammer. "Everyone come to me, I can open the rainbow bridge." Later, although Mjolnir was destroyed, Thor was able to open the rainbow bridge directly with the newly forged Stormbreaker. Now, it is not difficult for Thor to use Mjolnir to open the rainbow bridge directly. If you damage the lab, you'll have to pay a lot more. Chen Mu looked at Thor expressionlessly and said quietly, "Come on, everyone, follow me outside. It's really not good to damage other people's things, right?" Besides, he had already collapsed the house of the Shield Bureau, and they haven't paid any compensation yet. How could Thor have the nerve to continue to act recklessly? So, Thor gave in and decided to go to an open place to open the rainbow bridge. Holding Thor's spear in one hand and Thor's hammer in the other, Thor was full of vigor and triumph at this moment. When they arrived at the open space, as Thor raised his hammer high, a rainbow fell from the sky, covering Thor and Chen Mu and others beside him. With the coming of the rainbow bridge, Chen Mu and others also disappeared from the spot. "Loki, my dear, you saved me and your father." Seeing Loki coming down from the sky like a god to save herself and Odin, Frigga was filled with excitement. She walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder happily. "Mom, this is what I should do. So far, everything is under Loki's control. Mother, I'm sorry I was late to rescue you." Loki looked at his mother with a look of self-blame. He really felt very guilty because of him, Frigga was slapped by Laufey. This was something Loki could not tolerate. Therefore, he did not have any psychological burden towards Lao Fei. He was even so angry that he killed him ruthlessly. Perhaps Loki has always been a little sad about Odin's favoritism, but he loves his mother from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, when facing Frigga, he shows his true feelings. "Mother, don't worry, I will protect you." Loki patted his mother on the shoulder and said seriously, "This is indeed the time for him to show his true feelings." Loki. At this time, with a burst of anger, Thor broke into the door. Before that, he had passed the rainbow bridge and returned to Asgard. After finishing the few frost giants guarding the entrance of the rainbow bridge, he rushed to the Odin's bedroom. He was really worried that his confidant father would be killed by Lao Fei. "Thor, you're back." Seeing Thor's return, Frigga couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. Before, when Odin exiled Thor, she was very worried. Now that she can see Thor's safe return, Frigga is very happy. "Mother." Seeing that Frigga was fine, Thor also heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Loki angrily. "Look what good things you have done." "What happened?" Frigga had a strange look on her face. She didn't know anything about Loki's plan. Ever since Odin fell into Odin's sleep, she has been staying by Odin's side taking care of him, so she has no idea what is happening outside. "Thor, why did you return to Asgard?" Loki glared at Thor in disbelief and said angrily, "You are still a sinner. Without your father's permission, you are not allowed to return to Asgard. Loki, maybe you're a better actor than me, but your plan is absolutely wrong. Thor looked at Loki angrily and shouted, I'm here to stop you from destroying a world. The frost giants are here to assassinate my father. I will make all of Jotunheim pay the price. Loki said viciously, there is no need for the frost giants to continue to exist. No, Loki, father would definitely not want you to do such a thing. Thor tried to persuade him earnestly. He did not want his dear brother to go astray. It's too late. I must destroy Jotunheim. Loki's heart knot is that he knows his bloodline. He has always been proud of Asgard. Now Loki finds out that he is not an Asgardian but a dirty Jotunheiman. How can he tolerate this? Just like in the real world, he received American education since he was a child, was born in the United States, and was proud of being an American from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, when he grew up, he found that he was not a pure American, but in his eyes, inferior Africans, Indians, Asians. After learning all this, these people who were proud of America wanted to massacre all the people in their ancestral land. Loki, the situation at this moment is almost the same as those people. You can't stop me. Loki was almost furious at this moment. He was only one step away from success of his plan. But at this moment, Thor actually jumped out again. He was really lingering around. Why does everyone have to help you? I hate it. Loki held the scepter in his hand and attacked Thor. But at this moment, Thor has already awakened his power of Thunder God. How could he be defeated by a little jerk like Loki? Even though Loki has the artifact Odin's scepter, which makes his attacks extremely terrifying, it is a pipe dream to really want to defeat Thor with this thing. Immediately, Thor and Loki wrestled together and fought from the inside of the palace to the outside, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Thor really showed mercy. It seems that no matter which world it is, an older brother who loves his younger brother will be very lenient when teaching his younger brother a lesson. Even now, Thor, who has awakened his own power, is much stronger than before, so dealing with Loki is a piece of cake. As a result, Loki and Thor ended up in a draw and the battle seemed very stalemate. Loki, you are no match for me. Give up your unrealistic plan and don't let the 9 realms fall into war again. Thor was holding back. Holding 2 magical weapons, he made it impossible for Loki to attack him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hurt him at all. Shut up, you know nothing. Loki roared angrily. For all these years, his greatest hope was to get the same love from Odin as from Thor. And that's all. In Asgard, Loki is like Thor's shadow. Everyone praises Thor, but no one ever takes Loki, their younger brother, seriously. In the whole Asgard, perhaps the only one who treats him sincerely is his mother Frigga, and perhaps also the reckless Thor. However, as the object of his jealousy, Loki naturally cannot be nice to Thor. In the past, Loki didn't understand why. He always thought that he had not done enough. He worked hard to make himself better and practice magic. As a result, he has now won the title of the #1 wizard in the 9 realms. He is actually very hardworking. However, Odin remained deaf to all of this. Loki finally found the answer to all the things that happened before. He didn't understand where he had done wrong. The reason was very simple. It was because he, Loki, was not his biological son. The simple answer almost made Loki collapse. Otherwise, Loki, who had always been calm and composed, would not have been as crazy as he is now. To be honest, everything about Loki now has a lot to do with Odin. If Odin had been basically fair and just in dealing with Thor and Loki, then Loki's character would not be as distorted as it is now. What's the point of relying on weapons and equipment? If I had such weapons, you would definitely not be my opponent. Although he is a mage, Loki has the heart of a warrior. He gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 weapons in Thor's hand. The hammer of Thor, which symbolizes the power of Asgard, and the gun of Thor in the other hand. Why is everyone helping Thor? Why does this brainless idiot get everything? If we have the ability, let's compete fairly. Give me a weapon. Although Loki was angry, he did not lose his composure and tried to test the waters. Give you one? Thor blinked and looked at the 2 weapons in his hands, Thor's hammer and Thor's spear. To be honest, as a powerful warrior, it was indeed not a good look for him to bully Loki with weapons. That's no problem. Then, the next question is which one to give. First of all, Thor's spear. This weapon is particularly powerful. Although it is not as good as his Thor's hammer, it is not weak either. It possesses the power of Thor, and the gun body is also very strong. At the same time, it can also be used as a firearm. However, this is not your own thing, so you certainly can't give it to others. Then, Thor's hammer. Mjolnir was very powerful, but he had been rejected by it twice. If he gave it to someone else, Thor thought, maybe he would lose it forever. Oh no. Maybe it was just because I was struggling for a moment. Why did Mjolnir feel like he was about to slip out of my hand? No. Of course I have no problem giving it to you, but you must give it back to me later. As he said that, Thor actually threw the Thor's spear in his hand to Loki. At this moment, everyone who was watching the battle had a frown on their faces. This guy Thor is such an idiot. Okay. As expected, the one who knows you best is always your enemy. Anyway, Loki was naturally overjoyed that Thor really threw the Thor's spear to him. Even though Thor has become stronger, he is still the same big fool and can be controlled however you want. After obtaining the Thor's spear, the huge energy from it made Loki close his eyes happily. Is this the power of Thor? It was Loki who felt the strengthening of Thor's power for the first time. He had tried to pick up Thor's hammer before, but every time he tried, he failed. He is also very envious of Thor's hammer Mjolnir, which can give the user enhanced power of Thor. I just didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to feel this power personally. Powerful. This is the only feeling Loki has about the power of Thor. At this moment, under the infusion of Thor's spear, he possessed the power to control thunder. He pointed his spear at Thor with lightning flashing on his body and shouted loudly, "Haha, I am also Thor now." Everyone was speechless again. The one who controls thunder and lightning, is he the god of thunder? By the way, have you forgotten where this thing came from? Of course, the Asgardians who did not know the origin of Thor's spear were all very curious about the spear in Loki's hand, which could also give the user the power of Thor. For example, the 4 warriors of Asgard, they were all looking at the weapons in Loki's hands with envy. There is no one who does not yearn for greater power, especially these warriors. Moreover, since they witnessed the fighting situation of the Chinese soldiers when they went to Jotunheim last time, they are now more eager for powerful force. But in terms of individual strength, Asgard loses too much. But why does the style of Thor's spear look so similar to the weapons in China? With such a powerful weapon, it is not a loss for the destroyer to be defeated by you. Loki still felt a little upset about the fact that the destroyer he controlled was defeated by Thor. However, through the last battle, he had a general understanding of how to use this weapon and some of its functions. For example, the magic cannon. Loki chuckled and controlled the energy of the arc, converging it towards the energy-gathering array at the tip of the gun. A powerful magic bullet appeared and rushed towards Thor. Boom! Well done! Seeing Loki's attack, Thor's eyes lit up and he rushed forward with his hammer. It's not over yet, take it. Loki fired energy bombs at Thor frantically. For a moment, Thor really had no good way to deal with it and was slightly suppressed. When dealing with the destroyer, Thor relied on this trick to keep the destroyer from getting close to him. Now Loki is ready to use the same method to give the other person a taste of his own medicine. Humph, don't think you can defeat me with just this. Thor's blood was boiling. It had been a long time since he had such a passionate battle, and he really enjoyed it. The sparring with Wang Wei and Nezha doesn't count, because he was simply beaten up and couldn't get excited. I remember that this Thor's spear seemed to be able to use its own magic power to fire with even greater power. Thinking of the time when Thor used his own thunder to defeat the destroyer, an idea flashed through Loki's mind, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come on, fight me head on. Thor was in high spirits, waving his hammer and knocking down the energy bombs from Loki one by one, shouting loudly. It was obvious that he was really enjoying the battle, and he could only enjoy it when fighting against someone weaker than himself. Fighting against someone stronger than himself was really enjoyable. Haha, do you think I'm a fool? I'm a mage. How could I possibly fight you head-on? Loki smiled coldly. Good guy, he finally remembered his identity as a wizard. Try this trick of mine. Loki chuckled, and suddenly an ice-blue box appeared in his hand, the ice box. As a descendant of the frost giants, Loki is adept at using the power of the ice box. Holding the ice box in one hand and Thor's spear in the other, he channeled the magic power of the ice box directly into Thor's spear. The terrifying freezing magic, after passing through the energy amplification magic, an extremely terrifying cold current shot out from Thor's spear. The terrifying cold current could even freeze everything in the world. My goodness, he just accused Thor of using 2 artifacts to bully people, and in the blink of an eye, Loki took out another treasure and used the 2 artifacts to bully Thor. It was almost absolute zero, and Thor was frozen in place before he could even react. There's no way you can stop me. Seeing that Thor was frozen, Loki rushed towards the Rainbow Bridge without looking back. He knew very well that it was impossible to defeat Thor with this magic alone. Freezing Thor could only delay him for a short moment. During this time, we might as well activate the Rainbow Bridge, attack Jotunheim, and destroy it directly. When everything is settled, Loki's knot will be completely untied. I will return Thor's spear to you guys later. Lend it to me for now. Loki was about to fly away, but he did not forget to say something to Chen Mu and the others who were watching the show. Well, Thor's spear is very powerful and very enjoyable to use, but Loki still hasn't forgotten who this thing belongs to. This is something from China, and it seems inappropriate to embezzle it. Chen Mu and the others were speechless, but since Loki had said so, it would be inappropriate for them to take it back on their own initiative, right? Isn't this too bullying? We have signed the 5 basic principles. I hope that everyone in China will not interfere in the internal affairs of Asgard. Loki was still a little worried, so he reminded him again. He is afraid that the Chinese people will come over to stop him, so what is the point of him playing? Seeing that Chen Mu and the others didn't seem to be making any moves, Loki breathed a sigh of relief and flew towards the Rainbow Bridge with peace of mind. Kaka. Sure enough, the ice was unable to trap Thor for too long. In just 2 minutes, Thor broke out of the ice and looked for Loki aggressively. Loki, where are you? Come out and continue fighting with me. He went over to the Rainbow Bridge. Watching Thor break through the ice, Chen Mu gave him a friendly reminder. Oh no, he's going to activate the Bifrost. As a brother who has been together day and night for more than 500 years, Thor knows Loki very well, so when he saw him flying towards the Rainbow Bridge, he knew what Loki wanted to do. Therefore, Thor must stop Loki from doing stupid things, no matter what. At this moment, a mighty beam of energy was emitted from the Rainbow Bridge. With its powerful energy, the Rainbow Bridge attacked Jotunheim in another world. Oops! Thor hurriedly and anxiously flew towards the Rainbow Bridge. He knew that he was the only one who could stop Loki. Moreover, Asgard's affairs should not require the help of other countries to solve. Ha, you're late. When Thor arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, Loki blocked his way. Behind him, he was frozen by Loki's ice box. The thick ice wall made it difficult for him to pass through, let alone go to the Rainbow Bridge Hall to end the attack. Loki, you still don't realize your mistake. Thor tried to persuade him earnestly. He looked at Loki affectionately and said, if you do this, you will cause the death of countless lives and destroy the world. You cannot bear the responsibility. That would be true destruction of the world, which would destroy countless creatures. In Jotunheim, there is not only one intelligent race called the Frost Giants. Even in a world of ice, there will always be other creatures. Anyone who destroys the world directly will feel uneasy in the days that follow. This is one of the reasons why Thor wants to stop Loki. I won't let you stop me. Loki held the Thor's spear in his hand and stared at Thor fiercely. Today, no one can get past me. Thor looked at the Rainbow Bridge behind the ice wall, which was still pouring out energy, and he knew that he could not delay any longer. Give it up, Thor. My father will be proud of me. Loki was a little crazy at this moment. In his opinion, he had already won. As long as he could delay time, Jotunheim would be destroyed under the energy bombardment of the Rainbow Bridge. He, Loki, has already won. I will stop your stupid behavior, even if I am punished by my father. Thor took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he held Mjolnir tightly. There's nothing you can do. Wait, what are you doing? Rocky was originally mocking Thor, but after seeing his actions, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In order to block the Rainbow Bridge, Thor actually picked up the hammer Mjolnir and smashed it on the Rainbow Bridge under his feet. The Rainbow Bridge device is actually not just the hall. The section of the bridge connecting to the Asgard divine domain is also part of the Rainbow Bridge, and a very important part at that. The Rainbow Bridge requires a large amount of energy supply, and the source of energy is the Asgard itself. Through this bridge, a large amount of energy is sent to the Rainbow Bridge launch device. You are crazy. Loki watched in disbelief as Thor smashed a crack in the Rainbow Bridge and gasped. Stop! Loki picked up Thor's spear and rushed towards Thor, trying to use the spear in his hand to stop Thor. However, Thor had made up his mind now. He ignored Loki and smashed the bridge hard with the hammer again. The crack on the bridge suddenly widened again. No! The burst of energy pushed Loki back, and he stared blankly at everything in front of him. Boom! The Rainbow Bridge suddenly broke, and the magic of the Rainbow Bridge suddenly stopped. Asgard was floating in the space, and the Rainbow Bridge was the part extending out of Asgard, and below it was the endless universe. As soon as the Rainbow Bridge was broken, a powerful suction force came from the space below, and the device of the Rainbow Bridge fell directly into space. The powerful force also formed random transmission vortices, which directly swallowed the wreckage of the device. No! Loki's eyes were bloodshot, and the Rainbow Bridge under his feet was also falling into the space below. It also fell into the space, and no one knew where it was teleported to. Loki, seeing this, Thor also shouted and could only watch everything happen in front of him. Loki was teleported to an unknown place, and his life or death is unknown. Thor. At this time, Odin suddenly rushed over. He came to Thor's side and saw Loki being sucked into the portal. He could only sigh helplessly. Even Odin didn't know where Loki was teleported to. However, what the frost giant King Leifey said was true. Although Odin fell into Odin's sleep, he was aware of everything happening around him. Odin could guess almost exactly what Loki had done. In addition, Odin now feels a little guilty. He is really not free from responsibility for Loki's behavior today. Because of the different treatment of Thor and Loki, Loki's mind was distorted. Odin is actually primarily responsible for everything that happened today. Has your power awakened? Seeing Thor's appearance at this moment, Odin couldn't help but be shocked and a little bit unbelievable. In Odin's opinion, the power in Thor's body should not be awakened yet. Father Loki. Thor looked a little lonely. He stared blankly at the space outside Asgard, appearing a little sad. Don't worry, the Loki people will be fine. Although Loki was teleported away, Odin could sense that Loki was not in any danger, so he comforted Thor. That's no problem. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. He still trusted his father very much. By the way, your power has awakened. Odin asked again, but the next moment his words were held back. Thor stood up and his strength rapidly faded. With a snap, he couldn't even lift Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Odin was speechless. I almost forgot that Thor now has not yet been able to gain Mjolnir's recognition. Odin didn't know what to say in his mind now. 1 second ago, you were able to defeat everything in the world and looked very powerful, but the next second, you were beaten back to your original form. The current Thor can't even lift Mjolnir. He has not yet been able to gain the recognition of Thor's hammer. The power he displayed before was actually activated by Chen Mu, using some means to activate the power of Thor in his body. After Thor's limited power of thunder was completely consumed, he was naturally reduced to his original form. Without the power of Thor, you still want to pick up Mjolnir. What are you thinking about? Although Thor now stopped Loki, he did not have the dedication to sacrifice for others at all. So, naturally, he couldn't lift Thor's hammer. In the original plot, Loki deceived Thor and made him think that his father, Odin, died because of him. This made Thor feel extremely guilty, and he was ready to live an ordinary life. At the same time, because of his time with Jane Foster, he fell in love with this Earth woman. So at the critical moment, Thor was ready to sacrifice himself to make Loki stop. As a result, the current situation is that Thor and Jane Foster have never had any connection at all. He has never fallen in love with her, and Thor has no determination to die for a mortal. In this situation, Thor naturally cannot lift the hammer of Thor. "Well, Father, can you please take back the order, Mjolnir? I can't do it now." Thor scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Odin with pleading eyes. Odin didn't want to talk. The purpose of sending Thor to Earth was actually to let Thor have a heart of a king, and to make him understand that as a king, he does not need to make decisions to sacrifice for his people. Only in this way is he qualified to take over Asgard and become the king of Asgard. However, things did not seem to go according to his expectations. In just 2 or 3 days, a lot of things happened. Thor smashed the Rainbow Bridge, forcing him to wake up. As a result, Odin discovered that the power of Thunder God that Thor had displayed before was only temporary. It disappeared before he could even use it proficiently. "This is awkward. You haven't completed your trial yet." Odin took a deep breath and said unhappily, "When you are qualified to pick it up, you will be able to pick up Mjolnir again." Well, this was Odin's original intention. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. As the king of Asgard, how could he change his mind overnight? I told you to practice well, so practice well. How can you find a back door and cancel the punishment directly? "Well, Father, everyone else can lift it, but I can't. It's really embarrassing." Thor scratched his head awkwardly and spoke rather sheepishly. Odin looked at Thor with a strange and puzzled expression. "What do you mean by this?" "In China, many people can lift Mjolnir, but I, as the owner, can't. It's very embarrassing." Looking at Odin's puzzled gaze, Thor looked embarrassed, lowered his head, and looked awkward. "You mean many people can afford Mjolnir? In China?" Odin feels like he's having a myocardial infarction. "What's going on? I just slept for a short while. What happened?" 2 months ago, when Loki and I were on a diplomatic mission to China, I had a sparring match with Chinese soldiers, and I was knocked unconscious. In fact, Odin didn't know about this matter at that time. He had a backup plan in Mjolnir. At that time, he sensed that the power of Odin in Mjolnir was activated, which meant that Thor used that power. In his opinion, as long as he used that power, there would be only a few people on Earth who could defeat Thor, and those who could would not bother to fight him. After all, he was just going to China to establish friendly relations. What danger could there be? Therefore, Odin did not take this matter to heart. "So now you tell me that 2 months ago you used the power of Odin and were knocked unconscious by someone. You have brought shame to the Odinson family. After I was knocked unconscious, I think they helped me put Mjolnir next to my bed." Thor was a little embarrassed about this. After all, being knocked unconscious was not something to brag about. "Also, I heard that before this, many people came to get Mjolnir and only a few of them couldn't lift it." Hearing this, Odin felt a toothache. What's going on? Are these people willing to sacrifice themselves for others? It's okay if it's just 1 or 2 people. Maybe some individuals have such noble sentiments, but if it's a large group, isn't it too outrageous? How many people can pick it up? Mjolnir is the treasure of Asgard. Although Odin had said before that whoever could pick up Mjolnir would be qualified to be the god of thunder, if he really had to give Mjolnir to someone else, he would definitely not agree. The reason why I said that before was simply because I believed that no one except Thor could pick up Mjolnir, so I just set the flag casually. It seems that I can't set flags casually in the future. Look at the author. He is so nervous now. How many people? Thor was a little embarrassed, lowered his head in shame, and whispered, "Only about 3 or 2,000 people." "It's not bad, there are only 3 or 2. Wait, how many did you say?" At this moment, Odin was also numb. Thor and Odin looked at each other in silence. "What's the matter with the power of Thunder God in you?" Not wanting to continue discussing this issue, Odin felt as if he had aged a lot and asked hesitantly. Chen Mu, the Chinese scientist, helped me to stimulate the power in my body which allowed me to temporarily possess my own power of the god of thunder. It was also because of this that I was able to pick up Mjolnir again. Thor would not hide any information about his father. Once Odin asked, he would tell him everything. However, this has no effect on Chen Mu. Is it China again? Odin couldn't help but frowning. He remembered Chen Mu. Wasn't he the young man who came to Asgard with the Chinese delegation a few days ago? I didn't expect that this young mortal would have such powerful abilities. It is possible to activate the power of Odin in Thor by some means. This is Odin himself, and it feels a little hard to believe. Chen Mu and the others are coming. Looking at the group of people walking over from the other end of the Rainbow Bridge, Thor couldn't help but wave to them happily. "Ha ha ha, my friends, you're here." Seeing this group of people coming, Thor shouted excitedly and opened his arms as if for a hug. A lot of people came. In addition to Chen Mu and his group of Earthlings, there were also some Asgardians. Queen Frigga and the 4 warriors of Asgard were also here. "Chen Mu, I have to say, you are really amazing. Can you think of another way to help me unleash all the power in my body?" Thor walked up excitedly and looked at Chen Mu with a flattering expression. He used to look down on researchers, but now it is no longer the case. Who can blame Chen Mu for making him stronger? Having experienced his own powerful strength firsthand, Thor became fascinated by it and naturally wanted to possess this power permanently. Chen Mu's face was full of black lines. Thor was really greedy. Putting this question aside for now, where is my Thor's spear? Chen Mu looked at him expressionlessly. Hearing this, Thor looked embarrassed. He had previously given Thor's spear to Loki, asking him to fight against him. Although he had the upper hand, Thor's spear also caused him a lot of trouble. Especially at the end, Loki used the ice box and then the Thor's spear to amplify his magic power and froze him directly, which also made Thor experience the power of the Thor's spear firsthand. After this, Thor destroyed the Rainbow Bridge. Loki fell in a space along with the wreckage of the Rainbow Bridge, and Thor's spear also fell with it. So, Thor's spear was lost by him. That. Thor was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak clearly. He stammered and didn't know how to explain. "Thor, this Thor's spear is a divine weapon that my country has put all its efforts into creating. The material alone is a very precious metal. It is difficult to find the same material in the entire universe. Although vibranium fell to Earth from the universe, it is indeed only available on Earth. Although there is a lot of vibranium in Wakanda, Chen Mu did not lie. On Earth, there is very little vibranium in circulation. 2 months ago, in order to create this Thor's spear, countless Chinese scientists racked their brains and paid a lot of price to create this artifact." Chen Mu looked at Thor with resentful eyes and said, "It is the hope for the future strength of our China, and in the end you lost it to us." On the side, Zhu Jia, Wang Wei and others held their breath, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Especially Zhu Jia. He knew that Chen Mu had originally planned to recycle the Thor's spear, but it was only because he asked for it back that it was saved from being recycled. "You yourself don't care about it at all, but you tell me that it is very precious now and is the foundation of our China's strength." Sorry. Thor's face darkened and he felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't know what to do about losing Thor's spear. "Wait, can you explain what Thor's spear is?" Odin had just woken up. Although he could hear what was happening around him, he had no idea what was happening if it was far away. So naturally, I don't know what Thor's spear is. Mjolnir, like Mjolnir, can grant the user the power of Thor. Loki has used it before and his strength increased greatly. Thor explained simply that he was thinking about how to make compensation. Same as Mjolnir. This time Odin was really shocked. What is Mjolnir? It's a sacred artifact from Asgard. How come China, a country that has only developed in recent years, can also create it? It's a real artifact. At this time, Frigga came up and looked at the space outside the Rainbow Bridge with a gloomy expression. She was very sad about Loki's disappearance. "In my opinion, it's even more powerful than Mjolnir, and anyone can use it. Moreover, The energy-amplifying function of Thor's spear is really scary and even unscientific. After all, this technology comes from the Eternals, which is the technology of the Celestials. It can double the energy out of thin air, and the law of conservation of energy is completely useless to it. Although he was still skeptical before, Odin believed it after his wife said this. It's unbelievable that China is so powerful. Mjolnir is a rare artifact in Asgard. He did not expect that China could directly create something similar. This really surprised him. How about this? I will pick out something from the treasury and give it to Huaguo, hoping it can compensate for your losses. Frigga sighed, looked at Chen Mu and said so. Chen Mu really wanted to say, I have already cleared out your treasure trove once, and I am not very interested in those things anymore. However, he certainly couldn't say this out loud, so Chen Mu could only nod. Using something that he considered waste to exchange for treasures in Odin's treasury, it was a profit no matter how you looked at it. Okay, I'll make the decision myself and use the card of life. This is the treasure of the courtyard, and I can just give it back to you this time. Chen Mu silently glanced at the enhanced version of the life card in the system production space and fell into silence. The card of life is a treasure from Atlantis on Earth, so there is absolutely no problem in saying that it belongs to the atrium. The card of life. Odin frowned and wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Frigga. The card of life is no longer of any use to Asgard. It is better to return it to its original owner. Asgardians can have a long life. An ordinary Asgardian can live for hundreds of years. This is actually related to the card of life. Odin's ancestors solved the life equation of the Asgardians, allowing them to possess the characteristics of longevity as well as greater strength and speed than humans, a strong physique, etc. These are the effects of the card of life. Well, that's fine. What Frigga said was true. The card of life was of no use to the people of Asgard, so Odin nodded in agreement. But this thing is very rare for the people on Earth. It is the key to the evolution of Earthlings. Of course, the prerequisite is that the people on Earth can solve their own life equations, and Odin does not believe that there are such people on Earth. No problem. After thinking about it, Chen Mu accepted it with a smile. Using a mediocre Thor's spear to exchange for the card of life was truly a pleasant surprise. He had not originally expected any compensation and only said it casually. Unexpectedly, Queen Frigga was so considerate. Moreover, if Chen Mu wanted to solve the human life equation, it would be difficult to explain the origin of his own life card. Asgard was able to give it to him directly, which could be regarded as helping him solve this problem. Anyway, the result is that he made a lot of money. The Rainbow Bridge is destroyed. How are we supposed to get back to Earth? Zhu Jia was a little worried about this. Chen Mu is the key to China's development. If he cannot return to Earth, it will undoubtedly be a huge loss for China. Don't worry, everyone. We will find a way to help you return to your country. Frigga comforted him, saying that this problem was not difficult in fact. Asgard could be teleported to more than just the Rainbow Bridge. Even Loki could find many paths leading to Asgard. How could Frigga and Odin not have other ways? Even if it doesn't work, isn't there still the option of calling on Master Ancient One for help? Compared to this, dear, what would you do with Thor? Yes, Thor is a criminal after all and is now in a state of expulsion. Thor must continue to be expelled. When he is qualified to pick up Mjolnir again, he will be allowed to return to Asgard. Odin used the scepter in his hand to hit the ground hard. With so many people in China, they were able to lift Thor's hammer, but Thor couldn't. This made Odin very embarrassed, so he decided to drive Thor out of Asgard. Of course, this time, he did not continue to say that whoever can pick up Mjolnir is its owner. Doesn't this mean giving Thor's hammer to someone else? Father, I hope that I can be a soldier in the Hua Kingdom's army. I want to see why they can all pick up Mjolnir. After hearing Odin's words, Thor was not unhappy. Instead, he looked at Odin with hope. Odin was very confused. Who are you? You are the Prince of Asgard, the future king of Asgard. You went to China to be a soldier. Is this possible? Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate? Okay, mother supports you. Before Odin could speak, Frigga looked at him tenderly and stroked Thor's face with her hand. Odin held his breath in his heart and felt like he was about to explode. "Wife, what are you doing? I believe that you will definitely be able to learn a lot in the Chinese army." Frigga ignored Odin's grim expression and said seriously, "Since many Chinese soldiers can pick up Mjolnir, then this must be a disciplined and righteous army. In such an army, you will definitely be able to understand the true meaning of being a king." At this moment, even Odin came back to his senses. Yes, most people in other armies can lift Thor's hammer, which means that this is indeed an army that protects the people. If Thor goes to such an army to train for 2 years, he will surely be able to grow. So Odin no longer had any objections. Great! Thor was very happy. Most people could defeat Mjolnir's army. He really wanted to see this army. To Thor, it was unbelievable that so many people could pick up Mjolnir, so he wanted to go and see and explore the mystery. Chen Mu, on the other hand, had a face full of black lines. "Thor, the Prince of Asgard, going to China to be a soldier. You really know how to play. How about it, can China help Thor realize this wish?" Frigga said this and looked at Chen Mu and others with a smile on her face. "I think it shouldn't be a big problem." Chen Mu thought for a moment and said, "However, the Chinese army has strict discipline and a very strict hierarchy. Thor has not made any achievements, so he can only start as a soldier when he joins the army." "That's great, let him be the most basic soldier." Frigga clapped her hands in approval, smiling broadly and said, "Only at the most basic level can it serve as a training ground for Thor." "No problem." At this moment, Frigga was like many mothers in China who want to send their useless children to the army to be trained. This is what Thor is like now. As an honorary Major General of China, although Chen Mu does not have any real power, it should not be a problem for him to recommend someone to join the army, right? Although this person is not Chinese, not even from Earth. However, Thor has talent. Even though his power as the god of thunder was taken away, as a member of the royal family of Asgard, Thor's physical fitness was incredibly strong. It was not easy for more than 10 or 20 people to knock him down. "Well, I'll go get the card of life for you guys." After getting Chen Mu's promise, Frigga seemed very happy and wanted to return to the palace to give the card of life to Chen Mu and the others. My goodness, it's really hard for this 1,000-year-old mother. She worries so much about her children. "Don't bother, just go through here." Chen Mu smiled slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a portal appeared in front of everyone. Opposite the portal was Odin's treasury. Well, the scene suddenly became a little awkward and everyone looked at Chen Mu with weird eyes. "Well, my magic can open a portal to any place I've been to." Chen Mu touched his nose, smiled, and said, "Loki took me to visit the treasury before. I really admire Asgard's heritage." "Well, this is an explanation. After all, your portal can be opened to other people's treasure houses, just like you know the password of other people's safes and can go there to take the things inside at any time. Like Thor, Loki is also a prodigal son, who would bring outsiders to visit their own treasure house." Odin was very depressed. What kind of people were his 2 sons? Forget it, Odin's treasury must be moved to another location. How can it go on like this? Your own treasures, can outsiders enter at will? Wait a minute. Frigga's smile froze, but she smiled again, walked into the portal, went to the card of life and took it. Since Chen Mu had spoken out this matter in front of them, it naturally meant that the other party really had no great interest in his own treasure house. "Then, this is left to you. I hope that you can solve the life equation of mankind as soon as possible and allow the life level of mankind to evolve." I have to say that Frigga is really a good person. She sincerely hopes that the people on Earth can truly evolve. "Thanks." Chen Mu smiled, put the card of life into the storage space and thanked her sincerely. "Then I will send you back to Earth." Odin has been upset for a long time, and when he saw that the matter was finished, he said impatiently. He was afraid that if he continued, something weird would happen. Now he is looking at his son, and the more he looks at him, the more annoyed he becomes. He wants to send him to Earth right away so that he can out of sight and out of mind. "No hurries." Frigga rolled her eyes and said unhappily, then kissed Thor's forehead and glared at Odin. "Mother, I will pick up Mjolnir as soon as possible and return to Asgard as soon as possible." Thor waved to Frigga, and Odin impatiently summoned the Rainbow Bridge and sent Chen Mu and his group away from Asgard as if they were sending away the god of plague. "Is everything settled over there, Thor?" After returning to China, inside the park, Chen Mu asked Zhu Jia, who was standing beside him. "Well, he has been recommended to the military. Now, Thor is being assigned to the Tibetan military region, where the conditions are the most difficult, at the foothills of the Himalayas. My goodness, this is a plateau area with extremely harsh conditions. Thor is still deprived of his divine power. His body is not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. It is really difficult for him to be thrown directly there." Queen Frigga originally said that Thor should be sent to the place with the most difficult conditions. The military discussed it for a long time and decided to do it here. Zhu Jia smiled and continued, "He is currently at the Border Defense Force and is on his way there. The place bordering the 3 Indian countries. Well, the conditions are a bit tough, but it is also a training for Thor. Isn't this what Thor's parents think? This guy Thor has lived for more than 1,000 years in vain, but he seems as reckless as a child, which really makes his parents who have lived for thousands of years worry about him. Thor's hammer Mjolnir has also been sent to the military district over there. Thor can try to pick up the hammer again at any time. Poor kid. Mjolnir, who has lived with him for thousands of years, now despises him. It's really speechless." Today, Chen Mu is studying the destroyer. I don't know if Odin doesn't know, but this thing has been sent to Chen Mu for research for 2 days. Odin has never sent anyone here. Anyway, during this period of time, Chen Mu has mastered all the technologies on the destroyer. As for this material, just melt it and make it into Thor's spear. The manufacturing of Thor's spear has now hit a bottleneck, mainly due to the lack of main materials. The previous Thor spear was made of vibranium as the main material, but there were very few of them circulating on the market. Chen Murong used one of his own battle suits to make a few of them. Now, it can be made of the Uru alloy on the destroyer. In this way, its quality can truly catch up with Mjolnir. By the way, the Tiangong project is about to be implemented. Today is the day when Shenzhou 8 will be launched. The Space Administration has invited us to attend the ceremony. At this point, Zhu Jia's eyes were full of pride, and she continued, "The Tiangong space station will accompany Shenzhou 8 into space and become the first step for China's space station. Finally, is it time to start?" Upon hearing this, surprise flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. China's space development plan was about to truly begin. Shenzhou 8 spacecraft will be the last rocket launched by the space agency, because the astronaut this time is Zhai Gang from the Shenmao Bureau. He brought several devices with him to the space agency this time, including a large portal that will be placed directly in space. In the future, there will be no need for cargo spacecraft at all. If there is any need, they can just go through the portal. Moreover, Zhai Gang also brought several space expansion devices this time. Inside, there is already a very complete Tiangong space station. When the time comes, he can take them out directly when he arrives at the destination. The space station was manufactured directly on the ground and then loaded into the space expansion device, so the construction time was very fast. It was built in just 2 months, and this time, Zhai Gang took it directly into space. The existence of the portal will make cargo ships a thing of the past. The Tiangong project can be said to be the first step, and a very important step. After the successful construction of the space station, the next step is the Nantianmen project to establish a space fleet, which is the most important part of China's defense and attack. Next, plans to develop the Moon and Mars will be launched one after another in full swing. Let's go, I can't wait." After hearing this, Chen Mu lost all interest in studying the Uru alloy and urged Zhu Jia to lead the way. "Let's go. This time the launch site is at the Jiuquan satellite base. The launch will start in half an hour. I've been there before and can open the portal directly." After saying that, Zhu Jia opened the portal leading to the Jiuquan satellite base, and Chen Mu couldn't wait to walk in. "General Chen Mu, you are here." At this time, Zhai Gang, an astronaut, was conducting his final physical training. When he saw the portal open and Chen Mu and Zhu Jia walked out, he immediately saluted. "Brother Zhai, please don't. I am just an honorary position." Chen Mu scratched his head. To be honest, he was only in his early 20s, and people saluted him so often that he felt a little embarrassed. "How's the preparation going this time?" Zhu Jia asked with a curious look on his face. "The storage device and the transmission device will be given to me later. The Tiangong space station is also fully prepared." Zhai Gang explained. "A few days ago, I also learned about the various functions of the space station and can now operate it alone." "It's okay. As long as you send the portal into space, your mission will be accomplished." Chen Mu smiled and said, "The space station, just release it when you arrive at the place. There will be more staff in the future, and they will directly enter the space station through the portal to maintain it. You can also pass through it at any time." Portal, back to the ground. Now that we have a portal, wouldn't it be as easy to get to the space station as to get to your own backyard, too? Zhai Gang smiled and said, "For me, the pressure is not too great this time. As long as we successfully enter space, it will be a real leap forward for our country's space industry. Of course, as long as it succeeds, China will be able to travel between the ground and space anytime and anywhere. I am afraid that all launch vehicles will be directly eliminated in the future." "Okay, it's almost time. I still have to take the oath." After chatting for a while, Zhai Gang said goodbye. In fact, there was not much danger in his trip. For him, all he had to do was take a spaceship and go into space. It was that simple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, light it. After waiting for a while, Chen Mu and Zhu Jia also arrived at the launch site and watched the rocket launch from afar. When the time came, the rocket ignited and took off on time. Looking at the Long March rocket successfully launched into space, Chen Mu's mouth curled up. In this world, he was fortunate enough to be able to participate in the space industry, which was his honor. At this moment, the launch of Shenzhou 8 was broadcast live across the country, and all the citizens cheered when they saw the rocket successfully take off. For China, developing the space industry is extremely difficult. Due to the foreign technological blockade, China basically has to start from scratch. It has to rely on itself to figure out everything. Every time a rocket is launched, it is a very severe challenge for China. What the hell is this? Unlike ordinary people, who can only watch rocket launches through live TV broadcasts, ordinary people can only see what others want them to see through the screen. Ordinary people can only see that the rocket is successfully launched, the spacecraft enters the space, and then Tiangong 1, as a space station, is deployed in space. These are also CG animations made in advance. Other countries are also paying attention to China's rocket launches. Unlike ordinary people, their satellites are always staring at the rocket. After seeing the rocket reach space and the Tiangong 1 experimental module arrive at the designated location, everything seems normal. But in the next moment, just when they can take a sip of water, a huge space station suddenly appears at the location of Tiangong 1. The Chinese flag is hung on it. It is larger than the existing International Space Station, and its structure seems to be more complicated. But how did they do it? With one rocket, a large space station was sent directly into space. Am I dreaming? The stupid NASA monitor who was in charge of monitoring the Chinese rocket launch slapped himself hard and looked at the scene in disbelief. This is true. However, reality slapped him in the face again. In fear, the monitor quickly called his superior, and the entire stupid department started to operate quickly. Even the entire American department took action. China's actions are truly terrifying. Of course, not only America but many countries that were paying attention to the rocket launch also discovered this scene. The whole world was undercurrent at this moment. Let's go. Zhai Gang is back and the portal has been opened. The subsequent space agencies will be able to travel back and forth between the space station and the ground at any time. The rocket had just arrived at the designated location when Zhu Jia next to him said to Chen Mu, Although everything is going as planned, but it always feels weird. Zhai Gang was still in the rocket 1 second ago, and the TV was reporting that he had successfully arrived at the designated location. But the next second, he was back. "Let's go and take a look," Chen Mu said curiously. He was also very curious about the space agency's plan. The two of them came to a secret base without any obstacles. It was already very lively here. Everyone was celebrating. Looking at the huge portal in the room, everyone present had tears in their eyes. The emergence of this portal means that China has completely surpassed all other countries in the space industry. It can be said that it is simply a step to heaven. Internationally, the International Space Station controlled by the United States has always refused China's participation, and even stated that any country that dares to help China in its space industry will be expelled from the International Space Station. At this moment, China no longer needs to endure this kind of humiliation. America's space technology is great, so what if your rocket has a large carrying capacity? At this moment, China no longer needs things like launch vehicles. The function of a launch vehicle is mainly to escape the pull of gravity, but the existence of the portal makes the launch vehicle completely useless. A step to heaven. This is truly a step to heaven. It really only takes one step from crossing the portal to reaching space. With just one step, you can send countless supplies to the space station. Everyone stop wasting time, hurry up and get the supplies in first. A person who is obviously a leader, although excited, still does not forget what needs to be done at the moment. Also, bring the prepared space launch platform over and install it. From now on, all our rockets will take off from here. This is the top priority of this plan, to build a rocket launch platform in space. Next, the Lunar Exploration Spacecraft and the Mars spacecraft will also take off from here. This is where the next step of the plan begins. Launching a spacecraft into space does not require worrying about escaping gravity, which can save a lot of costs and is also easier to control. Once the launch platform is built, we will send the Lunar and Mars spacecraft over. That's right, these two rockets have actually been manufactured. Once the launch platform of the Tiangong space station is built, they can be sent directly there and then launched directly. Unlike the Tiangong space station, which still needs astronauts to operate and avoid mistakes, the Lunar Exploration Spacecraft and the Mars spacecraft do not need astronauts. After carrying enough fuel, they can be launched directly. They also carry portals inside. When they arrive at the destination, the intelligent program Hengmeng inside the rocket will operate the machine, open the portal, and establish a portal between the Earth and the Moon. Tiangong Space Station will also become China's spaceport in the future. Using magic to develop technology is the most correct way. It would not be easy to develop the Moon relying solely on technological power, but with the addition of magic, it would be very simple. By directly building a portal, the Moon will officially become China's back garden. The staff members in spacesuits excitedly carried the equipment into the portal and sent it into the Tiangong Space Station. With China's current strength, there was no need to hide these actions from other countries. They built a launch platform directly outside the space station with great fanfare, and were busy preparing for the next plan to launch an unmanned lunar exploration spacecraft. Internationally, senior officials from various countries were all watching China's Tiangong space station through satellites with a nervous look on their faces, while among the people, the television was still showing the CG video of the Shenzhou 8 spacecraft flying into space, and then step by step starting to build the Tiangong 1 experimental cabin. Oh my God, how did China do it? Inside the SHIELD base, Nick Fury glared and looked at the surveillance screen viciously. A few days ago, the destroyer controlled by Loki slapped him in the face, but Nick Fury was lucky enough not to die. He was very lucky. The destroyer's huge slap was bigger than his upper body, so this slap actually saved his life. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evildoers leave their mark for thousands of years. Nick Fury is obviously an evildoer. Even the bruises on his face and body have not faded yet. Damn it, China's technological development can't have progressed so fast all of a sudden. There must be some external force helping them. Nick Fury is now certain that it must be Asgard that helped China. Otherwise, China would never have achieved such rapid development in such a short period of time. In order to build China's space station, we launched a rocket with average carrying capacity and then sent a Tiangong space station, which is larger than the International Space Station, into space. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Nick Fury really couldn't find any other explanation except for the help of aliens.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.